Hello and witajcie, willkommen Juanjin and privet. It's the third season's finals with the marvelous masters of Gwent. We gathered here together with you and some other great folk. Say, are you ready for some jolly flakes jokes? For 2 days I say the online event will be taking its place. I hope you are ready for leaks to review and the excitement that you'll face.
Hello and welcome, and what an intro from Bart the Bard. Incredible. My name is Pavel Burza. I will be your host for the next 2 days, and these 2 days are packed with excitement, great plays, and a ton of leaks. Don't forget, a ton of leaks. You're currently seeing something which is not a leak, which we should be showing, but we'll get to that later. There we go. There is the leak, the first leak of the day. Quite interesting. I will not tell you what it is, but it is something that we're working on with one of our partners. And yeah, it's going to be exciting today. Don't miss the pre-final segment tomorrow because it's juicy, it's big, it's long, it's going to be amazing. And yeah, without further ado, let's throw it over to our dynamic duo of casters, aka Flake Miri.
You know, they say you haven't quite made it until Bart the Bard has sung tales of your grandeur, and I believe that would be it. I am at the zenith of my career. I've made it into the lyrical portion of one of Bart the Bard's wonderful songs there. Welcome, friends. Speaking of zeniths, we are at the peak of the mountain when it comes to Gwent for Season 3. This is Season 3 Masters. I am Flake. I'm joined as always by my partner Shinmiri. How are you, buddy?
I'm great, Flake. It's great to be here again for World Masters. It is that time of the year again, and yeah, your legacy has been absolutely cemented by Bart the Bard. This is the grand finale. This is World Masters Season 3, Flake. We've got $71,000 on the line, the 8 best players in the world who qualified either by winning one of the 4 opens earlier this year or by being one of the top players by crown points on the pro rank.
Yeah, and no need to remind you guys that we are doing this remotely. Again, I'm at home, Shinmiri's in his home, you're in your home, but we're also in your home bringing you some great Gwent action as all the players. The studio is, its own place. Again, we're working on it, and as the world kind of sort of puts itself back together, we're going to be doing it this way. But hey, if you want to see some pretty damn cool cards, Twitch Observer is online, as it always is, and I promise you're going to want to be able to hover over some of these cool cards that you're going to see. But how about this, Shinmiri? Take a look at that card back.
Yeah, we've got some very special rewards for you, as always, for watching the event on Twitch this weekend. We've got Twitch drops for 4 hours of watching. You get the in-game title called The Beholder, and then for 8 hours of watching total, you get the in-game card back for GWENT World Masters Season 3. That is a unique card back you cannot get anywhere else, looking really fine with all 4 seasons there.
Yeah, and don't forget to go ahead and claim. You have to go into your account and claim the rewards. The Beholder title will get instantly credited to your account. The card back, however, might take a few days, but it will eventually end up in your inventory, and what a beautiful one it is. Again, all 4 seasons represented there. Beautiful, 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 but hey, you know what? Pavel Burza already hit us with a little bit of a leak there. We saw a little bit of what's going on, but I think I'm just going to go ahead, put my hand right in that magic hat and pull a rabbit out as we go ahead and show you the first leak of the tournament. And this is it, friends. It is our good friend Ardal.
Yes, Ardal used to be a tactics leader. I think he was in Slave, and now he's coming back in card form as a tactics support card. You love to see it. He's a 7 for 12 legendary human aristocrat. And what does he do? When deployed on the range row, if neither player has passed and your opponent's hand is not full, move a non-doomed enemy unit with power up to the number of tactics in your starting deck to your opponent's hand, so up to 12 power unit if you're running like a full Enslaved 6 deck. Then draw a card. A lot to process there, Flake. What do you think?
Well, there's a lot going on here, my friend. Again, Nilfgaard does some pretty tricksy things, and in this case, well, why not throw an aristocrat tag on it to just bring Masquerade Ball perhaps back into relevance to a degree? Either way, it's an awesome card, and you'll love to see it. This is just the first of 12, and I do suspect by the time the day is gone, we are going to see a lot more awesome stuff, I promise you.
Yeah, so there you have it, the first leak. Get talking about it. Let's see what we've got, because I know on Monday I'm going to be spending a lot of time with the new leaks, the new cards, and any balance changes that are coming by. So yeah, but first we've got GWENT World Masters Season 3, the final tournament of the year, still to come this weekend. Don't forget, until December 9th, we have the esports bundle from last year available to buy in the Shoop store. So if you missed any of these before, make sure to grab them now while they're still available.
Yeah, and let's beat the 8 players. Again, we've seen how well these players have played over the course of the year. The best players in Gwent are going to be fighting for, like we mentioned, $71,000. Again, that's a base prize pool of 50K plus an additional 21,000. Yes, your enthusiasm has pumped the tires on this tournament prize pool to an additional 21,000 USD. And take a look at this. Just for showing up, these players are getting $1,775, but there is a match stake available for each one of these quarterfinal matches. And let's just cruise through these real quick. We got Big Cuckoo Rosina, Big Corny Boy himself versus Kamza. That's going to be leading off the day. And then my biggest fan, Tailbot, will be playing against Akela right after this segment here, right after this first set.
Yeah, and in the second half of the day, we'll have Shaggy Nuts versus Lord Triss and Cybers versus Piable to wrap up the quarterfinals at the end of the day. So just a absolutely stacked lineup with talent and Gwent Masters. We've got open champions. We've got like kings of the ladder. It's all here.
It is. Absolutely. You have, like you mentioned, you have people who have just been to the top of the mountain in terms of tournament play, as well as those boogeymen that just lurk on the ladder and just lay waste to their opponents. And we want to hear what you got to think and say. So use the hashtag World Masters on Twitter. Let us know what's going on. Say, hey, Flake, here's some references for Star Wars or Star Trek you can make. You could also say, hey, Pavel Berja, how many fish did you scale to make that suit? We don't know. Nonetheless, use hashtag World Masters. Let us know what you have to think. I know I like to read those. All the comments.
Yeah, and let's take a quick look at the brackets and remind you that this is a fixed coin tournament. So players will know going into each game what coin they're on. And in each pairing, the top player will be going first, or blue coin, in games 1, 3, and 5. And the bottom player will be going first in games 2 and 4 if necessary.
Yeah, big implications for this, Shinmiri, because again, when you know what coin you're going to be playing on, that does factor into not just what leader you might be playing on it, but also how you're going to build your decks, proactivity versus reactivity, things of that nature. So you kind of want to make sure that you're building a lineup that can really capitalize on the coin, knowing what you're bringing in. So, again, a stacked lineup, and we're not even like right out of the gate. It's Kamza versus Big Cuckoo Rosina. So starting off hot. And if you are listening to this, you're saying, damn it, Flake, this game sounds amazing. Maybe you just tuned in. Well, welcome. Welcome to the game. Go to playgwent.com if this gets your mojo going. If the engines are fired up, go check it out. Again, one of the best free-to-play options if you just want to check it out. You'll have a competitive deck in no time. Also, you can check out Gwent on all your socials like Facebook and Twitter at playgwent. So go check it out, playgwent.com.
Yeah, and the first match is coming up between Big Cuckoo Rosina and Kamza, two amazing players. And who better to introduce them than Bart the Bard?
Now listen closely and observe. Yes, you, the curious viewer. Thus enters the ring Big Cuckoo Rosina, formerly known as Ilua. He will be fighting fiercely, no doubt with every stride. The number 2 open winner, with a doggo by his side.
Всем привет, меня зовут Илья.
Hi everyone, my name is Ilya. In the Gwent community, I've been known as Big Cuckoo Rosina 35 and Iluha 22A. I'm from Russia, Volta City, and I'm a member of Team Legacy.
Состою в команде Team Legacy.
In general, playing Gwent is my main occupation at the moment. Depending on my performance during Masters, I will later on decide whether to continue playing the game or either work or study. Well, it's obvious that all the players who qualified for Masters are of the highest level because they wouldn't have been able to do so if they weren't. I'm pretty satisfied with the draw, as I say that Kamza is a convenient opponent for me. However, I'm a little afraid of TLG's deck building. It's possible that they've come up with something extraordinary, something that I'm not prepared for. I'd say that the top dog of this tournament is Piable, the current world champion, although I describe myself, Akela, and Tailbot as dark horses in this tournament.
Kamsa mogło pożelać udać.
I'd like to wish Kams good luck and hopefully we'll show a good game. We're the first pair of the tournament, so we need to spark the interest of the audience with our plays and decks. But I hope that in the quarterfinal, I'll end this man's whole career.
Надеюсь, что я похороню карьеру Камса в этом четвертьфинале.
Watch closely as the youngest one will try to match his might. For he had played a termost battle with furor and excite. Bear witness to young Kams. Will he get what he wants? Well, recognize the fact he sees so many crown points.
Cześć wszystkim, dla tych, którzy
Hi everyone. For those new to the competitive scene and who haven't been able to see me in action before, my name is Paweł and I'm 20 years old.
Mam 20 lat. Bardzo lubię
I love to sleep, eat, watch a good movie, play a good game, go to parties, and I'm a member of Team Leviathan Gaming. However, this time I'd like to thank 3 guys from Team Elderblood for helping me with preparations for this tournament. Trusky, Osmer, and Zoltan. Big thanks to you boys.
Ogromne podziękowania dla nich. Jest to turniej wieńczący.
This is the tournament crowning the 3rd season of GWENT Masters. And the rank of this tourney ensures that the players' lineup is going to be extremely strong. The creme de la creme of GWENT's competitive scene. It's difficult to create an effective deck lineup for this meta. I feel like there's a lot of great possible variations at the moment. The 4th deck might be the falling behind from the rest a bit, but you're planning to counter some of the 3 core decks. It isn't that bad after all. Squirtle or Monster Skulltula seem to be a pretty good option. However, it's a tough one, because your opponent might predict the target and pick something else. I got Iluha as my opponent, and I have to say that he's definitely one of the best players out there. Obviously, everyone participating in this tournament is on the highest level, but he's proven himself by winning one of the Opens before. After that, he wasn't so active on the scene, so I'm not quite sure what to expect from him. He might be targeting something. And what else? Maybe as part of intimidation, I've heard that he dropped out of university to play Gwent and win the Masters finale. So now I can assure you that because of me, he'll drop Gwent and go back to university.
Well, strong words from both players. Again, both of them just kind of treading lightly, wondering, Big Cuckoo's Arena saying, I don't know what TLG's bringing to the party, and boy, is he going to be in for a surprise when we see Cam's lineup shortly. But how about the divination results for this match? We sent it out to you guys out there in the chat in the universe of Gwent to let us know who you think's gonna win, and this is what you had to say: 59% favoring Big Cuckoo Rosina. And this is a little bit of a surprise to me, Shinmiri. I thought that this would have been skewed the other way.
Well, I think it makes sense because Big Cuckoo Rizina has that Open Championship under his belt from Gwent Open number 2 earlier this year. Kams, I don't believe he's won a official tournament yet so far. He's made a lot of showings, but yeah, I think you got to go with the one who's proven himself on the big stage. 59% to 41%, but what is this smaller number that we see at the bottom? 33% Big Cuckoo versus 67% Kams head-to-head.
Well, basically, what this says is that on all ranked play, they have essentially tabulated the head-to-head, and in all the matches that these two have played against each other, Kams has won 67% of the head-to-head matchups. So a little bit leaning towards Kams in terms of the actual head-to-head, practical statistics here, whereas everything else is just subjective. It's all opinion for the divination results. So, the numbers are going to speak for themselves, in terms of what has happened in the past, but it's the future that matters. It's what's going to happen today in the quarterfinals of Season 3 for GWENT Masters. And part of that important part is going to be, the decks that they're bringing, that I know that, the gameplay that's going to occur. We've got a brand new analyst on the desk. That is Specimen is going to be helping you out to break these down. I'm really looking forward to that as well, Shinmiri.
Yeah, Specimen and I will be analyzing all the matches after each best of 5, so look forward to that. But first up, we have some deck lists for you guys with Big Cuckoo versus Cam. So first off, let's take a look at Big Cuckoo's lineup. He's got Double Cross Assimilate, Northern Realms Inspired Zeal Alumni, Reckless Flurry Control Skellige, as well as Carapace Keltullus, Blake.
Yeah, Keltullus, one of those high skill cap decks that Monsters likes to lean on. Tournament setting, it's a very strong option. We've seen how really crafty players have to be to properly pilot this or to play against it. It's a standard package here. Again, everything focusing around Keltullus. You have the support cast as well. Siri Dash, you've got Nithral, the Beast, Cave Troll, they're all there. And the new spice to this is Witch's Sabbath, the fact that, where you used to have to lead on Keltullus for a long round of pressure, now you can recur those threats twice, but the real flavor of this one is going to be Count Caldwell, Shinmiri.
Yeah, Count Caldwell is a card many of you might not have seen for a long time. He's a 10 for 6, which gives him a great stat line, but he's got a downside, a pretty significant one, is that he follows where the money and the power goes, Blake.
Yeah, don't we all?
And at the end of your turn, he will move himself to the row with the highest power unit on the board, excluding himself. So if your opponent has a taller unit than the tallest unit, then he will betray you, and he'll become 10 points for your opponent instead. But the genius thing about this deck building is that this deck uses Caldwell's downside as a massive upside carryover play, because you can play him in a round that you're gonna lose anyways, that you're willing to lose, let him betray you, and then he becomes one of the units that is resurrected with the Witch's Sabbath in a future round. Normally, Witch's Sabbath resurrects 3 units for yourself and 3 units for your opponent. But if one of those units that your opponent's getting is the Caldwell, he'll probably betray your opponent and come back to your side, because Carapace Keltullus is a deck that's great at getting the tallest unit on the board and holding on to that dominance.
All right, moving on to Inspired Zeal. Again, alumni have been a little bit of a thorn in the side of, everybody out there, the community, the power level that this deck can bring. The thing about it is that if you're going up against a heavy control list, you need to be able to protect a lot of the bread and butter of what this list wants to do, which is boosting up those bronze mages to the point where those alumni can be as devastating as they are. And the key piece to this list that Cuckoo Rosina is going to have to make sure that he has access to is Dawnamir of Troy, the Defender.
Yeah, the Defenders protecting Letitia, the bronze students to get that high patience, because so much of this deck revolves around replaying those alumni or playing different copies of alumni, which all depends on how high those patience levels are of your Banard student and your Aretusa student. So Defender, a key protection, key line of defense. And, with this alumni deck, it's so powerful right now that a lot of players have the idea that in a tournament setting, you're either going to ban Northern Realms alumni or you're going to target it. And Kamz is definitely doing one of those two. So let's go over and take a look at Kamza's list. We've got Imposter Nilfgaard, and Inspired Zeal Mages? ? Reckless Flurry Control ? And Precision Strike. These are some weird looking lists, Blake. Let's take a look at them.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the variety already creeping through, and it's just the first batch of the quarterfinals. Again, Imposter from a Nilfgaard perspective, a little bit off the books here. But I mean, when it comes to control, Precision Strike, Reckless Flurry does it right. There are some glaring, important elements here. And the first one I want to bring up to you, Shinmiri, is a strategy that was utilized many moons ago by Freddy Babes. That would be Angulem. The thing about it is that Kamz is hoping that his Angulem strategy might be a little bit more effective than Freddy Babes tried out several years ago.
Yeah, Angulem has seen play in Gwent World Master tournaments before, and she is a card that is very effective if you can find a strong artifact from your opponent's deck. But not every deck plays artifacts. But right now, however, it's a great meta for Angulem. You've got Mushy Truffle, one of the strongest cards in the game right now, is a neutral artifact, so a lot of factions like to include Mushy Truffle. And then you've got cards like Chapter of Wizards for Northern Realms and Gettynith for Skellige Alchemy that are also potential targets for Angoulême. So Angoulême in 3 of Kamza's lists, what could he be trying to do with them? What is he trying to target with them?
Well, I think that there's one glaring option, and it's going to be those pesky 4 provision cards. So we're going to pick up a card that you have never seen in a competitive landscape before, and that card is Epidemic. Epidemic used to be kind of like the opposite end of the spectrum for Scorch, just kill all the lowest strength units on the board. Now it has been swapped up here to be destroy a 4 provision cost unit, and boy oh boy, are there plenty of those that you need to deal with when you're playing against Alumni.
Yes, exactly. And the inclusion of Epidemic in Kamza's Skellige and Precision Strike Scoia'tael list really paints the best picture for us, is that his strategy is to hard target Northern Realms Alumni. Epidemic destroys a 4 provision unit, so it doesn't matter how tall it's boosted, if it's protected with a stratagem, or a shield, or armor, or amphibious assault, it just dies to Epidemic. As long as the 4 provision unit, so those Banard students, those Aretuza students, Kamza's strategy is all about shutting down Northern Realms and making sure they are never able to build up their patience, to never able to scale their alumni and all those copies of Practice Makes Perfect, Gerhardt, all that stuff.
Yeah, this is certainly a list that Kamza has designed along with his teammates and his practice partners to really just put the screws to those Northern Realms lists. So if he's targeting Northern Realms, you can suspect that he's going to be banning something else. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at what those bans are going to be, as essentially this list, like you mentioned, it's hunting for something, right? It is definitely looking for something to go ahead and capitalize on. And like you mentioned, it's either ban mages or target mages. And here are the bans, as Big Cuckoo Rosina is having his Assimilate deck scrubbed out. Cam's no access to Imposter, so Nilfgaard getting all the respect on the ban side.
Yeah, and remember, this is Conquest format that we're playing here in the tournament setting. So you have to win with every one of your decks, except the one that is banned, in order to proceed and move on to the semifinals, to the next round. So Kamza almost doesn't care if Big Cuckoo gets something like his Skellige list through. He's just looking to shut out the Northern Realms list entirely. And honestly, Kamza's deck lists aren't bad against Keltullus either, because a lot of the removal tools that he has for alumni, they work well against Keltullus's many engines and threats as well.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be nice to see here. We're going to have the Keltullus list online. The Precision Strike control list is going to be going through. I would have loved to see a little bit of the Nilfgaard go through. And, I love watching Nilfgaard matches. They're always the most layered, in my opinion, in terms of how these things kind of can get out of control, planning your turns and such. But I think in this case, if you're, Mages is an enemy that it's an enemy that can fairly be predictable. And oftentimes when you're banning Nilfgaard, you're not just banning the deck itself, you're banning all the weirdness of that list. The fact that you're not just playing against Nilfgaard, you're playing against yourself. And oftentimes Nilfgaard plays your deck better than you can. So I can definitely see why the ban was there. Not only is the Assimilate list very strong, but you also have to think that if I'm letting my mages through, my opponent is going to be playing mages as well, So do I really want to give my opponent my best list twice, so to speak?
Yeah, I can totally understand why Iluha or Big Cuckoo has banned Kamza's Nilfgaard. All of Kamza's decks are tailored towards beating Northern Realms, and so Iluha has to ban what he thinks is going to be the toughest deck for his Northern Realms list to get through. And traditionally, Nilfgaard is really, really difficult for Northern Realms. So Big Cuckoo is going to have to find a win with Northern Realms against either the Northern Realms Mirror, which we didn't really get much of a chance to talk about, but there was a Doo-Doo in there for Cams. There was an Angoulême in there. Doo-Doo can copy Shawnee, can copy Defender, Letitia, Gerhardt, because Shawnee and Gerhardt both have Zeal. Can even copy Rafard's Vengeance, one of the most overpowered cards in the game right now. And so Kamza has definitely stacked his Mirror, his Northern Realms lineup to be favored for the Mirror. So Big Cuckoo has a big hill to climb here, but if any deck can do it, it is this Northern Realms alumni deck. And we're jumping in.
Yeah, jumping right in. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for GWENT Masters Season 3. It's the finale, the first match, the first game. Welcome, friends. I am Flake. I'm joined, as always, by Shin Miri. We're bringing you the action here of Big Kuku Rosina versus Kamz. It is going to be Northern Realms on blue coins with the Inspired Zeal. It's a mage deck, friends, versus Kamz on red, playing Precision Strike Control with Maddock. I am liking this matchup straight away. Big Kuku Rosina is basically going to be... He's going to be feeding the wolves for a few turns here. Looking at this lineup, it looks like Kamz is just basically going to be playing point-click delete for a few turns here, as Big KK is going to have to be literally just tossing all these mages out to the wolves to be fed for a little while here. How can Big Kuku Rosina get out of round one?
Yeah, I mean, he's on blue coin, so he is at risk of potentially losing this round on even. He's got a lot of mages in his hand, which is good, but you look at Kamza's hand, he's got bomb after answer after bomb after more bombs. Like, everything is there. He has even a Purify if Big Kuku wants to go for something like a defender here with this Amphibious Assault. This is going to be, super tough. I think this matchup is very favored for Scoia'tael, especially from red coin. We'll see what if Big Kuku has some sort of strategy, because these deck lists have been revealed to the players about 24 hours in advance. So there's been a decent amount of time for all these players to practice these matchups. So maybe Big Kuku will find some sort of weakness, some sort of hole in something. Maybe not this deck particularly, but something. We'll see what he can come up with.
And this is the first piece of the puzzle, right? Shamiri mentioned the importance of Donimir of Troy as a defender, and there are so many different ways to deal with it, and that's such a wonderful card to play because it purifies before it deals the damage, so the shield is taken away and stripped away along with the defender status. And so the first bomb is dropped by Kamz, the defender, that important element to protecting your strategy, gone and done. So Kamz, with that first play, has really just thrown a wrench at Big KK's strategy here. If that Purify bomb was not in hand, he may have had an opportunity to perhaps buy some time. But now, like I mentioned, it's just, who do I send out there to die in a small fire? That's basically what's about to happen here.
Yeah, which is this lamb up to slaughter first? Aretuza student or Van Ard student? Looks like it's going to be the Aretuza student, because Big Kuku has two of them in his hand. So a little bit more expendable in this scenario. And is going to buff it up with the tactical advantage to 9 power. But we're going to see... I think we're going to see that Epidemic, first time played in a GWENT tournament. This can answer a 9 power student. It's that good in this matchup.
It's exceptionally good. The other opportunity here is perhaps this might be the best, let's say, Red Haze that might occur, but you're not really killing that student. The best option here is going to be to Epidemic it. This is why this card is in here. Again, it's a point-click delete of a 4-provision card, so that tactical advantage might make that Aretuza student look untouchable. But there it is, Epidemic for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. Mark your calendars. Where were you when Epidemic was played in a GWENT Masters tournament? Well, it was played here December 4th, 2021, on a 9-point student. Wonderful to see. And again, Donimir of Troy just punchless, just watching as he could do nothing. He was stripped away of his defender title on the first turn.
And I just want to point out, like, if there was no Epidemic in that situation, it would take a lot of it would be really difficult for Kamz to answer that, because you could use like full leader plus a D-bomb maybe, or like full leader plus a Red Haze. It's just a lot of overcommitment to answer one student. You can't even move it with the making a bomb, because while moving it would stop the order from being clicked, the patience still accumulates even if the student is on the wrong row. So Epidemic really coming in clutch here, and now we see the second Aretuza student, this time played from Queen Adalia, with the shield, but shield not too big of an issue for a leader like Precision Strike.
Yeah, he could just pig it and kill it with one of the Dimeridium bombs. Also, smart placement of the Adalia. Putting it in the front row has essentially turned off the making a bomb instant damage. Now that's going to be a bleed, given that both rows are now are occupied. So it's not going to be a clear kill on the next student, Aretuza student that shows up. So, you know, again, small little details like this will matter. But again, it is going to be an uphill climb here for Big KK to actually figure out how the hell he's going to get any of these mages past 2 patients.
Yeah, this is mage number 3. Student number 3. So far, the best patience he has is 1 damage and 1 boost. These are not numbers you typically see with this deck. You're usually seeing like 5, 6 plus. Sometimes these all-in versions of this deck can even get to like 15, 20, 30. But yeah, this is the saddest fan art students and the Aretuza students have ever been. There's another bomb. Destroyed again. And like, how does Iluha even stick any of these?
There's no way. And the problem here is the fact that you still need to actually work towards your end game here. Because if you're not, then how are you basically going to win this? As Kamza is going to continue to just rain fire on Big KK's threats. You do have 2-point lead. So if you want to maintain that card advantage, it's perhaps time to maybe just pull the shoot on this turn and at least maintain the 1 card up on your opponent. Now you're walking into, again, another shooting gallery in round 2 perhaps, but we'll see how this plays out. None of the major threats, I think, have been played by Big KK. You still have a Shawnee, you still have a Selkirk floating around, there's still Rafard's Vengeance. Your AA, your Amphibious Assault, is going to get a second wheel at the start of the next turn, so that's perhaps some help here. But again, Big KK knows that he's just got to, at the very least, do his best here to get ahead. And there's a nice pass by Kams. That pass here is basically putting the onus on Big KK here to just take the pass. And again, what is the best way to clear the board? Take a pass. So that Banart student is not going to get, you know, beyond 2 patients without Big KK playing another card or 2 and going down extra cards here to really boost that patience value to that magical Goldilocks zone of 4 and 4.
Yeah, he's not going to get 4 and 4 unless he goes multiple cards down here in round 1. It is an option for him because of how difficult it is to stick students in this matchup. He might feel like it's worth it. But with playing the Cintran Envoy, he's just looking for a little bit of carryover in the form of better draws. There is offered that 1 gold there in Letitia. I'm not sure if he took it or not, but he is going to pass at 4 cards now, 2 cards down. Kams has preserved his Sunset Wanderers, and with the 2-card advantage, Big Cuckoo probably can't push into round 2 and is going to go for a long round 3. Maybe try to build up some student patience in round 3 if possible, but Kamza is definitely not going to make his life easy.
Oh, absolutely not. And like you mentioned, and there's the perfect just, you know, drop and pass card with Maxi. Maxi's a wonderful card to pick up to just see what's coming down the pipes, shuffle the deck if necessary, or, you know, accept your fate and draw those 3 cards. Big KK again, also, you know, wheeling through. He did pick up the Rafard's Vengeance there. Selkirk is a card that he definitely wants, but Chapter of Wizards is a big play. Again, an option for, you know, a mage with a shield, but then at the follow-up turn, you could drop a mage and use the order to play 2 threats at once, which could be the, you know, the saving grace for Big KK to just flood the board with threats. Again, he didn't have anything really stick in round 1, so the implications in round 3 are going to be minimal. Those alumni that people like to say are just out of control, well, they are a little out of control if you let those threats stick, and Kams has made sure that nothing has stuck to the board, so those alumni are going to be fairly pedestrian at best.
Yeah, right now, I think Big KK has 3 boost and 1 damage for his alumni, which with no zeal, because they have to both get to 4 at least in order to get zeal. And Kams took a long time thinking about that Maxi. We'll see if he shuffled or not. I think he wasn't drawing Heatwave and wasn't drawing Force Protector, so I would guess that he would probably shuffle.
I think he did shuffle.
Yeah, he did. He did shuffle.
Definitely shuffle. Yeah, the mulligans, I believe, would have yielded, if he took all 3 mulligans, it would have yielded the Heat Wave, but this is a much better mulligan here, as you do pick up Forest Protector, you do pick up the Angoulême, which is going to get you that Chapter of Wizards. Not to mention, there's the final wheel, and that's a dangerous one that could have yielded the second Sentinel, but in this case, take a look at what he's got here. You could even, if you want to, why not just open up with the Pyrotech? That is an instant drop and a potential kill for a 4 strength mage that might hit the board if you know, with a little luck. But also Forest Protector, recur some of those nature cards, and man, there's still a Simloss to be played. So lots to really hope for Kamza here. Lots of options, and again, another uphill climb for Big KK.
Yeah, Cam's opening with the Angoulême into Chapter of Wizards guaranteed. Doesn't see anything that great. Ends up taking a Meditating Mage, but I think Cam's was really hoping for like a Spellweaver or a Banard student to deal some damage and give him a little extra control. So a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, there's no round 4, not yet. That leak has not occurred yet, but that's the Golden Necker project. Did you guys know about that? Golden Necker, round 4 Gwent. But no, you're not going to get a second, you're not going to get a round 4 here, so those Meditating Mages, frankly, are just there for, I think in about 3 or 4 turns, he'll click the button, get some vitality off of them, and that's basically all she wrote in terms of the value of those. But everything else was not really that fantastic, because they were all deploy effects, I believe. This is the only one that has a scaling patience-oriented threat here.
Yeah, so Rafard's Vengeance coming down right away for Big Cuckoo. Gonna play a Carrick Marine onto the other row, blocking off that instant damage from making a bombs, like you said earlier. Even though, and he finds that more important than starting to build the crew for Rafard's Vengeance. Probably thinking it's probably going to be a while before I can even get a dream of getting crew, because all my units are getting removed.
Now, keep in mind here that Rafard's Vengeance at 11, if he does want to, you know, sidle that next to a threat like Shawnee or that gets boosted, Red Haze is going to be something that Kamza is going to have to keep at the top of his list here. But there's Simloss, double Bountiful Harvest, double boosting in row.
Oh, look at that! Dude, Chapter of Wizards, have you ever seen it? Chapter of Wizards copying a Dolbluth on a Sorceress, a Northern Realms card, getting you another copy of a Scoia'tael Bronze, and now these Sorceresses are very dangerous. They can find answers like making a bomb, like Waylay, for example, to just increase the damage reach that Kamza has on his removal.
Kamza's strategy of targeting Northern Realms, targeting this Alumni Mages, is showing up big time. And there's the next wheel, I believe, of Amphibious Assault. We're going to go ahead and get Selkirk. Selkirk is going to make, short work, I believe, of one of these Sorcerai. As we favored the left one, she can live, but Selkirk's going to go ahead and slam down. But again, when you're doubling up threats like that, it is difficult to just control them when you have no mages on the board collecting patience. Your only option for removal here is Selkirk, and Cam still has 2 leader charges and his sentinels locked and loaded, so he's ready to go ahead and make short work of anything that Big KK starts developing. Another Bountiful Harvest here again. Doesn't find the Sorceress, but hey, why not? We do have the Whisperers, but I think that at this point, playing the Whisperers can be problematic, Shinmiri, given the fact that you're running out of real estate on your board.
Yeah, I mean, Kamza's list doesn't spawn as many units as something like Symbiosis, Nature's Gifts with all those treants, so Whisper is an option, but I think he likes the guaranteed value of the Archer and helps soften up the Rafards to get rid of the engine eventually. So he's just looking for anything that gives him damage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a Chapter of Wizards, a Mushy Truffle spawning into another unit. So that's two spaces, plus your leader ability is another 3 spaces. So yeah. It can, and not to mention your hand is 1, 2, 3 spells, plus the potential spell from the Mushy Truffle into the Golden Froth. So you're going to run out of real estate. I think this was, like you said, it's guaranteed 7 points of value. Start shaving away some of the damage that maybe your Red Haze can kill the Rafards if you're really feeling that threatened by it. But still, one step at a time for Big KK here. You can't just look at this and say, all right, we're toast. But It's a good start. I mean, here now you have 3 threats to worry about. I don't think Kamza is necessarily, sweating too much about it, but there's now some life for Big KK.
Yeah, 3 threats to worry about. The Chapter of Wizards still yet to come, potentially representing 2 threats. Your Shani has been played early enough so that she will go off a second time if she survives until the last turn. Rifards with 3 cooldown, a lot of bronze units still left in hand to potentially play with that Rifards Vengeance. And I think that Patience student, Aratu's student right now, should be at Patience 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, the question here, Shinmiri, is do you drop the Chapter of Wizards in the front row hoping for the Banard student, and that way you can have 2 of those rocking and rolling, or do you just double down into the back row and hope that, maybe just pop it down next to some other threats? I think that you need to go ahead and look for those Banard students. I think the Chapter of Wizards has to be a front row play.
Yeah, I think that's what you try to go for, but you have to have a contingency plan as well, because there are a lot of bronze mages for Northern Realms, and you might not get what you're looking for. But so far, this range row student has survived, so these alumni aren't looking too shabby. They might still struggle to get Zeal, but you do have like 1 leader charge left, and if one of them sticks, then maybe you can protect the other ones with the one that has stuck on the board. Big decision time for Big Cuckoo Rosina. What's it gonna be? Chapter of Wizards in the range row though, and he does find that melee row student, that Banard student. That can be shielded, played in the front row, and now he's starting to accumulate. If this survives long enough, I think another like 3 extra turns, then his alumni could get Zeal. And Kamza is starting to run out of removal. He's got 1 leader charge left, making the bombs, which don't do damage, just bleed. He's going to end up playing the Mushy Truffle here just to buy some time, maybe looking for that buff next turn onto the Sorceress to give it some more options. Nothing is getting answered here. Okay, a little ray of hope for Big Cuckoo Rosina. Something is sticking finally.
Yeah, there we go. And that Chapter of Wizards order, you can drop one of those alumni in the back row and then click the button right away. It doesn't necessarily have to be what was spawned by the spell, by the Runeward spell. So again, like you mentioned, the the shield on the Banard student is actually playing quite the role here, given the fact that it's not going to be super clean, because Kamza has 1 charge left of his precision strike ability. So let's say he fires it to break the shield, then the sentinels come out, and there's no death blow available for him yet. So it's a little bit of a tricky puzzle here for Kamza to figure this one out, and we're going to go ahead and just continue to just boost, protect, and Big KK suddenly is becoming a threat here. It's getting real.
Yeah, indeed, and Cam's missing his heat wave is looking like he's struggling to answer anything that boosted now with the Aratu student at 9 and the Banner student with that awkward shield, like you said, and trying to get the death blow on the leader as well for those Broccolon Sentinels. Kamza is starting to struggle a little bit here. He does find a removal option with that Rebuke, but that student is still shielded. Maybe uses the Rebuke or the Waylay to soften something up.
Yeah, I think that the Rebuke here is an option to just start killing a few things. Not to mention, you're putting Shani at 2, meaning that you do have the Precision Strike Death Blow now if you need it. So he can go ahead and pop the shield and kill the Shani if he wants to, if he's really afraid of that Banard student. But there comes the thinning where necessary. Suddenly, Shani's not going to get a second kick at the can here. And that Aratu's student in the back row, it's going to continue to collect patience. But the Aratu's student has now been moved to the front, so there's no option to actually utilize that student's order ability. But it is going to pay dividends to those alumni that are waiting in the wings to go ahead and make an impact.
Yes, exactly. Every turn, it's still accruing its patience. I think it's at like 5 or 6 now. And the alumni are very, very soon. If this Banard student survives another turn or 2, the alumni are going to be Zealed and they won't be answerable anymore.
I'm just curious about why. I mean, Camps could have opened up here with the the Pyrotech this round, opting, I believe, to go with I believe it was the Angoulême was the opening play. Nonetheless, that's a card that now is not going to be as awkward because there's going to be so many other units on the board that can soak up the damage, that can really help Big KK kind of avoid the insta-kill that Pyrotech can oftentimes represent when it's the opening play. But now, like you mentioned, that deficit of 29 points isn't as frightening for Big KK because a lot of that power is going to come from those alumni. But the follow-up plays on those cards are not all that fantastic. Casting contests can be great if you have those students that have really put the work in early. But right now, those 9-10 boost damage alumni that people are so terrified of is not the case. But Kamz, who was in the driver's seat for so long here, is suddenly realizing that that massive amount of control is still not enough, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's not quite the case to get 9-10 boost. Those alumni are at 7 boost, Flake. They are very, very close to those scary numbers. I mean, 7 boost is no joke. It's 4 plus 7, 11 points for 6 provisions. You're already doing better than, I think, the competitive standard for a 6 provision card. So Big Cuckoo has somehow managed to exhaust all of Kamz's removal options and decides that he doesn't even need to zeal this alumni. He's just going to play it in the range row, no zeal, and just wait. Oh, the Pyrotech almost snipes the student. That was a close call. I like that Peller purify the shield and then the Pyrotech to go for broke, but barely misses, and that Banner student survives. And I think next turn, that's when it's going to go to Patience 4, and all future alumni are going to have zeal for Big Cuckoo Rosina.
Yeah, it's going to get nasty, friends. Here we go. There's the next alumni that comes through. Again, the chapter of Wizards has another alumni locked and loaded. So click that button. You'll get a freebie. It's going to come through. They haven't, Big KK still hasn't used any of the orders. Again, the Aratu's a student in the front row. You can't use it. She ain't where she needs to be, but she's still, like you said, she's still studying hard and really putting those alumni in a position of power here to really cut this deficit into smithereens. The problem is it's a massive deficit, and there's still a huge gourd, and that making a bomb is shutting off a lot of the reach that Big Cuckoo was hoping to have off of the order abilities from all of these students.
So yeah, the lead is 40-something points, 41 on the board, but you've got Vitality and Bleed, so I think it's more like 44. 44 points, but Big Cuckoo has a lot of orders that he hasn't used, but by greeting that Banard student, he's also given Cam the opportunity to play that second making a bomb and turn off the damage, so good value there from the movement, even though the bleeding isn't going to fully come into play. But does Big Cuckoo have what it takes to overcome this deficit here? He's got 2 alumni, actually 3 alumni, because the Chapter of Wizards represents a third one. He's just going to maybe need to save that Zeal charge for the Chapter of Wizards if he's going to wait that long. It's going to boost up the melee row student.
I thought that there might have been a situation where you play the
practice makes perfect on it,
on that student.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wants an alumni back from the practice makes perfect. If he practice makes perfect the Banard student, he's going to get a Banard student back, and that's only going to have Patience 4 or 5. 19-point gourd. Kamz has played his last card. We're a 45-point deficit, but these alumni are boosting for 10 each. That's 30 points of boost. And then the casting contest getting you another 10 boost. This is going to be just enough for Lua. Look at that relief. He gets his alumni list through by 1 point in game number 1. Unbelievable.
That came down to the absolute wire there and masterfully played by Big Cuckoo Rosina. Again, it was such a hill to climb, but slow and steady. Like they say in the mage school, Shinmiri, practice makes perfect, and that was a matchup that you can be sure that he practiced until he got it perfect. And how much more perfect can you be than a 1-point squeak by victory after losing in such a scary, losing that first round in such a scary way? Again, you're never down and out when you're playing playing with mages, despite the fact that everything that Kams did was pretty much geared to just put the screws to mages, and they managed to get through in a spectacular fashion as those boosts were 10 apiece. A huge deficit was erased by the good students of the Aretuza school. Shinmiri, what a first game to behold.
Wow, just wow. Like, the emotions that these two players have to be feeling right now has got to be completely on the different ends of the spectrum, because this was a hard target lineup to prevent this Northern Realms mage deck from getting a single win. And Big Cuckoo has just managed to squeeze by 1 point in the first game. And this him just all comes down to that Aretuza student, that last one sticking for the entire round. Maybe Kams could have done something else, like spent the full leader to answer it, because he didn't draw the heat wave. There might have been like another answer in his deck somewhere that he missed. But at the same time, like, Big Cuckoo didn't draw Gerhardt, so definitely some, good cards left in the deck for both players. But yeah, that Aretuza student, that one Aretuza student that survived, got basically played 5 additional times, because you had alumni, practice makes perfect, casting contest, and a second casting contest, so actually six additional times, right? Everything on this alumni deck is just focused on reproducing the value of those students. And all right, so it's not over for Kams.
Even though he's not over.
Even though he's let his target through, his lineup is still, like I said, still has chances to win versus something like Keltullus and maybe even the Skellige list of Big Cuckoos.
Yeah, but it's definitely a kick in the, a kick right in the pills when your whole strategy just gets tossed out the window, when that one deck that you're supposed to just completely snuff out has essentially been squeaked past you. That was your whole bread and butter, was to just absolutely clap that list over and over and over again, and it got through. So you got to switch things up here. If you're Kams, that's definitely a harpoon to the chest, but you just move on and you keep going. That's what their pros do, and that's why they're here, Shinmiri. But man, you're talking about the power of what patience does. Again, row-locked units only shuts off their order ability, and that patience will continue to tick. And we saw how this came back to bite Kams, because if he had answered that that student even a turn earlier, then that game would have been different, because that's one less patience that would have ticked, and times 4 charges of the I believe it was 4 charges of the alumni means that's a 4-point differential, and then that game goes to Kams. So it's crazy how that can really snowball and get out of hand, where the alumni are like, I don't care, whether it's the bad art student or the Aretuza student, I just need somebody's notes to read, and that's basically what happened in this case. And if you can't, every card in Cam's list was meant to just screw with mages, and Cuckoo just was patient and said, all right, here's another.
All right, we are jumping into game number 2. It's Kams from Blue Coin with his Northern Realms list that has Angolim and Doodoo versus Big Cuckoo Rosina's Skellige Reckless Flurry Control on red. So Angolim here is actually going to hit either Mushy Truffle or Megascope. There is a 1 of Megascope in Big Cuckoo's deck, so there is going to be some randomness here. The very big difference between whether you get the Mushy Truffle or a Megascope, I think.
Now, is Big KK putting that Megascope in here? I mean, Megascope in that list is not a bad option. Again, you do have that 8-point bear that you can just go ahead and jam out, or even on one of the halfers. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it also does kind of throw a little bit of variance to that Angoulême. Angoulême is not really going to be a sure thing to hit something big, right? So
yes, so I talked with Big Cuckoo before, like a day ago, and asked him about his list. And one piece of information that is interesting that he gave me is he actually predicted and was worried about people bringing Angoulême in this tournament. And not necessarily to target Northern Realms, but he thought maybe an Angoulême would be seen to target Skellige, because Skellige plays Mushy Truffle, and a lot of decks play Mushy Truffle, including something like Nilfgaard. And he told me that he purposely threw in a 1 of copy of Megascope just to give some uncertainty to Angoulême, and we'll see if this pays off for him here. His foresight that maybe his opponents will bring something like Angoulême.
All right, so the opening play here is we're going to start with the Letitia and just boost her up with a shield on top of that. That's some nice protection here. Gets it out of the range of a lot of nasty things, but Big KK does have some stuff to answer. You can always go with the Coral as an opener. Maybe go ahead and thin out some cards that you don't necessarily want, but I feel like a lot of the cards in that hand are quite important. Things like the Gutting Slash to deal 4 damage is important, and we're going to start with the Morkvarg to just go ahead and put Letitia to that 5 points of health. Now, you're not quite there yet, so a Gutting Slash is not going to kill you, but perhaps the Trial of the Grasses is going to finish the deal here. That's always an option as well.
Yeah, that is an option, but Kamz can also boost the Letitia. For example, he can like Amphibious Assault into a Carrack Marine to send that Letitia right back up to 9 power. The fact that it wasn't Heat Waved kind of gives Kamz a little bit of information. Probably now he's thinking that there's probably no Heat Wave in Big Cuckoo's hand. He's going to go with the Rafard's Vengeance, get that engine, that cooldown engine going, and going to play Aretuza Student here in the range row, putting crew onto that Rafard's Vengeance, because Rafard's Vengeance counts both mages and soldiers as part of its crew.
So how do you approach this? Is this a situation, Shinmiri, perhaps, where you play your leader ability and hope to get maybe a second... if all things kind of go well here, maybe you get Bloodthirst, your Gutting Slash can kill the Letitia. Do you just go straight away with the Gutting Slash to kill the student? No, we're going to go with the Trial of the Grasses here again. 6 points of damage gets rid of the Letitia. Kam's just kind of opting to not necessarily protect it. Like you said, there was an option to go with the Frog Assault to drop the Carrack Marine. But here we go, and this is where this gets a little bit out of hand. As the Rafard's Vengeance with double student now, multiple threats to deal with, and they are nasty threats.
Yeah, indeed. An interesting decision by Kamz to kind of play 2 range row students, Aretuza students, first before any of these Banard students, thinking that maybe one of them will get answered, and he values the boost more than the damage in this matchup versus Skellige, because Skellige doesn't go very tall, and it doesn't really have many threats that you need to answer, so the damage is worth a little bit less, whereas in a lot of other matchups you might value the damage more.
Ooh, I like this play. Kamz knows that he's never going to use that ability on the student. It's either going to die or you're just going to accumulate as many patience ticks as possible. That's an order that he didn't opt to use, so he's selecting rather to just put it on the off-road next to the Rafards to create the crew ability of 2 random damage, and suddenly a 23-point lead here with the patience ticking. Kam's in the driver's seat here on Blue Coin. The question is this a pass that you want to take, a value pass, as you like to say, collect the patience value and keep going, or do you continue to push the tempo here, own round 2, and maybe bleed out some of those bigger threats like the Fuchsia and the Wanderers?
Well, the tempo pass normally would be decent, but he doesn't have a Banard student ticking, but decides to take it anyways. He's not going to be building damage for his alumni, just boost, and he's not going to get Zeal for his alumni. But with I think both Gutting Slash, was this just one Gutting Slash?
There was both Gutting Slashes were used. Yeah, one took out the first student, the other took out the Banard student.
So both Gutting Slashes have been played. Maybe he's thinking that he'll have an easier time sticking the Banard student to get the Zeal, or maybe he doesn't even need the Zeal, that the alumni, that they just run out of answers.
And this is a tough one
for
here.
The alumni.
This is going to have to be like a half through and a leader charge here. So 13 points, so half through 6, 7 off off the Sunset Wanderers is 13, brings you up to 21, plus the leader charge gives you the 1-point lead on the turn. So there we have it. Bang, 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 and sunset. So Kamz with the excellent value pass here. It's a leader charge and that wandering threat.
Oh man, with the Skirmisher top deck, if Big Cuckoo had known that information, that Coral could have been a good play there too, to save the leader charge for removal. So I would like to check the graveyard of Kamz just to see what that patience of the Aretuza student got to. If we can see that, that would be very helpful, knowing where that's at, and what the alumni are looking like. And now we see Cam. Cam's top decked a card that you guys might not know, so make sure you take advantage of the Observer. That's the Immortals. And that makes a really nice combo with the card all the way at the far left. The Damned Sorceress, newly buffed with cooldown 1, can take the shield from Immortals every single turn, boosting herself by 2 and also the Immortals by 2. So 4-point a turn engine potential for Cams with that 2-card combo.
And I'm guessing here the Squirrel likely taking out that Half-Brew, a nice pair-up card with Fuchsia to give a long amount of rain just dropping on your opponent there. But again, look at the power level that Big Cuckoo Rosina still has access to. Fuchsia and Coral with all the Finnables. So that is a great hand to hang on to. You could likely suspect that Big KK is going to toss the Witcher. Yep, there it goes, because that's a great card to pair up with Geralt Quen. And look at that. All of the Finnable cards are there. So Coral with the trigger, plus, if necessary, you got Coral with the trigger, plus the Burnabrand follow-up, and you have both Skirmishers and the Morkvark there. So massive amounts of tempo for Big KK. Now, you usually want to pair that up with a Wanderer still in hand to give it more runway to grow, but Kamza's pass in round 1 forced Big KK to make plays that eventually cost him that Sunset Wanderers just to get out of the round without losing cards.
Yeah, and because Big Cuckoo had to go multiple cards in down in round 1, he couldn't push round 2, which gives Cams free play to build up the patience of that Banard student in round 2, uncontested. And now with the Shawnee res onto the Banard student, he has patience of damage 4 on the Banard student and boost 5 on the Aretusa student from round 1. So those alumni are zealed up, and they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're in the Q zone, as it would be. They've basically got everything they need to really wreak havoc on this. But no slouch with Big KK here, because 2 leader charges left. You got the Heat Wave, and I mean, keep in mind that you still have 2 card draws necessary here, and those card draws aren't going to hurt you because you'll be able to keep them, because what you're tossing out there with the Burnabrand is a Morkvarg and another Skirmisher. So that Burnabrand is going to be worth, what is that? That's going to be worth 15 points plus the 4 damage. That's going to be a 19-point Burnabrand, which is absolutely filthy when it includes some extra card draw and cycling like that.
And there you see the first alumni boosting by 5, protecting that Shawnee. There could have also been an option for Cams to Selkirk and kill the Coral to prevent the extra 4 damage from the Burnabrand. But Cam's electing to protect the Shawnee instead, thinking that's higher priority. Maybe Big Cuckoo doesn't have the follow-up Birna or the Scald anyways. So he decides to prioritize the boost. And Angolim is going to be great coming up, even if he misses, if this alumni survives, even if he misses the Mushy Truffle and finds Megascope instead, it's still going to be good on the alumni. And oh, look at this. It's kind of a disaster for Big Cuckoo. He draws into double Bear Witcher on the Burnabrand. So now this Quen no longer gets that shield synergy with the Bear Witchers, and instead is going to pull, I think, a Junod. Or is it Bricked? No, there is a Junod still in the deck.
Yeah, that's just there.
Yeah, you can get a Junod, but normally you want to pair that shield up with the self-damaging Bear Witcher so that they don't deal 3 damage to themselves. But on the other hand, Big Cuckoo's Birna did snipe that alumni, so the alumni is dead. There's not the opportunity to practice makes perfect that alumni and maybe get a chance to replay it again from the deck. And also a potential Megascope from Angolim is no longer going to have an alumni to copy.
All right, so as it stands here, Big KK with the a swift lead, a heat wave of the shielded unit in the front row, the Banard student, still ticking away slowly but surely, as we do also have a Shawnee that's fairly close down. There it is, and he does manage to pick up the Mushy Truffle. Not bad. Cam's getting a little lucky here again. It was a 50-50 if I'm not mistaken, but we got what we needed. And well, hey, let's go ahead and protect this Banard student again and see what we can do. But again, when you're talking about where's that Junod going to fall, to really get value. You're going to have to kill something that is damaged, and with the amount of boosting that is available in this Northern Realms list, it can be disgusting to try to pull that off, especially when you have the Mushy Truffle spawning the Golden Froth. And look at him just trying to get that Banart Student. It didn't work out.
Yeah, 2 leader charges expended, but only hit the Banart Student 1 time. And now his Junod is going to kill a Centurion Enchantress, I guess, which will stop the Bonded on the second one. But it's very, very... Oh, he's actually decided not to go for the Junod and going to go for Fukusha instead to get the Rain going. Reses a little Hofru, puts 6 turns of Rain. So this is the last turn for the max value of Rain. But Kamza just goes right ahead with that Mushy Truffle activation. Golden Froth to protect all of his units. Only 1 damaged unit now, and then the Selkirk duels the little Hofru so that there will be no Bonded on Big Cuckoo's side either.
Yeah, that was a great, heads up play there to use the Golden Froth to protect the Banart Student. Kams knows that Junod is looming, but everything's in the green except for that Enchantress in the back row. But, I mean, low value target there. Again, you are going to shut off the Bonded ability, but that is not going to make or break as big as that Banart Student is working on right now. The fact that that Angulum picked up the Mushy Truffle really saved the day here for Kams, as it did manage to bring that Banart Student back to the green out of the Junod hunting range. And as it stands now, Big Cuckoo is going to play his own Mushy Truffle, find another little Hofru, and despite the fact that the first one was, dueled by Selkirk, Big KK has the other one in hand for the Bonded ability as well.
Okay, so that Banart Student just killed a little Hofru, so it's at least Patience 6 at this point. Might even be more, I think. And the second Centurion Enchantress comes down with that 4 Vitality because of the Bonded, and now the 2 Strength Centurion Enchantress is looking like a really good practice makes perfect target, because it's damaged. You're only removing 2 power from your board. If you get it back, it'll have Bonded again, or maybe you get the second Alumni in your deck with that practice makes perfect. A lot of good options for Kams.
Oh, definitely. Everything looking great here. Kams is being able to just survive the onslaught here. A round in which Big KK had so many big pieces. You had the Coral into the Burna with the Fukusha. All of the Thinnables are there. And suddenly, even with the Mushy Truffle and the Doomvedra in hand, it's not looking good. You're going to have to find an option for that Quen to pick up the Junod and actually get value. I'm wondering if this is what BKK is thinking about. Is this the option that you want to make here? Or are you going to continue to try to push the tempo here with these Bear Witchers to maybe try to bring something down to get more value out of that Junod? Do you drop the Bear Witcher onto the Shawnee perhaps and try to make way? Yep, there it goes. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. But the rain does help out here. But still, it's, again, Daylight buck short, as that Shawnee is going to boost back up.
Yeah, with the Vitality from the Enchantress, she is going to heal back up to White Strength. Junod won't be able to kill her. There's the Amphibious Assault, gets the second Alumni, and yep, Shawnee right back up. And the Heat Wave was expended on the Immortals, which is really interesting. Like, Immortals is a big threat, like I said. If you don't answer it, the combo, the 2-card combo of Immortals and Damned Sorceress represents 4 points a turn, maybe even more, just like blocking the rain with the shield. But with the Heat Wave having to be spent on the Immortals, now it gives Kams the option of really boosting his Shawnee high, maybe even greeting his Gerhard for extra points, because that hard removal is just out of the picture.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if it was just a matter of, like, it seems like there were so many other plays that could have been made there. Like, what was the fear of that particular unit existing? Maybe that the Heat Wave could have been held onto, but this also dates back to the first turn where Big KK dropped the Morkvarg to answer the Letitia with the boost earlier on. These are cards that could have helped out in this case, but still, Big KK is kind of, he's got options. There are certainly some, some more things that could be done here to keep him in the hunt. He is leading, but we know how these mage decks work. We know that a lot of that power is going to come late game.
Oh my god. With the Alumni getting sniped earlier by Coral, he has his revenge as Shawnee fully cools down and brings the Alumni back from the graveyard and kills the Coral with it. And the PMP does find that Centurion Enchantress again. I think it was the last. There were no other bronze mages in the deck for Cam, so it was guaranteed, I think, to get this Enchained Enchantress, and now Selkirk's out of damaged range, and there's just a measly 2-point Angolim for Big Cuckoo's Junon.
Yeah, just think about it this way. The importance of what that Enchantress has done, it's not just the value of the body plus the boost, it's the fact that it rescued the Selkirk out of range of the Junon. So the implications of that particular card have been massive in terms of protecting units. And now the rain is falling, but it's not falling on those units to get them into the red. You still have the Angulem doing its best and saying, come on, Junon, I think I'm all that you're gonna get here, bucko, but it's just not working out, it seems.
Yeah, Cam's taking a second practice makes perfect. Replays that alumni, and for the damage, and kills the little Hofru again. Just never letting the bonded get on the board to stick for the second one.
Yeah, smart move there. It's definitely a decent move here. Kam's last card is fairly, less than poetic here. It's just a little bit of it's a five cost to, or a 5 strength throwaway. But the lead that he's cultivated here has been massive. But that's basically all she wrote. All the fireworks are kind of are locked up here.
Yeah, it looks like a big lead, but I think Big Cuckoo is maybe within striking distance here. He's got Quen into Junon, which is not too shabby of a play, and he's got the Mushy Truffle on the board and a Dwim Viendra to reuse that Mushy Truffle order. So we'll see. I think it's kind of close. I haven't fully done the math, but Dwim Viendra going to come down here. Maybe Big Cuckoo is thinking, maybe I can just snipe that fan art student and get an extra point on my Junon. 17...
Yeah, that was basically the play there. You just want to maybe roll the dice one more time to get that, squeak out that one extra point.
Is that going to make the difference?
Well, here
it's a 9 Junon plus a 6 on the Mushroom Truffle. It's 1 point. Another 1 point game, this time going in the favor of Cams. These are the closest games I've ever seen at the start of a Gwent Masters tournament, Flake. Oh my god, these players are really squeezing out every point.
Every little, little tiny point possible. Again, coming down to the fact that the Enchantress, there's so much, these types of games, especially this particular match, had so many little, pieces of RNG that came back and forth when it came down to it that really dictated how this matchup ended. And it comes down to the fact that those Reckless Flurry charges did not behave the way that Cams would have wanted, I don't think. I think that, that Big KK would have wanted. They didn't necessarily work the way that they should have to really, just kind of calm down those patience values, and maybe a little quick from the hip heat wave that could have been held on to, perhaps. And maybe it was a little bit too much trigger happiness with that one. Ultimately, my friend, it's 2 1-point games that really came down to the end of it here, and boy, oh boy, we are in for one hell of a match. It has basically become a best of 3 now, and both alumni decks are out of the picture, so it's gonna get nasty, baby. Ooh,
both
boy.
alumni decks have won, both Nilfgaard decks have been banned, and those 2 factions are probably widely considered the 2 strongest factions right now. So we're starting to look at 3rd and 4th decks. Skellige, Scoia'tael, Monsters. We're going to see what these players can do with something that's not necessarily the cream of the crop.
Yeah, not necessarily the cream of the crop, but the cream of the crop. I said it. I did it. I promise. But definitely nasty in their own rights. As the Keltulis list is unique. It's a high skill cap type list, and the addition of Witch's Sabbath that we mentioned allows you to really pressure 2 rounds if necessary. But it's also...
Blake, yeah. We're going to get to see Keltulis in action. I'm giddy. I thought this deck might have been banned because it was the only deck of Big Cuckoos that didn't have an artifact for Kamza's triple Angolim, but it's gone through, and we're going to get to, hopefully, fingers crossed, get to see it in play. Next game is going to be game number 3. Big Cuckoo's going to be on blue coin, which is typically what Kelly wants to have because it has the additional mulligans to find its win conditions, to find its Siri Dash and Defender and Keltulis, maybe even the Huarhua. And then for Cam's red coin, maybe Reckless Flurry. Or, I mean, Precision Strike or Reckless Flurry,
Precision
both
Strike.
of them
Yeah,
are
I
good
mean,
red coin decks.
you can't go wrong with either, especially if you're playing from a reactive perspective against that. And I feel like if you're anticipating Keltulis, you're probably coming in with Precision Strike, maybe because you do have the 2 making a bombs to move Keltulis off of a row, perhaps. Not to mention you have the Madoc that can eat a lot of the Keltulis damage and destruction if necessary. It's kind of like when, having a Flying Redanian constantly pop out to just absorb Keltulis' wrath. In this case, it is going to be monsters on Big KK's side, so we're going to see that Keltulis list, but we're also going to see Precision Strike trying to pump the brakes on this plan. Big KK, like you said, on blue is going to have 3 mulligans, and opting in this case with the stratagem being tactical advantage, just to sort of put something a little bit high up there at 5-point boost. No Veil, because it seems like there's just not a lot of locking going on, especially when your thought process is to ban Nilfgaard. You can go ahead and get that extra point of reach, not have to worry necessarily about things like poison or locks. So no need for Veil, so no Crystal Skull. It's going to be the stratagem tactical advantage, a 5-point boost to protect your units. And looking at the menu right now that Big KK's hanging on to, I see Beast, I see Siri, there's a Witch's Apprentice in there, as well as a whole slew of spells to keep your stuff healthy.
Yeah, and he's got the Keltulis and he's got the Oniromancy, which means he can either pull Defender with that Oniromancy, right? So that's basically the combo, the Wombo combo that you love or hate to see. Defender into Siri Dash. Does Kamz have what it takes to answer that?
Well, look at the hand that Kamz is holding on to right now. A lot of stuff that's going to punish those go tall strategies. Things like Red Haze. If you want to pair up a Keltulis next to, a Beast or a Siri or something, you're gonna get hurt. And that's something you don't want to see. Kamz getting a free, getting kind of hosed there. That's not nice.
It's not really, because that Madoc would have came out anyways, right, on the first bomb. So it's basically the Huarahua just didn't really do anything for Kamz, I think.
No, excuse me. Wow. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. It's probably the best thing you want to see for if you're Kamz. This also gives a little bit of information to Kuku Rosina, thinking, all right, a lot of the big stuff's in the hand, and hey,
Simless. Yeah, Simless is in the hand for sure. What else? Force Protector. Those are the 2 that he gets information on, right?
That's correct. And the Squirrel's going to come through and get rid of that Oniromancy that was popped off on right away. So that Squirrel could have been very valuable, because that Squirrel could have potentially gone through and taken out the Keltulis, taken out the Defender out of there. But the Oniromancy is the more important piece right now, because that's the card that really fixes a lot of the win condition draws that you mentioned. Getting rid of a surefire, skeleton key of a card is crucial.
Oh, look at that. There was an Ongulum in Kamz's deck, by the way. So that is 10 provisions as well. So that's kind of funny that the Huarahua might have pulled the Ongulum out, which is a brick in this matchup. So take it as how you will, if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But that Ongulum is still there. And Kamz might eventually have to play it, which would be terrible.
So what is the strategy here for Kamz to deal with that Siri Dash? Because there's no clean-cut way to do it just yet. You don't have a lined-up Red Haze.
I see something. You could double leader the Unicorn in the center, Red Haze for 7, and then use the last leader charge for 1 plus the 2 damage on the Broccolon Sentinel, which also gets the death blow. And this is exactly what we're seeing. Big play by Kamz here, finding the line to clean up the Siri Dash, which is going to be huge, because if the Siri Dash gets through, then Big Kuku Rosina has effectively switched the coin flip and is now playing from red coin, and potentially has with Keltulis a possibility of winning on even. And now that possibility is gone, even though the leader charges are used up. Kamz kind of has a lot of bricks in his deck, so he likes to thin anyways here. And now he has the option of maybe winning on even.
Yeah, that Precision Strike list, a lot of people think that you want to be holding on to the leader for round 3. But the more and more I play with this list, the more and more I get it on red coin, the more I feel like I want to be using that leader charge in round 1 to secure a round 1 victory and thin out the garbage. I think that that's a more important strategy, especially when you have late game bombs that you can drop, like Forest Protector and Gourd, let's say, and you can go with a round 2 bleed with the Sunset Wanderer as a major, pressure point if you win on even in round 1. So I like that play. I don't think it's necessarily detrimental. I think Kamza is okay giving up the leader ability to thin out the garbage and really put the pressure here on Big KK. The problem is that Kamza is kind of running out of like the those big threats, those big removal pieces that could have been exceptionally helpful here to get him ahead.
Yeah, so no access to Heat Wave right now, but does have the double Making a Bomb for movement for something like Keltullus. So I think Kamza will probably be okay in this round because he has the answer to Keltullus. If not, I think I would have been a little bit more worried for him. But Big Cuckoo now has to decide, only down 2 points, but he is currently looking at potentially losing on even. Does he commit something like Keltullus?
Keltullus wouldn't be bad because you have so much latitude to drop other things if necessary. But Keltullus just gets answered by a Making the Bomb, right? You're not terribly afraid of it in any way, shape, or form. And it makes sense almost to drop it into the Making a Bomb, fire off your Madoc, and then you're seeing Cuckoo have trouble maintaining Sabbath for that Witch's Apprentice as an additional engine, and everything else that he has. I mean, that Spores is pretty garbo against Cams in this case. You want to keep that Spores for the Gourd or the Sunset Wanderers, so that's not really going to have any implications in this particular round, depending on where it goes. But we're going to go ahead and commit the Keltullus here. You're going to see Keltullus do Keltuli things, but is this the situation where Cams perhaps just buys into it, or do you just walk away from this round?
I think you're probably Making a Bomb this to try to win the round. I don't dislike Big Cuckoo's play. I think it's fine. Even though Making a Bomb is very likely in this situation and it's going to get answered, you do have a Witch's Sabbath, which resurrects 3 monster units from your graveyard. So you do want to play that 3rd monster unit, and you don't want to play that Witch's Apprentice without the Sabbath in the situation just to have it answered by a Dimeridium Bomb, for example. So your really only other choice to play that 3rd monster unit is Keltullus here. So I think it's fine just to see even if there is a Making a Bomb, you're forcing that answer now so that they don't have the answer for later.
Cam's, it might just be thinking here that it might be in his best interest to maybe just hold on to the Sunset Wanderer for round 2. Big KK could have just insta-snapped the Spores for value, but again, that's also a valuable card for later on. Who knows here, as really there's several answers for that Gourd. There's the Spores as well as the Heat Wave. So Gourd and Sunset Wanderers, 2 of these super tall boosted units, are going to have answers in the book, as Big KK now is ahead, just opting, just to think about it. Might as well take the time as it's given to you, catch your breath, go into round 2 here. This is a very, very tight series. It's 1-1, and each match has been won by a single point, which has really, really put the drama on high alert here for the game. But Big Cuckoo Rosina's draws do not look too fantastic. That Nithral looks good, Shinmiri, but we saw in round 1 that the Squirrel just nibbled away. Benny the Squirrel went through, ate the Ownermancy, and now Big Cuckoo is not finding Witch's Sabbath, not finding a whole bunch of
Caldwell. Caldwell is the card that you really want for this round to give to your opponent, right? So you can get back with Witch's Sabbath in round 3. But the Xavier Lemons isn't bad. You can play Xavier Lemons and banish the Madoc, which will, reduce a lot of value in terms of all of Kamza's bombs. Just basically takes 3 points away from each bomb that he's going to play.
Yeah, I feel like if you do not have much going on for you here, this might be a situation where you just start buying cards out of your opponent's hand. Again, your hand is all bronze. You're thinking, well, how can I possibly compete in this? Well, your objective right now is to trade bronzes, trade up on your cards. That Dimeridium Bomb might be a mushy truffle out of their hand. That that Swallow Potion might be a Heat Wave, and you're getting closer and closer to the point where that Sunset Wanderer can come out, and you could still be you're basically buying bigger cards out of your opponent's hand to do the right thing. So there's Xavier. Xavier's probably gonna. Yeah, I don't think you're done here for Big KK. I think you're continuing to go. You want to play until that Sunset Wanderer comes out. That's one more card that you do not have to worry about when it matters.
Yes, but also, if you keep playing here, you're losing your card, right? Which means you're losing your last say, and Big KK really wants to save that Spores with last say to answer a Gourd. So I can see it either way here, and especially like now when we see both players' hands, if Big KK had kept bleeding, he would have gotten like maybe another bomb out of him, like the Truffle as carryover anyways. So yes, you get a Sunset Wanderer out of it, but you lose the ability to Spores the Gourd or Heatwave the Gourd and Spores the Sunset. The Sunset isn't that big of a deal because yeah, you have double Tall Punish. So maybe KK ends up liking this long round, and Kelly traditionally a pretty good long round deck with all the engines. So we'll see what he can do here.
Now he did find that Witch's Sabbath, a clutch card that you need to have here to make this even within the realm of reach for Big KK, because in this round, if all you're playing with is Nithral and a Witch's Apprentice and a whole bunch of spells, you will be in trouble. You need some actual meat on the table to make things work. Big KK taking one more wheel, and that's a nice card to have there. It's a 5-point boost. No locks to necessarily worry about, but we're just going to toss out the Angulem saying, all right, we'll get this out here. But what was fascinating is that I believe Kamza opted to not mulligan the Angulem as the last mulligan. He threw another card out.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to brick the Simless. He needs to keep both Bountiful Harvests in his deck because he hasn't thinned with Simless yet. So he's just playing it safe here. And if he drew a Bountiful Harvest, that's like drawing a 0. So keeping the 3 is better than, I guess, a really high chance of drawing a 0.
All right, so you're going to have to make room for that. You're going to have to make room for that. Sorry. You got to get that defender out of the way to get access to Kelly. Moondust is one way to do it. Again, not many points to be had with that play, as basically the 4 points of damage were absorbed by the armor, but now you got full access to that Keltulis, and that Keltulis can be dealt with in a myriad of ways. I don't think that you Heatwave it. I think you just toss it to the back and let the Heatwave find a bigger, taller target.
Yeah, exactly. We as spectators can see both players' hands, and we can match up, answers to threats very easily. The players are also trying to do this, but without the full knowledge of what's in their hand right now. But this is open deck list, so you can kind of assign that as a player as well. I think the two making a bombs, one of them is going to go on Keltulis, and one of them is going to go on Nithral. Both of them melee row locked. So just cheap answers to these, but what Big Cuckoo can do, he could do something like leader charge both of those units to make to have the making bombs. If there was a unit in the back row, for example, then the making bombs would try to do bleed, and it wouldn't be able to apply that to a veiled unit. Maybe something he does with the Nithral, I think.
Yeah, with the Nithral, he is going to go ahead and drop Veil in, and like you said, when there's an occupied row.
Oh,
well,
that's
there
what we're talking about. The Bountiful Harvest representing a 0-point card for Kamza as he draws it. Maybe even worse than 0, because when you Simless 2 Bountiful Harvest, you can get like 2 sorceresses and have 2 threats in one turn. Now he has to play those Bountiful Harvests separately, and then Big Cuckoo answers 1, and then Kamza plays the second Bountiful Harvest into another threat, and Big Cuckoo answers the second one.
Yeah, Big Kamza in that case, by tossing the Bountiful Harvest earlier, keeping the dead Angulem to preserve the Simless play, thinking it might have been a pretty significant play, but ultimately gets bitten by the Sunset Wanderers, who just brings that card right back to haunt you. And there's that play you're talking about again. The Veil is not going to allow that bleeding to get through, but we do finally have the Sabbath on the front row, so that's another 2-point engine that's going to be ticking. So all of these engine pieces, there's the Beast, there's the Witch's Apprentice. The Nithral has been nullified. That has been moved to the back. So even though no damage was done on that bomb, bomb basically is representing potentially, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 points that of damage that Nithral can no longer do. So a very significant move there, even without the damage.
Yeah. Big Cuckoo getting 4 points a turn now, as long as the Beast is not the tallest unit on the board. Still a Heat Wave in Kamza's hand, so Big Cuckoo does need to be careful about boosting anything too tall. Nice little combo by Kams here, though. The Bountiful Harvest into the Whisperer and then clicking the Truffle right away gives you the 6-point Whisperer. But that gets answered immediately by that Hideous Feast.
Well, the Hideous Feast is just a perfect answer to it. Again, it's much like those 3 damage, like Dip in the Pontar or Waylay or something along those lines. 3 points of damage with an upside is always great to see, as it just takes out those Whisperers, which can just continuously just populate that board. And against a Keltulis, even though Keltulis is offline, that card could have been a major threat if left unchecked, as it basically just continues to give more fodder for Keltulis to eat. But Keltulis in the back row is merely a spectator now, just basically just watching the damage, with Nithrall saying, imagine if we were front row center here, imagine the impact we could have. But that ain't the case, as Double making a bomb has really just, you know, shredded Big Cuckoo Rosina's deck to pieces here, as those 2 major threats are now just passengers in this match.
You know what would be funny? Just seeing that Epidemic in Kamza's deck as an option from Simless. If this had been like Witch Apprentice pre-nerf, it would have been 4 provisions and killable by Epidemic. But now, you can't kill it with Epidemic. Kams has to settle for the Bountiful Harvest, which isn't too bad at 9 points here. But that Gourd is probably going to get reset eventually. And Big Cuckoo is looking pretty good here with that 17-point lead, even card advantage, 2 engines ticking, and the leader charge to boot.
Yeah, lots going on here, and even with that massive Gourd and the Heat Wave, there's a big deficit, but Kamza is going to be able to shave away 20 points. That's massive. And then follow that up with a Gourd, but the Gourd is going to get answered here, so it's basically, you know, what you see is what you get in terms of the point totals here. The Witch's Apprentice continuing to grow. There's still a couple points of leader ability left. Gourd, as big, bad, and nasty as it may be, isn't gonna be enough. It gets heat waved into the Nether Realm. Kams is not gonna have enough. Big KK goes up 2-1 here in the quarterfinals of GWENT Masters. That one wasn't quite the razor-thin margin of the first 2 games. But, again, masterfully played by both players, and you know, sometimes those big threats are just too much to handle, despite the fact that you nullified Keltulis, despite the fact that Nithril was a non-factor. That pass to preserve Last Say was clutch for Big KK.
Yeah, and the long round, like I said, normally favorable for Keltulis, just with all those engines. Even if you can't answer like just 1 or 2 of them, you're talking about 2 to 4 points a turn every turn. While Precision Strike has no engines, is playing like 4-point bombs or 0-point bombs or 0-point Bountiful Harvest, 3-point Ongolums. It can't quite match up here with those sort of draws. So Big Cuckoo now on match point. He's gotten a win with the Northern Realms. He's gotten a win with Monsters. Those are probably the 2 hardest decks for him to find wins with against Kamza's targeting lineup. So just needs to find a win with that Control, Flurry, Skellige now for Big Cuckoo to move on to the semifinals. Kams still needs to get a win with Precision Strike and Flurry.
Yeah, you got to think about it in this regard here. If that round 3 mulligan, if that Ongulum wasn't in there and that Simlas could have represented 2 Bountiful Harvests, again representing 2 threats, those threats could have been 2 Sorceresses or something that really snowballs the effect of what that list looks like. I don't want to say that Big KK dodged a bullet, and by no means is that the case, but it could have been a lot closer than it was if things fall the way that Scoia'tael wants them to fall with that Simlas play and such. Kams now with such a fascinating strategy and targeting mages in this tournament has come up empty multiple times here in terms of things like Ongulum whiffing. We've seen this, you know, in the history books of Gwent. The Ongulum Gambit has not necessarily always been fruitful, and we saw it be very important in certain matches that Kams has played. The Ongulum for, you know, what was it? It was the Mushy Trouble.
Wizards?
Chapter of Wizards managed to find, but in that case, it was just dead weight.
Yeah. This series has been great, very, very unique. we haven't seen any of these Cam's deck lists in the ladder or anything like that. I'm sure people will be trying it out after today, but we still got the end of this series to go. I think with Northern Realms through and Kelly through, Cam's is going to have a pretty uphill battle all of a sudden. Just that 1 point in game number 1 could have been the difference for this series.
Oh, very, very, razor thin margins. It doesn't get closer than that. Again, there's still games to be played here. Big Cuckoo can wrap this one up. He does have the Skellige list that's left to really go ahead and be clutch with. And I mean, frankly, Skellige is a strong faction to play. And with the Reckless Flurry list of Fuchsia, there's so many big cards. Maybe some more Skellige cards coming around the corner that you might see. There's a little hint for you. But nonetheless, friends, I'm telling you, it doesn't get better than this. Welcome again to GWENT Masters, the finale of Season 3. I'm Flake, this is Shidmiri. The players are just taking a quick break. They're just catching their breath. There's so much on the line, but I think we're ready to go here. Shidmiri, as Kamza is going to be on Skellige. Blue and Big KK, again, last bastion of hope here to get through the semifinals. Also on Skellige, Reckless Flurry on red.
Yeah, and Kamza has some interesting text in his Flurry list. We see the Hammond there for movement. This was against mages and maybe Kelly. But movement not really going to do too much in the Skellige mirror. He's also got Angolim, which again is a 50-50 between Megascope and Truffle. And he's got cards like Herald Houndsnout. Herald Houndsnout is actually very good against Flurry Mirror because of the skulls giving you a very high chance of Flurry hitting those skulls and then getting the Death Wish.
Yeah, it's basically a little Uno reverse, right? When it comes down to it, it's just the laying out a minefield for this Skellige list to navigate when it comes down to Reckless Flurry pings, rain, that may be problematic, a nice mirror tech if necessary. I think what it's going to come down to for both these players is basically which player can preserve some of those bigger threats, which player can utilize the Coral with all the supplemental support cards for it, like Burn a Brand and all the other draw and discard type options here. So both players have to be wary of what the other player is bringing to the party, but it feels like if one of these players can get a card like Fuchsia out, can get the Coral combo out in a non-significant round off a bleed, that may be a big part of it. Not to mention Kam's with the Morkvarg in hand, both players having the Morkvarg. So the answers to the Sunset Wanderers are there. You know, both players have the major threat and the perfect answer to each of these situations.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got Kam's on blue coin, Big Cuckoo on red. So Kam's a little bit more vulnerable here on blue coin. If Big Cuckoo wants to put on the pressure, he can. But both players, I would say Kam's maybe has the better round one hand because he has that Coral with a discard target. He's got the stratagem as well as for a chance to find another one. Big Cuckoo has Coral, but nothing good to discard. I guess there's the Stunning Blow. But with this Peller play, kind of telegraphs that Big Cuckoo is just willing to give up round one, not going to put on the pressure, and just playing to the left of that Sunset Wanderer to try to get that Sunset Wanderer to come out later. You know, in round one, when both players are playing Sunset Wanderers in round one, you really want to play as much as to the left of Sunset as you possibly can, because by playing to the left of it, it's not even about getting more boost on the Sunset Wanderer, because that's just going to get reset by Morkvarg eventually. It's about holding it in your hand for longer. If you can force your opponent, Sunset, to come out earlier in this round, you can take a well-timed pass so that they waste their Wanderer in round one rather than be able to carry it over where you have to trade a Morkvarg.
Yeah, both players know that the answer is there for that card. But again, the longer that you can preserve it, the more the more awkward it is for your opponent to hang on to cards that they may not want to hang on to. Nobody wants to give up their Morkvarg, when the Sunset Wanderer is still in their opponent's hand. Both players are incredibly happy to see Morkvarg in their hand, to have that perfect answer to that sort of scaling threat. But the pass here from Kamz up 8 points. Big KK is going to have to find a way to just get to that point.
This is actually really awkward for Big KK.
It's definitely not easy, because you don't want to give up a Coral. You don't want to give up your Morkvarg, but apparently Coral's the way to go. That's probably the best way to do it here, as it was, like you said, it was just not clean cut at all. It's going to have to be a Coral. Yeah.
Nothing great to discard here. Like, yeah, maybe Bear Witcher, maybe Trial of the Grasses, but then he's going to have to use a leader charge as well to make up the difference, because Coral's only 8 and he needed 9.
Yeah, and a leader charge as well. Great pass.
Or
it's or not, I guess.
Or just use a trial here. Like, yeah, this is a really interesting pass by Kamz, because, as I said, Big Cuckoo was kind of telegraphing that he was going to give up the round by playing that Peller as his opening play. And Kamz is like, nope, I'm blue coin. I'm going to get the opportunity to actually pass before you. So yeah, show me what you got. Like, maybe your hand is too good and you have to start playing good stuff. Like, this is exactly what's happening here. Big Cuckoo getting put in a really awkward position. Gonna play the Dwim. Dwim is worth 10 points. It's a really good card.
It is a good card, but I think what you're looking at here is that you might want to hold on to the Trial of the Grasses to kill the Coral that Kamz is hanging on to. It might be an option. Like, don't get me wrong. Dwimvedra, great card. It's going to be worth 10 points to you to reset the Mushy Truffle. But if you're killing the Coral is worth 6 plus the 2 points of damage off her own order, plus the potential Burnabrand is another 4. So you're saying that this Trial of the Grasses has potential to be worth 12 points. Not to mention it's already 10 on my Geralt Quen, right? So it's there to be had. I get it. The problem for Big KK is that there wasn't garbage to throw out there, and that Trial of the Grasses didn't have a clean target because you couldn't boost any of your own units and you couldn't kill that bear. So there wasn't much to do.
Yeah, exactly. And now Big KK is at 8 cards. He has 1 card to play for quote unquote free before he starts going under the hand size limit of 10 in round 3. So he could play something like Mushy Truffle for carryover.
Truffle's fine because I don't think that the Hafru's great. It's 6 points, but it's not going to make or break necessarily.
It's potentially 8 points. And also, like, if you play Truffle now, Kamz might already have the Heat Wave, and then he's going to get to use Heat Wave for a carryover. Oh, and Kamz does find the 50-50. A little bit of a head shake. Big Cuckoo a little bit salty to see that 50-50. And that is a lot. That's extra carryover for Kamz, which is great for him. And now there is no chance for Big Cuckoo to respond to that because he's already passed. So Kamz with probably the better card quality and also the extra carryover.
I've always said it, Shinmiri, if ever I had a superpower, my superpower would be to always win 50-50s. Not 1 in 3s, not 1 in 4s. Whenever there was a coin flip, a true 50-50, I always had the most favorable outcome. That would be my superpower. Screw flight and invisibility. 50-50s is the subtle power that I promise you, the more you think about, will just leapfrog you into a legendary status.
Kamz, Kamz must have shared that opinion of yours because he's winning these 50-50s like nobody. But he's also kept this epidemic, which is interesting. It's the answer to Little Hofru.
Yeah, that's a great answer to Little Hofru if necessary. Hanging on to the fact that Kamz, like you said, you're talking about card quality and tech choices because oftentimes it looks like a mirror, but really it isn't because Kamz is playing with Harold Houndsnout, and he's playing with a few different changes here that can make it really difficult for Kukuruzina to just have a clear-cut, waltz into the semifinals. Kamz here with the Harold Houndsnout, with the Angoulême, finding the resilient location, Mushy Truffle. These are big pieces, and the Harold Houndsnout laying down the minefield of those skulls makes for the leader charges to be really gross.
Yeah, indeed, and this is why Big Cuckoo is just going to take the leader charges when he has the chance, knowing that the Houndout is probably coming very quickly. So, great way to use the leader charges, kill a Little Hofru, and prevent potentially a Bonded from that second Mushy Truffle. Cam's not happy to see this Peller top deck. Pretty useless card in this matchup, so not great to see that. But like his other techs are not that bad. Houndstone is actually good in the matchup. Hammond has some pirate synergy. Both forms of Morkvarg are pirates. So he could potentially get 4 bleed from this Hammond, end up playing it for 11 points. That is a possibility. But Kamza is in a position right now, he's not very happy because he has 2 cards to discard, but only 1 target to discard them with. Or one card to discard them with, which is a Coral. He needs the Coral to find either a Scald or the Birna Brand here.
All right, here goes. The minefield has been laid down, friends. So this makes for those last that last leader charge from Big KK be a little less of a sure thing. It might be negative value. It might come back to haunt you. But like you said, Cam's picked up potentially the most useless card that he could have right there. And now he's really banking on the Coral to maybe bail him out here. He's going to Coral and toss out the Morkvarg or toss out the Skirmisher if necessary and hope that the card that comes back in return is going to help him out here. But Big KK still hanging on to that big Sunset Wanderer is going to come through, drop down 13 points of pure boosted goodness, which is going to get immediately just deleted in a ratatatata style that Morkvarg we saw a turn earlier. So now the decision is made. Fuchsia, great card to come through with. Again, it's going to go down onto the front row. Fearless. Look at that. I'm just going to take out these skulls with the rain. That is a fascinating, again, negative value on that rain.
Yeah, negative value on the rain, but like Cuckoo's maybe thinking, I still have a leader charge left. These probably are going to end up getting hit anyways, or at least some of them. So he doesn't have great other options there, so he wants to get that Coral down as a value play before the Birna Brand so that the Coral can get more damage. And yeah, he doesn't really want to play any of those other cards right now, so I think that's kind of the issue here. Both Skellige decks are very reactive with very limited proactive plays, so you're going to get to the point where players are going to have to play cards that they don't really want to play in situations that they normally don't want to play them in. Big Cuckoo also had to discard a Bear Witcher in round 1, which means there's only 1 Bear Witcher left in the deck. We might see a situation where the Birna Brand bricks the Quen again, or at least makes it a lot worse. I think there's still a Junod in there for Big Cuckoo as well.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game to play here, given the fact that Birna Brand can, maybe make some of those cards worse. But he's going to take the risk here, drawing into
there's 1 Witcher.
Junod.
Okay. Just 1 Witcher so far, but the Sunset Wanderer is still drawing another card, so 1 chance left.
Look at what's happened here. Look how much extra range that Sunset Wanderer has had over that of Kam's. Now, obviously, the Morkvarg is going to make short work of that. But look at Kam's. Kam's found some more trash, unfortunately. The cards that he's picking up here are not helping him at all. He is just kind of cursing the stars here. Unfortunately, he's just kind of wondering where all that luck went. Well, my friend, it went to those Angolems, it seems. As the cards you're drawing off the top here, you're peeling them right off the top of your deck, and they are pure, hot, organic, free-range garbage.
Yeah, the Red Haze, though, will maybe be able to kill something like a Coral, but Kam's is, he did find that Angolem 50-50 left, but like you said, the superpower doesn't control outcomes that are not purely 50-50, so not able to find like a Fuchsia or a Heatwave or a Birna or a Scal even.
And this might cost him the entire tournament here, as he does have to take his time to figure out how he wants to go through with it. Big Cuckoo Rosina is well in the driver's seat, and he's going to start with a leader charge that does find the Coral. Is it Junod time? It's Junod time, and we're going to kill the Coral. And Cam's just playing with, it seems like he's playing with half a deck almost. He's got to put the Morkvarg down the old-fashioned way, and he's just kind of face-palming it, saying, "Dear God, I can't believe that this is happening to me."
Big Cuckoo's reaction to that was like eyes widening, like, is this really happening? Kind of glancing around.
Wait till you see his reaction when Pellar is the next play, and then Red Haze is the one right after that. Or those are the 2 next cards that come through. Big KK's gonna be like, no, that's a tough one. Ooh, that's a tough one.
Big KK, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He discards the Quen, yeah.
You gotta get rid of the Quen. That was just bad news bears all the way around. And there's the Pellar. Look at the KK eyebrows raised, saying, ooh, this feels real nice.
27-point lead for Big Cuckoo Rosina. With the extra card, with the Sunset Wanderer still to come.
And think about it this way. I mean, even if you had the Bloodthirst for the Gutting Slash, but the Gutting Slash would have killed the Morkvarg, and the Morkvarg would have just come right back.
Yeah, that's true. And look at that extra bleed. Extra bleed on the Hammond. Doesn't get quite the 4 bleed, because there's not enough time to play Morkvarg Heart of Terror. And then Hammond afterwards. But the lead is now 50 points, Blake.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to bite real deep into it. Keep in mind, Cam still has 3 leader charges left. That red haze is looking ugly, though. But you do have double Mushy Truffle. It seemed like everything was going Cam's way. Finding the Mushy Truffle in round 2, some carryover value, but the cards were just not behaving. All of those big boy cards that Cam's was looking for were all wearing lead shoes, friends, at the bottom of the deck. They didn't want to bubble up to the top. Big KK, look at him. He's just waiting. He's got a massive lead here. He's just waiting in the wings. He's going to boost up, get that Bear Witcher up to a safe play, and here comes the rest of it. Double Mushy Truffle in 3 leader charges is not enough, as Big KK is going to go to the semi-finals of GWENT Masters with a card left in his pocket. Doesn't matter. Big KK wins the first quarterfinal match of GWENT Masters Season 3.
Yes, and Big KK survives the hard target lineup, maybe just by the skin of his teeth. You know, these last couple of games haven't been that close, but it all came down to that Northern Realms matchup. Him being able to get that win by 1 point in game number 1 might have been what sealed the series for him.
Well, when, Cams came into this matchup targeting Alumni. The first matchup, Alumni. The first loss was to Alumni, and there goes the whole song and dance that he tried to bring to the party. Unfortunately for Cams, it was just tough. That third game felt so painful, where every card that you're peeling off the top were so painful to watch. They were not helpful at all. Pellar, Red Haze, these are targeting cards that did not get the job done. Again, the tech choices that were made, cards like Harold Houndsnout is an awesome card to throw into there in that mirror matchup. Unfortunately, when everything else is not working your way, there's not much you can do. You just got to sit back and just take it on the chin and say maybe next time.
Yeah, he went for a strategy. It almost paid off, I think. Like, it's a big question of what if, because it looks like on paper it looks like a 3-1. It looks like, you know, the other matchups weren't great for Cams, but it's a big what if. If he had found that win in the first game, who knows? Maybe he could have shut Northern Realms out. But
yeah, it was possible.
This is the risk you take. This is the risk you take with targeting lineups. If, you know, if by some unlucky draw your opponent's able to squeeze a win with that targeted deck, you're probably looking at unfavorable matchups elsewhere, because your deck is so geared and so teched for that one matchup, it's going to suffer elsewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely going to suffer. Again, I would love to hear over the history of you know, these major Gwent tournaments, what is more successful, targeting strategies or just going with the best decks. Nonetheless, we do have Pavel Berja, who's standing by with our first winner of the quarterfinals of Season 3 Gwent Masters. That is Big Cuckoo Rosina.
Hello there. We have the first winner. How are you doing? We also have Hester standing by, so he'll be translating. How are you doing? I think that was quite smooth for you.
Скажи нам немножко, как себя чувствуешь? Ну, это довольно прошло хорошо и легко, кажется.
Я очень сильно нервничал перед матчем первым. Ну, потому что знал, что Скитель это мой главный шанс вывести Север из игры. Соответственно, если это я сделаю, то я, скорее всего, выиграю всю серию. Ну, так получилось. Так что я очень доволен собой. Но еще хотел бы сказать, что мне очень жалко Камса. Это просто какое-то катастрофическое невезение в некоторых играх было. Надеюсь, он не будет... он будет расстраиваться, но я извиняюсь перед ним, так сказать, за то, что нахайролил.
Well, I was getting actually pretty nervous before the first match because I knew that this is going to be the crucial one. If I get through, then I'm going to make it. And I'm happy that it worked out. I'm satisfied with my performance, but I wanted to say just sorry, and I feel sorry for Kamza because he's got really unlucky in some of the draws, in some of the matches. So I hope he's all right.
Really like to see that. A lot of good friendship and fair play. I wanted to ask you two things. You moved places. Do you now have like a pro streaming setup, as I can see properly?
Скажи нам немножко о своем сетапе, потому что видим, что, наверное, собираешься стримить. А какие планы по поводу этого?
Дело в том, что это не мой сетап, а это вообще компьютер моей девушки. У нее просто лучше микрофон и есть второй монитор, поэтому я здесь играю, а не на привычном месте.
Well, this is not exactly mine setup. This is my girlfriend's setup because,
nice.
Yeah, she's got a better mic and better monitor. So that's why I'm sitting here and playing with this setup right now.
Awesome stuff. Say hi to her from us. And last question, did you bring the dog with you or not, or he or she stayed home?
Could you come again? Bujo, we didn't hear you that well.
Last question was, what happened to the dog? Is the dog with you or is the dog at home?
Скажи нам, что случилось с собакой? Где она?
С ней все прекрасно, только она в другом городе. С родителем живет сейчас, а я переехал в другой город.
It's all right. It's just living in another city with my parents.
Okay.
And I moved, so that's the reason she's not here.
Nice, cool stuff. All the best to you. Congratulations once again, and we will see you tomorrow in the semis.
Поздравляем еще раз. Увидимся завтра в полуфинале.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
All right, and before we go, we of course have a leak because there's a lot of leaks today. So yeah, let's go for it. You might recognize this guy, especially the art. He's a human warrior. He's a king. King Bran, veteran. Deploy, boost self by 0, increase the value by 1 whenever excess damage is dealt to enemy units. At the start of the game, trigger the veteran ability of your units. Art by Marek Made. Yeah, really cool stuff. All right, enough from me. Back to the analysts.
Hey, Specimen! Great to have you here on the analyst desk. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What do we have?
Hey Shin, lovely to join you. And I have to say, that first game we saw in that series was probably my favourite game I've watched of Gwent this whole season. We're going to take a real deep dive to look back at the key moments. Of course, Kamza targeting Northern Realms and at the first attempt losing by just 1 point. There were some key moments. Before we do that, quick chance to talk about King Bran, Shinmiri. What do you think about this new card, King Bran, that's going to be coming out on Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I have personal bias for the veteran tag because I got my start playing a veteran archetype, and this card has a really interesting passive that I want to focus on. At the start of the game, trigger the veteran ability of your units, which include himself and other warrior cards like Skjordal, Onkrite Raiders, Onkrite Invade or Turshek Invader. I think there's definitely more as well. Iced Turshek also has veteran. So this passive is really, really strong, and it's got this excess damage thing, which feels nice because a lot of times as Skellige, you're going to overkill things from time to time. And so that just gives you a nice little bonus for round 3.
Yeah, it definitely seems sort of like it could be Gord type card for Skellige, like a big finisher. And yeah, definitely getting that Skjordal to 6 strength in a devotion deck, that means he's going to be dealing 6 damage. So really excited to see what players come up with. But we have now got a chance to look and take a deep dive at the very first series in this game. Again, Kamza targeting Northern Realms. And I just wanted to start off with the very first play from Big Kukuruzina. He goes John Natalis into Amphibious Assault, and what he does here is he finds his defender. And the reason for this is that there's a chance that Kamza has missed a Purify in his opening hand, and he's just hoping that this defender can survive, and therefore he's got a better chance of some of his Aretusa students sticking. However, Shin, it started off terribly for him because, in fact, Kamza did have the answer with this Moondust across the board. So, despite it being such a bad start for Big Kukuruzina, he still managed to, of course, just get the edge in this series.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. I think like Big Cuckoo's really desperate in this situation, so he has to kind of do the skill check to see, did you draw your Purify? But Kamza has a lot of possibilities to getting it. He has the Purify Bomb, he has the Peller, and he has a Royal Decree for the Peller. So Kamza does have the answer here, but Big Cuckoo's still able to pull more tricks out of his hat, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And after this defender was purified, Big Cuckoo does another skill check where he just plays his Aretusa student and uses his tactical advantage on it and just hopes that there's no epidemic. But again, Kamza passes that check and does have the 9-point epidemic, working in a very similar way to a heatwave. You'd be quite happy to heatwave this in many ways, so showing why he was playing epidemic. So despite such a positive start for Kamza in the series, it still went a little bit wrong elsewhere, and we're going to jump into exactly why that is.
Spessy, I just want to touch on that. You
Sure.
said Epidemic was basically a heat wave, and I totally agree. That's a 5-provision heat wave, Spessy. Epidemic, officially the most overpowered card in the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend adding it to many of your decks on ladder Shimir, but that's the beautiful thing about targeting lineups in tournament gameplay. You can include those cards to... All you need to do is just win against this one deck, which of course didn't quite work out. And here is the end of round 1. Big Cuckoo Rosina, he plays his Aretusa student. He's obviously expecting it to get removed. Kamza does have the option to remove this with his leader charges here. He's got 2 leader charges, so he could go full leader. The problem with that is his Sunset Wanderers is moving to the end of his hand. And so if he gets uses his Sunset Wanderers and his full leader, while he'll win on even, he does remove a lot of the points from his deck. So what Kamza decides to do instead is he decides to take this pass. Big Cuckoo Rosina then has an extra turn to just play his Envoy. Top deck, I think it was a casting contest in the end. But importantly, continue the Aretusa student to get a little bit more patience. And this is the Aretusa student that's then revived by Shani in round 3 and survives nearly the whole round, Shimiri, which is what resulted in these alumni playing for so many points.
Yeah, that's the student, the little student that could, the one that lived and got to 10 patience. Huge carryover play for Big Cuckoo Rosina here. Getting the student started a little bit earlier, and maybe we can take a look at round 3.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Big Cuckoo got to a long round 3, which gives him a lot of time to build up patience for those students. If Kamza, for example, had won round 1, he could have pushed round 2 to kind of split up the round length, get Cuckoo to commit a student or 2, and then pass.
Yeah, and here we see Big Cuckoo a few cards into round 3. He plays his Shani and he revives that Aretusa student, which is instantly going to tick the patience up one further, giving his alumni those few more points. And at this moment, Kamza has missed quite a few cards. I don't think he had great access to D-bombs either in round 1, which meant he couldn't answer that cleanly. He still has these double making bombs, but of course with the front row being full, while it can bleed, it's not going to actually switch the engine off. It's going to continue to gain patience. But he did have one opportunity to kill this, and that's with either his leader at this moment, his full leader, or his red haze. So both were options. He decided not to do that, and this Aretusa student just ended up sticking on the board for the whole game, resulting in these alumni just playing for, I think it was 10 points of boost by the end of the game.
I think that's a really good point. I think the move that Kamza ended up making here was red hazing the Shani instead of the student, and maybe a play that when Kamza goes and looks back at the replays, maybe he ends up regretting this, because yes, killing the Shani is killing a threat, but actually killing the Refards, my mistake. Yeah, a different engine. But if you kill this student, it's doomed already because it's already been resurrected once, so Shani can't re-resurrect it again. And even if Big Cuckoo is able to get another Aretusa student, maybe from like the Chapter of Wizards, for example, it restarts his patience at 0. Whereas this one has already built up to like 4 or 5. So that is potentially like 16 points less on 4 alumni later down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was one other key moment in this game, Shin, because despite all this, it just came down to 1 point, the finest of margins. And there was a huge moment from Big Cuckoo Rosina where it came down to a simple toss of the coin, a 50-50, because he has his practice makes perfect here. And what his practice makes perfect does is he can put Alumni, as he chooses to do, back into his deck, and it's then going to play a random Bronze Mage from his deck. There is a 0 Patience Bannard Student in his deck, and the Alumni goes back. He finds the Alumni, and that was the difference to just get that 1 extra point. It was a 10-point difference on the Practice Makes Perfect, a really key moment. And I know in commentary as well, I was surprised when I was watching it. I was expecting him to use Practice Makes Perfect on this bleeding student here, but he needed those extra points from the Alumni. The student was doing something like 6 damage, whereas the Alumni 10 boost. All those extra points made all the difference here for Big Cuckoo Rosina, just getting across the line in that key matchup.
Yeah, and that's a really, heads up play by Big Cuckoo, because you gotta, as a top player, you have to evaluate how desperate you need to be in certain situations. Like, do you play it safe, or do you go for the Hail Mary, and that's the only way you win? Here, Big Cuckoo recognized he needed to go for the Hail Mary, got lucky, and won the game, which leads to him winning the entire matchup. So, I mean, definitely great play by Big Cuckoo, and also, tough luck to Kamza, because he came up with a really good targeting lineup, in my opinion. And in order for the Northern Realms to squeeze out a win by 1 point, Cuckoo had to get lucky, play really well, and Kamza also drew rather poorly because didn't get the heat wave, didn't get the D-bombs.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just to round this out, Shin, there was a really funny moment I just had to replay. Big Cuckoo, in the 1 game he dropped, he has a Burner Brand. His Quen has got 3 targets. It's got 2 Bear Witches, 1 Junod. Of course, this game came down to 1 point. And I think Big Cuckoo's done something to upset Burner Brand here, because she pulls both of the Bear Witches on top of the deck. Of course, that means that Quen can still play Junod, but you don't get that extra 3 points that you would get from Quen synergizing with the Bear Witcher. And of course, that meant that he dropped that series. So it could have maybe even been a 3-0 in a different time. But yeah, that is all from the Analyst Desk on this moment. Probably one of my favorite games of Gwent all season long, that very first one. And we are now going to be sending you back to, well, it's going to be you again, Shinmiri, with Flake, with a little look at the updated bracket.
All right,
well,
Blake, welcome back.
Yeah, baby, this is where we're at. Big brain analysis from Curly and Fang, which sounds to me like a cop duo from the 70s. I would absolutely...
Exactly, I love it.
I would subscribe to that. If that was on HBO, take my money. I want 7 seasons of Curly and Fang. Nonetheless, friends, there you have it. That was the bracket. Great analysis and some very key plays. Again, the games, when they're decided by 1 point like that, every little bit matters. It's you have to take into account so much, and well done from Speci and yourself there, Shinmiri, breaking those ones down.
Thanks a lot, Flake. And so that was our first quarterfinal of today. We still have 3 matches left to go. We got a peek at the updated brackets. Big Cuckoo moving on 3-1 over Kamza. And now let's take a look at the prize pool. Kamza going home with $2,840, not too shabby. But Big Cuckoo almost at $5,000 in prize pool, and still a lot more potentially to come.
Yeah, that's just for showing up, baby. Again, just that first quarterfinal win. Again, this is the big show, friends, the finale. Season 3 Masters, lots of coin on the line here. 71,000 USD in total to be given away to these competitors. And Big Cuckoo Rosina at 49 and change is already... he's already deciding what color of a Tesla he wants to buy, because he's going to the quarterfinals where there's more money at stake, but there's more Gwent to be had, Shinmiri, and 2 more amazing casters. We've got Leah and Thionheart around the corner. Yeah, I'm digging into it. I'm making a claim. They are Leah and Thionheart now. If you and I are Flake Miri, and there's a Curly and Fang show around the corner, well, they are Leah and Thionheart. That's what it's what's happening.
And the next 2 players are going to be the one and only Tailbot versus Akella. So let's get Bart the Bard back here to introduce them, and Leah and Thionheart will see you on the other side.
The legend, the hero, the icon himself, known by everyone. He flexes his hooks, he pumps his chest, shines bright as the sun. He tell you sharply where's your place, for that we have no doubts. Behold the mighty Tailbot with victories that he flouts.
My name is Damien. Surname Kazimierczak. Second name Jan. Third name Marek. Username Tailbot. I'm from Poland. I live in the city of Płock. I'm 24 years old, 6'3". My blood type is 0. I broke my arm when I was 8 years old. I have 16 inches in my neck, 16 inches in my arm, and 7 inches in my wrist. You can describe my main hobbies as triple G: Gwent, gym, and girls. Pseudonyms I'm most known under are Tailbot, Tailgot, Tobliat, Taildog, Annihilator, The Unstoppable, Your Wife's Boyfriend, and Damianko. My superpowers are super flexibility and the ability to read my own mind. But that's enough about me. What about my opponent, Akela 114? Well, first of all, I think he looks a bit like Russian Zac Efron. Zac Efron at home, might as well. Second of all, what's up with all his clones running around on ladder? You have Akela 113, 15 and so on. I think that's very silly. How many Akelas does it take to change a light bulb? At least 113. Roasted. But jokes aside, I think he's a good player, but I will try to be gooder than him.
The next contender here, my friends, I hope you know him well. Some may have tagged him Lone Wolf, well, who is to foretell? I hope he does not lose his connection, which has been an issue in the past. Please greet Akela 114.
Всем привет, меня зовут Олег.
Hi everyone, my name is Oleg and I've been playing Gwent for 3.5 years now. In the Gwent community, I've been known as the original Kella. I'm a member of the Gwent Data team, and in real life, I work as a programmer.
В реальной жизни программист. Так как это итоговый турнир,
Considering the fact that this is the final tournament of the whole season, the strength of the player lineup is pretty obvious. We could say that the strongest active players gathered here.
на данный момент. Ожидания от
My expectations for the tournament's meta go as follows.
следующих.
I think we'll see a lot of Northern Realms decks of the same type, many Nilfgaard decks and various archetypes for Skellige.
Ожидаю также увидеть
In a few participants' lineups, I'm also expecting to see monster decks with Galtulis and Squadel decks with either Aethna or Devotion.
ну и Devotion белок. Синдикат, честно говоря, мне
I
кажется,
think that very few players have decided to bring Syndicate, as currently this is the weakest faction in the game, unfortunately.
Что касается моего оппонента Tailbot,
Speaking of my first opponent, Tailbot, in my opinion, he is the best player in the whole history of the game.
он является лучшим.
His lineup on every tournament is unique,
Лайнапы
interesting,
его на каждом
and it's
турнире
impossible to predict them in advance.
уникальные, интересные, и заранее их предугадать невозможно. Не рискну
I won't
предположить,
venture
что
to
всё
guess
на
what
этот
he's
раз.
going to bring this time.
В конце
In the end, I
хочу
want to
пожелать
wish my
тебе
opponent good
удачи,
luck, and I hope he will
Надеюсь, покажем
give a
достойную
decent
игру.
performance.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second quarterfinal of World Masters 3. The leaks have flown freely, the lists have been wild, and the trash talking has been off the chart so far, and we're only one series in. We have a big series to follow here, but thankfully, there's more to come, and joining me as always is Tia Beastie. Tia, are you as excited as I am for this?
Oh, I sure am, Lionheart, and it's great to be back here at the height of the Gwent competitive scene as always. As Bart the Bard so wisely foretold, we are about to witness Tailbot face off against Akela in the second quarterfinal series of the evening. But first, as always, there are some very special rewards for those of you who are tuning into the live events on Twitch today. If you have been watching 4 hours, you will receive the Gwent title called The Beholder.
Yes, and if you go for 8 hours of concurrent watching, that's not all in one row, don't worry. You will get this gorgeous card back as well. The culmination of all of the hard work the community put in purchasing those bundles here in one fancy card back. It may be my new favorite card back, in fact. And you do have to make sure after 4 hours that you redeem the Beholder title, though, through your Twitch inventory. And if you're unsure how to do that, do just check with a mod.
Yes, do be sure to check that out. Now, Akela versus Tailbot, both are giants in the world of Gwent, and you have been very clear on what you expect to happen today. So we can take a look at those divination results and see if they hold any truth to them.
We can indeed, and the divination's coming in here, and wow, it is overwhelmingly favouring Tailbot. Now, my divination challenge was already ruined by the last series, but there are plenty of people who I'm sure are still in it, and that is big favouring there for Tailbot.
For sure, and as we have seen before, we also have a 50-50 percentage right on top of that, which indicates to the amount of times they have played against each other in the season on ladder, meaning they are pretty much 50-50 so far. So even though Tailbot is the favorite here, as he has competed in every Masters up to date, it can be anybody's game. Now, I'm very curious to check out these decks and to see whether any spicy lists have made their way through to the very similar meta, let's put it like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be very interesting to see what they've brought, and I think we can start off with Tailbot's lists here. There is no time like the present to jump in and see exactly what they have. And Tailbot starts off with a double cross assimilate list. He's gone down the non-devotion route, throwing in a Karathi Heatwave to give him that instant delete that he should wish for. And while we have so far seen Inspired Zeal with a 100% win rate, Tailbot, in true Tailbot fashion, has bucked the trend and has decided, I don't need that. He's gone for Pincer Maneuver, no Rathard's Vengeance for him there. His third list, Battle Trance Gedineth, one of my personal favourite lists. There's a Sunset Wanderer in there as well, and yet another Heatwave. And his fourth list, as perhaps Akela may have predicted, is a Devotion Nature's Gift list, but it's not completely traditional. There is a Dwan Canal Guardian lurking down there, 2 of them in fact, in the 5 provision slot. Now, the provision slots, particularly for your 4s, 5s and 6s in these lists, can be a little bit difficult, because a lot of the times you want to be running Sorceresses of Dol Blathanna, you want to be running Whisperers, things like that. Tailbot here taking the option perhaps for the extra symbiosis value, but also that order ability, the ability to damage an enemy unit by 2, giving him that little bit of extra reach, could be important here. Of course, he hasn't got that much in the way of tall punish, in fact at all in this list, so extending his damage, maybe even just being able to remove some pesky shields in some matchups, could end up being absolutely massive for him here, and very interesting to see if that tech is going to pay off for him or not. But
it's quite an interesting one, isn't it?
It really is, and I think Akela's lists are available for us as well now.
Alright, then going over to Akela's lists, are they any different? That is the question. Now, I know Akela's first list is very similar to that of Tailbot's. It is also an assimilate double cross list. But then we go over to the more meta-inspired Zeal list, unlike that of Tailbot. Now, a nice inclusion in this deck are the 2 Centurion Spell Weavers, who gain charges every time a major spell is played. This is a very synergistic card in a deck that consists almost entirely out of mages, and it also grants you a lot of tempo while you're waiting for that patience to pay off initially. Then next, we have a Skellige Rage of the Sealers with no other than Melusine herself. Now, another card I'd like to point out here is that of Ryogan the Undying. Now, he starts off in your graveyard, but when played or summoned, he will trigger all of the rain and storm effects on your opponent's side of the board. And if that's not enough, if you have a messenger or 2 on your side, those damage points will be doubled or even tripled, making for a massive point swing of 40 or 60 points. Now, lastly, we go on to another Nature's Gift list, again very similar to that of Tailbot's list, the only difference really being the fact that we see Gezras of Leda in this one instead of Philavandrel. Whether we get to see a mirror match, so we can finally settle the age-old debate of which one is better, that's yet to be seen. But I must say I am rooting for Gezras here and not Philavandrel. But I'm not allowed to be biased, Lionheart, so we'll pretend that that's not the case today.
Of course, I'm a big Gezrus fan as well. I wasn't expecting to see Gezrus in an open decklist lineup, I've got to be honest. It's one of those cards that, while you know to expect on ladder sometimes, knowing you have to save something for it can be really vital. So it's going to be interesting to see if that pays off for him. I know through Hesse and his talents, we were able to chat to Akela, and I remember him saying that he felt in the mirror Gezrus would do some serious work for him. Feels like he is teched against the particularly traditional meta lists with Nilfgaard, Scoia'tael and Skellige in particular here.
Yes, and I mean, Akela's not the only one who surprises here. Tailbot actually brought a pincer maneuver Northern Realms list, and when I asked Tailbot about this interesting choice, he said he expected most people to be practicing against Inspired Zeal. He hoped this would be some sort of surprise, and maybe players were less experienced against it. I'm very curious to see whether we actually will see this list, because it's quite different from the Inspired Zeal list, which has its advantages, to be fair.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to find out right now that, in fact, no, we are not going to see Tailbot's Northern Realms list at all. Akela saying no thank you, maybe for the reasons you just alluded to.
Well, it seems the surprise worked, let's put it like that. Tailbot going straight for the kill, banning the Nilfgaard list, and Akela banning Northern Realms. Now, I can't blame Akela here. I mean, in the previous series we just witnessed, NR won its game every time for the first time a player brought it on blue coin. So it is undefeated as of yet, and it will be interesting to see whether Akela is able to bring his Northern Realms list through on his first try as well.
Yeah, very much so. Northern Realms so far, even when targeted, appears to be doing serious work, but Tailbot is Tailbot. He is not worried about that and feels that his list should be able to deal with it. I'm really interested to see which way he tries to tackle that. In terms of tournament situations, they are a little different to ladder. He may be taking the strategy, I don't need all of my lists to beat it, I just need to beat the weakest link in my opponent's lists. Maybe that will be the Nature's Gift list if it's potentially a little bit bullyable, if he can control the value of the Gezrus on the other side. And if he can do that, he will have a pretty good chance of going through this series, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, both players' lists are pretty straightforward, though neither of them seem to hard target Northern Realms like we have found throughout the series so far. I can see a lot of players fear Alumni quite accurately. I think they should, and people are either just going to ban it most likely, or they are going to build their entire lineup against it. Now, again, that hasn't worked so far. As we've seen, Northern Realm has just gone straight through all those cards like a runaway train. But let's see if it's possible here for Akela to actually get stomped by a Tailbot list when he plays his Northern Realms.
Well, we will find out. It looks like we won't have to wait much longer. They have gone straight in here, no messing around. Tailbot has started on blue coin with his gift list.
Tailbot on blue with his gift. Now, I know a lot of people try to snipe this list on red, but on blue it is obviously quite nice as you get to boost Dunka with that stratagem, making her a little bit less easy to remove. He also has Philavandrel in hand, which a lot of players aren't talented to draw in round one, of course, because you want that card to get as many hand buffs as possible so that it can draw you a nice 8 provision Isengrim's Council, even a 10 provision Call of the Forest.
Yeah, most definitely. An interesting pick from Akela here, has decided to take Inspired Zeal on red coin. We have seen it on blue coin both times previously. Obviously, he is going into the series on red, but Inspired Zeal often wants to protect those students, which he has drawn a lot of, I can see, and using the stratagem pairing can often help that. So it'll be interesting to see if this lineup pays off for Akela here.
Yes, and both hands look quite nice. Akela having a few strong cards in his round one hand, perhaps not already wanting cards like Shani or Gerard. He does not, in fact, have Rafar's Vengeance, a card that could definitely help him tempo up on even here round one. But Tailbot taking his time to decide what he wants to play. I mean, normally we do see something like Dunka coming down. He might first decide to bait it out with something else, but he does go with Dunka, and he does not boost Dunka. Is it even necessary to boost Dunka in this list?
I think he's looking at it and he knows there is no 5p removal available to Akela. So if he chooses to use that stratagem here, he is effectively just giving more value to a potential dual card if Selkirk exists in hand. Obviously, he doesn't know that it does, we do. So I actually quite like the hold there from Tailbot.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, if Akela wants to remove this card immediately, he'd have to commit something like Southkirk, and already Southkirk will find about the same amount of value here, whether Dunka's boosted or not. Tailbot holding back a few points with the stratagem, might be playing it on something else entirely, but I must say I like that Guardian coming down there, providing an extra 2 points of damage as well as more symbiosis in a list that greatly favors it. It's a nice inclusion we don't often see in these lists.
It is, and right now I can see the possibility of removing both of these in one foul swoop. He can use both orders and then use a rebuke to clear both of these up. The alumni list we've seen is very, very powerful, but it does require these students to survive to build the value of the alumni. If they don't stick, then it's no good. Instead, Tailbot has decided he's not worried about that. He is just going to keep playing his engines and stay ahead for now. They are not a big enough threat for him to want to deal with yet.
Yes, it seems both players are just placing threats on the board without fear of removal, which is an interesting strategy. We're going for an alternative route entirely. Who can outpoint the other player with pure engines on the board? Each player right now having to decide when they want to remove some of these engines. Tailbot being in the better spot here, he can just play a Nature's Rebuke, committing next to nothing and getting rid of some of those mages. He can also just decide not to do that at all and start building more of his engines, but it does appear like he is going for the former, and he is going to remove one of the engines with a Circle of Life, getting some nice carryover there on Philavandrel.
Yeah, starts building up that Philavandrel boost. Ideally, wouldn't really want Gord in this round. While it is picking up some hand buffs, he wants to be able to play all the way down here if he needs to, so that is a little bit awkward for him, but he will hope he will find a way out of this without worrying. A Meditating Mage on the other side, though, with one in hand from the Mushy Truffle. That threat from Akela that he's not too far behind as it may look, and the Patience engines just continue to tick here.
Yes, those Meditating Mages, I have not yet recovered from that meta, I must admit. Well, to be fair, Akela does need 2 of them on the board for them to get a resistance, and it will be interesting to see. No, that's not allowed. Dunka gives a ping, and gone is the Meditating Mage. Already an impossibility to get resistance here, unless committing something like Chapter of Wizards.
Yeah, it makes sense here, and the additional threat from Tailbot in this list, those damage order abilities. Dunka is one that's there, not the main reason she's included in lists, but that little bit of extra removal paired with the Dwankanel Guardian is really nice for Tailbot. He is in a commanding position right now in terms of points. He will be pretty happy knowing the carryover is unlikely to be a threat here, albeit Akela does state that maybe, just maybe, he thinks he has a way to deal with it, dropping the other one. Risky though, he is a lot of points down here, and the Meditating Mage on its own not necessarily going to catch up. A chance now for Tailbot to consider, does he keep going here, or does he believe 24 points in a card is doable?
That is quite a risky bluff from Akela's side. He could catch up with a lot of commitment. Tailbot probably doing the calculations himself here. He's in an exceptional position to just keep on playing nature cards, getting that symbiosis on the board with some treants. He is definitely calculating whether Akela has bluffed accordingly, or whether Tailbot still needs to commit a card or 2 here in order to get out of the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's very doable with the Patient student. It is a possibility to pair that up. There is a tall enough unit that the duel may also find some decent value. Instead, he decides, I want this round. Commits 4 Provision Bronze, nice enough. Also gives you a different option available from the Forest Protector if he wants to go down that line later, although it's doubtful. And now Akela just has to say, okay, thank you, I'll see you later. And the Bannard student is going to go out at 5 Patience. So only one of the 2 triggers for alumni has so far been met, because the other student was killed at, I believe, 2 boost.
Yes, and of course, while playing Inspired Zeal, you don't actually need Zeal on the alumni, though it is ideal. You'd rather use that on a well-placed Selkirk, or even, well, there's a lot of options really to use it on at this point. The question in everybody's minds is whether Tailbot will go into a long round here, or whether he's going to bleed out all of those pesky alumni and mages, so they can't build up patience. Tailbot's in an exceptional position here to do that, and that's exactly what we see. He commits a bronze card to start off with, a nice Guardian that puts extra symbiosis on the board. also a tiny bit of a threat with that 2-point ping and perhaps another Circle of Life on a mage. Akela now needs to decide how he's going to go into this round. He has a lot of strong cards and they can be bled out. Hopefully Tailbot doesn't get sniff of this, or else he's going to go very deep into this round.
Yeah, quite possibly. The risk of bleeding into this is you give him the chance to set the alumni up, but if you don't, you give him a whole long round. Now, this Sinless here is a little bit awkward right now, because if I'm not mistaken, the only duplicate left for Tailbot is Tempering, and he may just think to himself, having access to another damage card, even though it's only a single draw, is actually worth it. Obviously, he has both options in hand right now, so it's a very strong looking hand on paper if he decides perhaps just to push and go for this here.
Oh wow, interesting play. That's rather committing a bit, isn't it? That's not just a leader charge, it's an alumni, which is very valuable in this game.
It is indeed, although an alumni in this round is just a Shani or even a Necromancy, as you can see in hand target, in the next. So it's almost carryover to play that card, which is absolutely insane. And moving that card feels valuable. Akela saw the risk from the previous round, how easy it was for units to be removed when normally you need them to stay. Again, just drops down onto that, removing the threat, and the talent here, another Sorceress has been found here. Bountiful Harvest doing exactly what Tailbot will be hoping for here.
Yes, that Bountiful Harvest, one of the strongest bronze cards currently in the game, getting you a vast variety of options, and the Sorceress mostly the best one of those. Now, Tailbot coming down here to some of his best cards. Whether he commits them is going to be interesting to see, and he does do exactly that, gets another 6 provision Bountiful Harvest by committing Philavandrel. Not bad, though not the best card we would want from that. I expect we'd rather be hoping for another Sorceress at best.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad because he does find damage. So a little surprised maybe not to see a leader charge there onto the Sorceress to put it into range to grab something like a Circle of Life, or even just clicking for the Waylay to remove that student outright straight away.
Yeah, very odd, and we see that Chapter of Wizards coming down there. It provides quite a few options here. It's not horrible. We go for the Burnout Tutor. Not bad, playing for a solid 6 points, boosting the ranged student up to 6 points out of removal range here on Tailbot's end. Now, again, we're in a rather difficult position here. Are we committing? It appears Tailbot really does want to commit more cards here. I think he wants to bleed Akela of at least a few golds before he goes out of this round.
Yeah, so far Akela will be reasonably happy with the way this round has gone, because ultimately it has just been value for him so far, and Tailbot as a result takes the Tempering, the only option there, which does give him not only some tempo, but also a decent amount of points as he has boosted that up. Finds yet another Bountiful Harvest into a 7-point card. Not the best because he can't remove the student here, but is threatening by pinging it down to 5, using that Forest Protector and going even deeper into this round.
Yes, that is for sure. Akela now having to decide what he's going to be playing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Necromancer coming out there. He still has to use his Mushy Truffle order ability, as that card will not have resilience for much longer and will disappear into round 3. So that's a little bit of commitment Akela is sitting on there. He also has access to the order ability of Chapter of Wizards, so he can play a duplicate bronze card here if he does decide to go with Necromancy, which is exactly what we see. Question is, what will he pull? Perhaps it's a Bunart student, and there we see the Golden Froth coming out, but he's still not ahead yet. Not ahead.
No. And the tempo is quite important there. Also means that the order ability from Chapter of Wizards is now the Banard student, not the Banard tutor, because that would have been rather disappointing at just 2 points rather than an additional engine. Obviously, the ideal target is an alumni, which is what he will be hoping for into the next round. Decent point gap here, and there is now the threat from Tailbot. He has a pass, but do you really, really want a 5-card round against alumni in the state they are in right now? Does he simply go in here? Does he go for it? He knows he has the option of this Forest Protector into removal, and that is exactly what he does. I think he may be going for it here.
I think you might be right. He gets the death blow on that, gets a Treant booster to 2 points. We see Shani being dropped in the range row, probably going to go for another one of those ranged students. Now, this is getting very close. Tailbot needs to know whether Kayla's bluffing. Does he actually have access to any cards that can reset Gord? We know he does. He has enough time to actually commit Garrett as well as Southkirk, keep Garrett on the board and get a little bit more patience out of him. Perhaps getting an artifact compression and resetting Gord entirely.
That
worth
is the
doing?
risk.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the risk. If he commits this here, it obviously will be the line that Akela takes because he's got, I think it's a 3 and 4 chance of finding that exact option. Now, he still needs to find a good number of points though. There is an 18-point gap. The student is pretty chunky right now. I believe it's got 6 damage in there, and he's got a lot of points out. And he decides, I'm going to take the pass, hoping, possibly successfully, that he can actually get both cards here. I think he may just fall short of that with the order abilities on board, but let's see.
Yeah, so Kayla here doing the calculations, he is going to want to make sure that he gets out of this in the same turn. He uses a leader ability on that Southkirk. Southkirk takes out the sorceress, and Akela comfortably gets out of the round with Garrett still intact. This is going to be rather close depending on the draws. Akela still having a charge there, forming some nice carryover on the Chapter of Wizards. That can be particularly scary if he gets some alumni in hand.
It can indeed, and at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, okay, Raffard's Vengeance has been found here, but he does need to find bronze units, which makes the mulligans a little bit awkward, really, because you don't really want the Spellweaver here, but unless he draws into okay, the hand's looking really nice for Tailbot, but the mulligan choices are really awkward here. Decides to get rid of the Spellweaver because it could be good, and finds another. If I'm not mistaken, that means that Akela has actually missed Amphibious Assault through the entire of this.
That's not great. That is a very nice tutoring card to have. Yeah, that Echo card alone can provide a lot of points in one fell swoop. He does go for Raffard's Vengeance here, which is a nice card to at least get your hands on. And he's going to give that Zeal. Now he has to play a bronze card, likely going to go for that Centurion Spellweaver. Oof, Winch.
And she draws into the Winch. Now, the Winch may not actually be... Well, in fact, it's really not helpful,
No.
albeit in the next turn he can play it and I believe still get one more attempt. If he holds correctly. I think my math is correct on that. The Winch will reduce 3 turns, so he will have one final turn at playing it, meaning he has to basically play Gerhardt second to last. Really awkward here.
Yes, I believe your maths is correct, Lionheart. And Tailbot just going for that Nature's Rebuke off the bat, doesn't even play Ethne yet, missing out on a little bit of Symbiosis charges there. But it does make sense, as the Spellweavers will simply ping away those Dryads, making them rather useless if they are on the board. So we see Garrard there, and the order ability isn't even being used. That's what's nice about these open deck lists. Akela knows it is safe. He can hold on to Garrard, and he can use it when he feels it is the correct moment to get the optimal amount of value from him.
Yeah, very, very easy for him there just to hold. We do see Tailbot, knowing the 2 charges are available on the other side, protects those tokens, the symbiosis value there in for him. And we do see that Winch come down pretty quickly. Oh, that's quite a draw. Okay, that is quite a draw, because the Dwin Leandra not only plays and got Amphibious Assault, but it actually restarts the Chapter of Wizards here.
That is beautiful. I don't think that could have gone any better for Akela. That's a chunky amount of points right there. And honestly, it's looking a little bit scary here for Tailbot. I don't think Gord necessarily cuts it here.
I don't know, the Gord is pretty big, remember. It was boosted up to 8 itself already. It will go to 9 when it is tutored. This is going to be pretty close here, I think. It's going to be a little closer than perhaps it looks initially. Because I believe the alumni... the alumni have Zeal. Actually, the alumni may well have Zeal here, so it may not be as close as I think it is, because he is already down by 8 points.
Yeah, no, I think this alumni might just be the end. We're going to see another one pop out as well with the chapter of Wizards. This it's not looking great. It's not count our chickens before they have hatched.
And finds potentially a verification as well to go in. Actually played the alumni on the back row rather than playing on the front row and spawning one instead. His option is.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you can see that.
All right, guys. So we have a small problem with the casters. So game 2, Tailbard taking on Nilfgaard versus Akella's Skellige. This is gonna be an interesting one for sure. I am not your best caster, but I do enjoy the cards here. Looks like a very good hand from Akella. Tailbard, could have done better. Mushy Truffle going down. And Tailbot is pondering his next move. As you can see, the plays here are not very fast, quite slow. Tailbot grooming the side of his head, thinking what to play. All right, casters seem to be a-okay, so we will transition from my bad casting slowly to them. So you don't have to listen to me talking about players more than cards. Perfect for the final.
That is very true. Now I think we are coming back loud and clear now. Hopefully all of the sound is back. We see a front card being played.
And you can see here the Melusine Cult is coming down, created a couple of different options set up early here on Tailbot's side. Hopefully these sound issues are now sorted for you guys, and you get my dulcet tones alongside Tia.
I mean, who does not want to hear this British accent? Certainly not me. Now, Akela here, let's see. So he has the discard package in hand. He has drawn into Melusine. That's something you definitely want to see early on in the game. Of course, he has the option of discarding a few cards, perhaps getting his hands on a defender, as I do believe that Tailbot is actually running Heatwave as well as Yennefer's Invocation in this list. That makes for a lot of tool removal and something we need to look out for.
Yeah, and that will be something that Tailbot will be banking on in this, hopefully being able to grab a pretty sizable Melusine himself if he can find a way to do so. Though he, of course, may have to get through one of those defenders, and it'll be the reason that Akela is taking his time here.
That is very true, but already we are quite ahead here on Akela's end. He's already committed the Mushi Truffle. I see he's already committed the Order ability as well, and he passes on 7 coins. The plan is to get out of the round, and that is it. Tailbot not getting a lot of value for a potential Arto Terra Nova, especially with third card already committed. That might be a little bit difficult now with only 1 Mage Torturer left for later rounds.
Yeah, could well be with Furcart committed, as you say, but does have some options, and they aren't the worst. Hermit is an engine after all, and it's a brilliant engine when you compare it with Melusine. If he can steal it as Nilfgaard, as far as it's concerned, all cards are our cards in Nilfgaard, and a nice little play there. Uses the first coup, and benefits from the bonded value as well as the assimilate engine there to take the round in a single card, which he will feel pretty happy with. Now he has that round control, but can he take a long round here, or it seems unlikely, because into that long round, it is going to be terrifying how much value Ryogun could potentially play for.
Yes, that's the thing about this list. We really do like a long round with Melusine, the longer the better. And you have to be assured you can 2-0 if that's the case, because a short round Melusine, if left unchecked, is just deadly. And like you said, we do have Ryogun the Undying, so there's no amount of rain on a robe that is too much. It will all tick if we can get Ryogun out of the graveyard.
It will. Oh, nice little pick there. Decides for that final mulligan and does find the Joachim, so we'll have a decent amount of points available to him. Now, for Tailbot, this is a very, very interesting and quite difficult round for him. He needs to work out exactly how to start. He has options here if he's going to go as much engine value as possible. Maybe just taking something like the Brathens here for pure point value is an option, or setting up his own Mushy Truffle and starting to take some of the power from the graveyard on the other side.
Yes, and it appears he is going for that Illusionist. Now, that is a very nice card, especially if you have multiple of them, because that Illusionist might be spawning a 1-point half-rune now, but if you can get another one of those on the board at the same time, it will give you a full point half-rune. Unfortunately, the rain quickly gets rid of the half-rune, assuring that that cannot happen. We cannot have multiple half-runes playing for more than 6 points at least.
No, and the fact that he could have simply just clicked that as well, he would only have lost the 1 point, as you say, but gained the rain. Really nice from Akela there, and that was a snap, rapid decision from him. He was not playing around there.
Ooh, and now we're going to see one at 6. Yes, now, again, not great here, because if we play another half-rune from the graveyard, it's going to play for 8 points already. This is one of those matchups where Illusionists can carry quite a bit of point slam, and I won't be surprised to see that a Mushy Truffle coming out from Tailbot's end at some point, getting yet another Illusionist on the board, as well as another half-rune.
Yeah, it can be quite a lot of points there. It's actually quite nice for Akela. A lot of the times you'll see players when they're playing Skellige, they'll draw the discard package in round 1 and they will jam it really quickly. I've been guilty of it myself. But knowing that he's got that into round 2, the amount of tempo that is going to produce, especially when Coral is difficult to remove, is going to feel really nice for him here.
Yes, Akela definitely not liking that 10-point half-rune. Definitely more than all of his half-runes, that's for sure. Tailbot having the bigger one right here, and who knows, he might even get some more. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Mushy Truffle coming out at some point, though it will only get him an 8-point half-rune, as, yeah, he won't be playing it directly from the graveyard, merely creating another copy.
Indeed. It's going to taken all of my energy not to discuss that you said Tailbot has the bigger one. We're going to move swiftly on and continue with this matchup. Tailbot looking here, trying to work out what he does. He is ahead right now, so he does retain his card, but he has got nowhere near enough out yet, I don't think, and will want to take this a little bit further to try and grab as many points as possible. As we say, the risk of the bleed here is that it ends up benefiting Akela rather than hurting him, and he's actually quite cleverly holding this Melusine. We still see no defender, so it's a little bit awkward for him.
Yes, we do see that Duchess Informant coming out though, and we're going for the Hermit. Not the... Oh, okay, now this is not going to work out the way we intended to for Akela. That just gets stolen from Tailbot's end. He might even wait a bit because... Well, it wouldn't be wise, but the bigger the Melusine grows, the more points we're going to get by stealing it with Yennefer. And it does damage cards to its left and to its right. Question is whether Kayla has a defender. Tailbot doesn't know whether he has one in hand or not.
No, exactly, and that's the thing. I think the risk is if you just go and take it, you can take nothing else, and that's the problem. He doesn't have the ability to take anything else once that's taken, and while Melusine is a huge threat and something you obviously want to steal, allowing it to grow a little bit isn't the end of the world if you believe there is no defender there. On top of that, you've also, of course, got the risk of Fulmar. Now, Fulmar is really scary once that order ability is clicked. He converts Rain into Storm, which damages everything on the road by 1, where the idea that that could survive is pretty scary. His leader ability, of course, isn't Imprisonment, which may have given him a better shot here, so he has to be very careful when he commits those key removal pieces.
Yes, and we also have Messengers of the Sea, which are playing like old school greatswords. They have absolutely no ceiling, and every time a card on the other side of the board gets damaged by Rain or Storm, these Messenger of the Seas will boost themselves by 1 point for each card. It's ridiculously strong, and it essentially doubles or even triples the point that comes from Rain or Storm. Now, we see Tailbot stealing the little Messenger of the Sea instead of Melusine. Very interesting play. He does still have access to Heatwave, but perhaps decided he'd rather have Messenger of the Sea himself and get rid of Melusine later on in maybe a short round if there is one.
Yeah, I mean, he's already committed his experimental remedy as well, which is a nice way to perhaps take one out of the graveyard and deny it from being available later. But that Messenger of the Sea it's such a threat. It's basically doubling the value of all Rain on board right now, and it is only going to grow. So he's decided, you know what, I want that. His leader ability will potentially give him the option of stealing a Fulmar as well if he gets lucky. So has decided, Joachim, it is time, plays his own, and now can start playing Rain value himself.
Yeah, Tailbot going for it. It feels like he might be considering the 2-0 at this point. Akela now left to not a lot of cards in hand. He's going to have to use the rest of his discard package at this point. He does have Coral on board, so it really is an option, providing quite a bit of tempo as well. He has a Skirmisher in hand he can discard. It will pop out onto the board immediately, and he might even draw into some nice cards like that of Fukushia, though it's not necessarily something you want to commit yet.
No, indeed. I mean, the issue with the random damage of the Rain and indeed of the Coral, Hermits actually want to be damaged because their engine stops working as soon as the damage stops. So the random damage actually avoids it this time, but as soon as that does click, it will effectively turn itself back on potentially. So there is the option that it could end up being a little problematic for Tailbot to keep switching those back on.
Yes, that is very true. Tailbot does have access to Coup de Grace, though it does have Doomed. It's his last chance to play it, and he instead decides he's going to hold on to that card for later, passes with Lydia in hand as well as Coup.
He does, and now just a discard coming out, Soul discard, does basically have to commit the tempo here as well, and thin the card, obviously not going to want to get rid of either Bride there, so makes sense, and gets out by by more than 2 points in the end. All of those engines going crazy with the Rain value and the Melusine as well.
Yes, now remember we still have access to Melusi now. Kayla can get it out of Sigdrifa's right with Fukusha or even with Bride of the Sea after Sigdrifa has been played. Now, question is, has he committed that defender yet or not?
No,
he hasn't. That's dangerous for Tailbot. He already got rid of Yennefer. He now has access to Heatwave, but he can't deal with both of them. Not easily, that is. He also has Arte Terra Nova, but no way to actually get him new cards for Arto unless he gets something with Arturius Vigo, perhaps another Mage Torturer. Kayla in a very good spot here, I must say.
Yeah, Kayla will be reasonably happy here. Just the sheer value of the Melusine alone being able to come back. Not too much in the way of rain being produced here. Fukusha will probably grab one of the smaller value units in order to produce as much rain as possible here. For instance, one of the messengers, or the only remaining messenger rather, is an option. For Tailbot, to be able to find a way through the defender and hasn't drawn his heat wave. So that coup is looking particularly sad in hand right now.
He really does need to get another spying status out onto the board for that to find much value. He goes with a little Hafru once again. Not the worst card, but normally we end up getting a nice Fukusha instead. There's a lot of targets we really want if we're being a Nilfgaard in this matchup. We do see Fukusha coming out there. Very nice. A 12-point Hafru. That's a ridiculous amount of points.
Yeah, that is a not-so-little Hafru there, and he has been building that up for quite a while. Decent amount of carryover, and does jam the Terra Nova down early to try and get as much value as possible here, knowing that realistically it isn't direct removal that is a threat. It is going to be the other issues. Albeit, the Lydia here could end up allowing him to bring his own messenger back, which could be quite an interesting match. That could be very interesting if we end up seeing that.
I love that Nilfgaard has a little Hafru that's almost twice as big as every little Hafru that Akela has managed to get so far, even though he's the one playing Skellige. But you know that's how these things go. Nilfgaard just ends up doubling the points you would have gotten and having its own engines while we're at it. But the game's not over yet, so Akela here having to decide in what order he wants to play this. He has access to Sigdrifa's right or to Fukusha. Fukusha, of course, giving you perhaps a smaller bronze and a lot of rain, or a bigger card and a little bit less rain. It depends what you are going for. But as he has access to Ryagan in the graveyard, a lot of rain won't actually hurt, as most of it will tick. Well, all of it, actually, if he does end up getting Ryagan back from the graveyard.
Yeah, he will be able to produce all of that, and while he is 12 points ahead here right now, Tailbot, there is definitely a long way to go in this one. Right now, just playing the value. He's a bit late for the thinning, but goes for the Artorius Vigo instead, and takes another Illusionist here to grab as many points as possible. That's a lot of Assimilate taking place right now.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. He has 2 Assimilate engines on the board ticking currently, and he still has that Lydia that's going to tick them another time, as well as the Golden Froth coming from the Mushy Truffle. Akela now... having to
He didn't take the Illusionist. He instead took the Blightmaker. I thought he clicked the Illusionist. No, took the Blightmaker for max points instead.
Yeah, he went for the Blightmaker. Sorry, I must have misheard you myself there. But that defender ticking down as well. Ku might actually end up finding a target here if it gets into killing range with the Death Blow ability. Ooh, 16-point Melusine coming out onto the board. Doesn't put us ahead yet, but just wait for Ryagan to make his appearance. There's still a lot that can happen in this small amounts of time.
Yeah, there is a lot of value there. The Melusine carryover, really, really powerful. And the beauty of the Fukusha, of course, the Fukusha does give you the option to just pull the Ryagan back in one turn. Will produce a decent amount of rain in that turn that you know will all find value as well. So at the moment, may have one less card, maybe 5 points down, but is in a pretty decent spot here. And now Tailbot is wondering what he wants to do, because that coup is looking a little bit sad.
It's looking rather tragic, yes, but I have a feeling with this Freya's Blessing we're going to feel a lot better, because we're going to see another little Hafru. Oh my dear goodness. There's another 10 points on the board. We make the assimilate cards tick twice each. That's 54 points already with 2 cards left in hand. But that coup will be a rather tragic one. I think it's going to do about a point or 2 of damage there, depending on the amount of armor on our defender. And Akela now having to decide, what are we picking?
Yeah, Kayla going down that line right now could take something different, but doesn't necessarily need to grab the Ryogun right here because he's got guaranteed more than enough rain. Goes for the maximum rain value instead, because ultimately if you just take the 4 provision unit, you spawn 6 turns of rain, which is 12 points of damage before the 12 points of engine boost that you are going to give to that messenger. So there is more than enough here to make that bride grab a Sigdriffer. We see on the other side, Tailbot has the ability to produce a lot of rain, but doesn't have the carryover or the follow-through for it. Decided to take the pure value from the 10-point half route instead of grabbing his own messenger into this point in the round, because it does end up being more points.
I mean, the messenger is a lot of points. I'm curious to see why Tailbot did not commit his coup a little bit earlier in round 2, as it is now an unfortunate brick in his hand and it's really not going to play for any points here. Again, maybe 1 point of damage on that defender. Looking rather tragic. I would have liked to see a little bit more point slam on the Joachim, but I guess that's not an option you can go for, especially when Joachim pulls out a random card from your deck and it could end up being a little bit too early for that. I'm very curious to see this point swing though. We're going to see the leader ability coming out. That is, 10 turns of rain, 20 points of damage, another 20 with the Messenger of the Sea. That's almost 40 point swing with 4 points of Pride of the Sea, 8 points of Ryogun. That's 67 points for Akela.
Wow, from 17 down to 37 up in a single swing here. And this is why this rain list is so scary, but it is now through. Wow, it is 2-0 Akela here after a few audio issues. Good lord, Akela absolutely bringing the rain and taking it 2-0. But as I mentioned, you've only got to beat the worst list 3 times, and we've seen people reverse sweep before, Tia.
I mean, reverse sweeps happen. They do happen, but we will not jinx it. Right now, Akela has to bring through his Squirtle list. Now, we could call it the potential weakest list in this lineup, but I can tell you it is not. It's a very strong list. He is running Gezras though, so he has to be careful, as that is not a matchup you prefer against Nilfgaard, but it is one you can take against Skellige or even against Squirtle itself. I'm still hoping for that mirror match, so I'm hoping Tailbot might just cue something like that. He is going to be on blue coin now after all, and Squirtle does normally do quite well on blue coin.
Yeah, the Squirtle list can do well on blue coin. It depends. Does he want to face the mirror on blue coin is the question, or is he now going to take something like Battle Trance and feel perhaps he can just go try and get those points on the board? Remember, every game is worth money. Each player, of course, has a match stake, but wow, they are not holding back at all. And he does, in fact, take the Skellige list here, because while he may be 2-0 down, the power shift does then go to the other player, because he now can choose which deck he takes each coin on, knowing exactly what he is going to queue into. So we now see that Battle Trance list on blue for Tailbot and Akela, trying for the 3-0 against the legendary Tailbot.
Yes, this is anybody's game. Like you say, Tailbot now having total control over the coins on which he wants to take every single deck against Akela's. He starts off with blue coin. Again, he has access to his discard package. We have the Mask of Ouroboros ready to go with Carl. We start off with Darren, a card that has recently made its way into the meta. Quite a nice one at that. It takes a card and directly puts it into the graveyard. He doesn't go for Morkvark, interestingly enough. He goes for the Crow Mother, and that's normally an option people take if they don't have access to Morkvark, so an interesting one at that.
Yeah, being able to put the Crow Mother into the graveyard is actually quite nice, because of course it is just effectively developing some carryover, and doesn't mess around there. Full tempo swing, commits Giga Scorpion, which is one of his very few pieces of direct damage here, to turn the Hamadryad engine off quickly. That is Tailbot saying, I do not want to fight you point-wise in this round. I am not going to let that engine establish.
Yes, and we see Akela already going into Falve, going for the Isengrim's Council Tutor. That is quite quite a bit of a gamble there, as Isengrim's Council gives you quite a few options. You don't have direct access to cards like that of Call of the Forest. That could give Tailbot an idea of what's in Akela's hand, as his hand isn't too great in all honesty. He has Gord, Gezras, as well as Ithne in her first form. None of those cards you really want in your hand round 1 per se.
No, I completely agree. While they're great cards, they're typically cards you would ideally mulligan, and may leave him in a position, as you say, where perhaps he can't really mulligan that Gord now. He isn't the Philavandrel version after all, so he isn't going to want to, he's not going to have access to a second one with Philavandrel. He has Gezras. So we see Tailbot committing the Coral now, as well as that stratagem, and just starting to plough those points onto the board with the threat of Coral.
Yes, and Tailbot also has an entirely different list, by the way. This is a Battle Trance list. It is not that of Akela, so you don't necessarily want a very long round. You can actually just point slam into a short round, making use of the Alchemy synergy and the Crow Clan Preachers. Right now, Tailbot's in a good position here. He still has a lot of cards he can play here if he wants to make sure he gets round control. And that Sunset Wanderer also will play for quite a bit of tempo, even if it has to come out in round 1.
Yeah, there is that. There's definitely that possibility here. He's not too far ahead in this situation, but does have multiple choices. The fact that the Sunset Wanderers is so far over to the left for Tailbot because of the discard package is very, very nice here, and he can commit. He doesn't. Instead, he says, you know what? I'm off. Let's make you make the decision here. Interesting choice from Tailbot. Plays the cards, develops the carryover, and just says, I'm out.
Yes, Tailbot going out of the round within 7 cards. Now, question is, does Akela have enough here to actually get out in 1 turn? He likely does. Let's see.
And I like
goes
this.
To the Circle of Life.
Yeah, the Circle of Life over the Orb, and I like this. I have a feeling he's going to kill a Crow here. No, he doesn't. He needed the extra points. Could have killed a Crow and protected the Gezras, but it wouldn't have been enough. He would have been 1 short and drawn there, having to use a final leader charge. If he'd been able to put those extra points onto the Gezras, could have been really nice, albeit with the fear of the potential heat wave on it anyway. Perhaps he decided just to go for the raw value.
Yes, I mean, he had to decide whether he wanted another point in this turn or maybe the next round, because obviously if it hit Ithne in her first form, it would have disappeared in the second. One of the bad things about having Ithne in your round 1 hand, that is.
Definitely, but he does dodge that and isn't mulliganing away those stronger cards. In fact, is mulliganing into stronger cards here, as we see Tailbot gets rid of the Morkvarg for now. No burner in hand for him. Doesn't want to hold it, and Akela is going in. I have seen the power that Nature's Gift can have trying to go for the 2-0, and let's be honest, that hand from Akela certainly has the power to do just that.
You know what, I love this play from Akela because he has the option of simply passing at some point and Gezras just ticking away, giving him a lot of points every turn. Now Tailbot of course does have Heatwave, but he has to choose wisely how he wants to spend it. If he uses it on Gezras in round 2, he doesn't have a lot of options when a short round 3 might come and Gord slams onto the board. So, Tailbot now having to decide how he wants to approach this round. There are some threats that need to be addressed, and right now he is sitting on everything he needs to go into a long bleed, and he has to decide whether he's committing, and that's exactly what he does, playing Geddy right off the bat round 2.
Now that is a big commitment, and leaders as well. So he had another card he could have played here instead of doing that, so he could have played a second card. So he's kept himself ahead, but he's kept himself ahead above the threshold where a pass is necessary. Both players could still have played another card here. So Tailbot just saying, no, I'm not going to let you be ahead of me at any point here. But that feels like it was a little bit earlier than necessary, perhaps, on Tailbot's behalf. But Akela still plays another card, 2-7 here. And we see Tailbot not proccing the scenario. Is Akela going to say, actually, yeah, he does. I'm not surprised to see that pass at all there from Akela. Gedineth over the course of a long round is so scary. Absolutely terrifying how many points it can go for. And we see the Truffle dropped as well, leaving both players on 7 cards. Effectively carryover, putting a strong card in the graveyard, a slightly boosted version. And of course, Truffle now stays on the board, but that was very expensive for Tailbot. A lot of his long round engine value removed at the top end of a bleed that traded for Ethne.
Yes, that was very odd of Tailbot, but he essentially said, no, this isn't happening. I'll give you what you want and we can move on from here. But very odd, as this specific Scalagalus really does rely on this alchemy synergy with the Crow Clan Preachers. We now have access to one currently in hand. It will be interesting to see if Tailbot can actually pull this off now, as Akela is in the perfect position with the long round. That's exactly what he wants to begin with. He has all the cards he needs, hasn't yet used Simlas even, still has access to Bountiful Harvest from his deck as well.
He does. Now, the carryover, of course, from the Sunset Wanderer is still going, has missed Burner and does still have effectively a 4-point brick in his hand there from that, but has been building that up quite nicely. Over the course of a long round as well, of course, that Fukusha does now have the option of an 8-point Little Hafru that will give 6 turns of rain. So there are some pretty strong options for the long round here still for Tailbot, but certainly has not drawn perfectly as he would like, perhaps. I suppose only really missing the Burner here, so it isn't too bad for him, but that 4p brick in hand, maybe that will come down to being the difference.
It could very well be. And Akela now having lost Say as well greatly benefits him if he wants to keep Gord untouched. I have a feeling that Heatwave might come down onto Gezras, and Tailbot will likely keep it in hand for that exact reason. We see one Crow Clan Preacher being dropped onto the board, a rather sad one that does not survive very long. It disappears as is necessary because these cards grow quite large in an alchemy deck. That is something you need to get rid of the moment it hits the board, or else it just runs away with points.
Yeah, the risk of bonded value on them can always be quite scary, so you do need to do your best to get rid of that. We do see the Crow Mother carryover coming into play there, though, and doesn't find the Burner, which is would have been what he was banking on there. The Sunset Wanderer bringing that Burner out, finds himself instead of Mardrome, so there is some alchemy synergy, of course, there if he does end up with any damaged units that stick. A couple of units in the front row, both of his cards that have jumped there without his choosing, also, of course, providing that Gezras some value here. But point to point, he's quite far ahead so far.
That's for sure, he is. I see him hovering over Heatwave, but I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Probably just my eyes playing tricks on me. Now, he does play that 4-point Skirmisher, not a lot of points, definitely not ideal, never something you want to play directly from hand.
No, not at all, but ultimately, he's sort of in a waiting turn right now, really. Doesn't need to commit any of those other key pieces initially. I think the next turn, if he's going for maximum value in terms of rain, probably is the Fukusha turn, if he's going down that route instead, although does still have the option to Fukusha into Coral, which is something he could have done there, I think. He could have Fukusha'd into Coral to get rid of the unit in hand instead, and taken a slightly different path. I don't believe it was doomed, so that is something perhaps he could have done and has elected not to, perhaps in favour of additional rain value instead.
You are correct. He could have gone for Coral and perhaps even have drawn into something like Burner with that, giving it extra points at the end of the day. But instead he goes for the Hafru. He gets a lot of rain on that back row. And I don't think Akela is too bothered, in all honesty. Right now, it's looking rather good for him. Those Treants are just filling up unnecessary space when you have a deck of this proportion. I mean, those Whisperers will just keep on spamming more copies of themselves at the end of the day. And all of the other nature cards will just make more Treants. Often I find myself having a range row that is full and Gezras never makes his appearance. So this does not look too horrible for Akela given the situation.
No, although the rain, of course, could double snipe those trees. There aren't actually that many units left available here for Akela that aren't spawned, so it could end up filling the front row. Every time I try and play Whisperers in this list, the trees jump onto the same row, so we will see if it happens here. And I love the offensive Mardrome. Was about to say it should be a consideration to remove that, because the amount of points that would have played for is quite scary. So really nice to see that taken as an option here. Useful for Tailbot, and we do see now all of those units are going to stick, of course, on the back row.
Yes, now we do see that Gezras glowing red as the sun. He can be played now. He won't survive most likely, but he can definitely be played on that melee row. He will go into the back row and he will boost 5 units. Now, this... I wonder what the play here is on Tailbot's end.
Yeah, Tailbot here has yet to drop the Hafru Singer onto the board, will not really find a great deal of heal value for it, which may be the reason he has done this now. Clicks that, gives him a damaged unit to grab some synergy from the Mushy Truffle as well, and get some value out of that Hafru a couple more times at least in this. He's got to take max value now, I think. He has to just go with it, because while he is ahead, there are so many points left on the other side.
Yes, and we see Akela going there for the Forest Protector into Bountiful Harvest. He gets a nice, well-placed Treant there on the Range Rover for later Gezras. And he also has a Sorceress. He does not boost her, which is interesting, as she might take some rain damage and then be rather useless. But he has time. He has time to give her his leader charge. No, he doesn't. I take that back. Better not have given her that charge, as the Giga Scorpion decoction played for 6 points at the end of the day.
It did indeed, and the rain value there also removing another unit, so 2 units removed in that situation there. But we see the Gezras come down, would not be stunned to see the Gezras disappear as quickly as he appeared, and we do see that from Tailbot. This is going to be close. That Gord, if I am not mistaken right now, is probably up at his maximum value, plus 7 boost. So this is going to be really tight here, actually.
Yeah, you are correct here. Akela now having the Nature's Rebuke. He can't get rid of that half-roof Singer anymore. Tailbot boosted it quite nicely, actually, preventing that from going. This is going to be rather close. You are correct. You are correct. So he does use his leader charge. He uses Dunka. Alright, and goes for the Nature's Rebuke. Now, he needs a few points to catch up here. Is it going to be enough? That's the question.
It's going to be close. There is no damage benefit from the Alchemy, so it's not going to spawn from the Singer. This is really tight. It is 8. He needs 19 to win, so he needs 17 from this. Oh my lord, it's just enough by 1. It is enough by 1. The Gord wasn't at max, but Akela taking it there. 3-2. No, not 3-2. 3-0. Akela. That is a face of concentration. He has... and takes a little sip himself as well. Wow,
Coke.
what?
That definitely Coke, nothing else in that drink, but a well-deserved win from Akela, 3-0ing the Tailbot. What a win, and I believe Akela said that Tailbot is the most worthy opponent in this entire tournament. My goodness, I don't think anybody got that right on their divination results. It seems nobody's taking this prize.
I was literally about to say, if my divination result wasn't ruined before, it is definitely ruined now. I do wonder that final play, in that round 2, Tailbot's choice not only to commit the Gedineth, but then drop the leader as well when he could have potentially played 2 more cards without losing his card. I think maybe he'll look back and regret not having access to that because, well, it literally came down to a single point and he could easily have held that leader with what he committed afterwards. So I think he may look back on that, and that may be something that perhaps our analysts do look at here. But wow, what a series. That was lightning fast.
That was, again, just hats off to Akela. Hats off to Tailbot as well. Akela just here being, yeah, I would say the underdog given the divination results, but he took it. He's going through to the semi-finals now. He's going to be facing Big Corn. Going to be very interesting for sure. Yeah, wow, that was quite interesting. I do think Tailbot overcommitted there, but I do hear we are ready for Burja with an interview with Akela right now, so let's hear what he has to say.
Alright, I am back after my casting debut with Hester once again and Akela. Akela going for the quick 3-0, showing you sometimes you can be cocky, but you need to back it up with actually good plays, and Tailbot did not. So Akela, the humble one, has won. This should teach you something, kids at home when you're watching. But enough about that. Akela, how are you doing, man?
Расскажи нам немножко, как себя чувствуешь после этого матча?
Ну, неожиданный, конечно, результат. Конечно, доволен победой. Не заходы были у оппонента, поэтому это помогло мне, конечно, выиграть. Но в целом, считаю, и сам сыграл неплохо.
Well, that is obviously an unexpected result, even for me. Obviously, I'm happy, but my opponent didn't get cards he wanted in a lot of cases. And, well, I'm glad with the win.
You were very humble in your interview, and you said that Tailbot will be a worthy opponent. Looking into tomorrow, what do you think about your opponent tomorrow and his matchup against yours?
Скажи нам немножко по поводу завтрашнего матча. Как себя чувствуешь против Кукурузина?
Ну, честно говоря, рад победы Кукурузины, так как у Камса лайнап контрил север мой, я не понимал, как это вообще может выиграть. Ну, Кукурузине повезло, и я доволен его победе. С ним будут какие-то шансы, я думаю.
Well, I'm really happy with that one, actually, because the lineup is better against mine, and I was surprised that Kukuruzina won, because the lineup is definitely gonna go better against his, not Cam's.
So you're feeling confident, which is always good. All right, Akela, thank you very much. I will let you rest.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
And before we go, of course, there are more leaks. Yeah, let's drop it. Let's drop it. You saw this art. We were teasing it for quite some time. You were putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and you have Milva Sharpshooter, Human, Zeal Order, damage an enemy unit by 2, Death Blow, shuffle self back to your deck. Whenever you move an enemy unit, summon self from your deck to the opponent's row, then damage it by 1. Art by Sandra Chlevinska, incredible stuff. I really love cards which show motion in the art, which is incredible. And yeah, something really cool if you're into movement and stuff like that. But yeah, I won't be talking about cards and how they should be used because we have a beautiful pair of analysts, which we'll transition to right now.
All right, Spessy, we are back. Oh, baby, it's Milva Sharpshooter. Now, this card could be a game changer. What do you think, Spessy?
Oh, the classic Spessy muted. I had to do it, didn't I? I just had to do it. It's like a habit at this point. Tradition almost. But Milva Sharpshooter Shinmiri, what an absolutely lovely card this is. There's lots to unpack. I think the first thing that's important to talk about this card is it is a card you're going to be mulliganing, right? It's not a card that you're going to have in your hand and you're playing because it's working in a similar fashion to a Knickers or a Roach where it's being summoned from your deck. But instead of those cards where it's the condition is, on this one, you have to move one of your opponent's cards. Milva's going to fly out of the deck and damage that card by 1.
Yeah, and then with her Zeal Order means that you can click her order right away. If you can have a 2 strength enemy unit on the board or lower, you can click the order, Death Blow that enemy unit, and shuffle Milva Sharpshooter back into your deck to reuse on your next offensive movement. So the way you can think about this card, it's like a Madoc, but for movement instead of for bombs. It's a little bit tougher to reuse multiple times, so you got to be careful about that Death Blow. If you miss that Death Blow, she doesn't shuffle herself back and you can't use her again.
Yeah, and also because she's going to be going back into your deck, she can also be a brick in your hand into round 2 and round 3. Lots of thinking going on with this card, but definitely looking forward to. I think this could be the resurgence of Guerrilla Tactics as a leader ability, Shinmiri, with the inclusion of this card. So that was a really quick series. We just watched Shinmiri. A 3-0 to Akela. I did get the score right in my divination bracket. Unfortunately, I did predict it to be towards Tailbot, so I was about as far away as you possibly could be on that one.
I have to agree with Lionheart and Tia that probably almost everybody's brackets are busted by now after that 3-0 by Akela against the fan favorite Tailbot. All right, what do we got here? This is game number 2, I think.
This was game number 2. We wanted to highlight this one, Shin, because it was with the Rage of the Sea deck. And this is not a deck that we're going to necessarily get a big opportunity to see that much of this weekend. Of course, it's through to the semi-finals, so we're going to be seeing it tomorrow now, if it's not banned. But we really wanted to just highlight how Akela... to just give him that little bit of extra tempo, those few points extras that he needed, and then he is now 21.
We don't have audio again.
Seem to have lost audio, Shinmiri.
Okay. So we're looking at round 1 of game number 2, right? So Akela makes a decision to click his truffle even though he's on blue coin, to get the big enough lead so he doesn't lose on even and then gets a pass, showing that he's very confident in winning the long round 3 versus double cross.
Yeah, that's definitely not something you would expect many decks to be able to say that they can win a long round against Nilfgaard with all the board clog and things like that they can do. But as you can see, Tailbot just couldn't make up the points in one card unless he wanted to make a massive overcommitment. And this meant that Tailbot in round 2 did decide to bleed because he came to the same conclusion as Akela, that the long round would go in the favor of Skellige. And so he decided to bleed. And there was something really funny that happened in this round 2, Shinmiri, with these illusionists and these half-roos.
Oh my god, this was so good. Look at this setup. So he's got second illusionist for bonded to get a full power 6 strength Hofru, which then sets up the bonded for his second Hofru that he's going to play through experimental remedy. He's stealing Akela's previously strengthened Hofru at 8 power and playing it with bonded. So he's going to end up Tailbot is going to end up having a 10 power Hofru in round 2. And that sets up for the huge double cross into Fukusha into that Hofru play in round 3, which will eventually be 12 points of Hofru. That's the biggest little Hofru I have ever seen.
And it's so great as well because Tailbot's card that he chose as his favorite was the little Hofru, and he uses it in Nilfgaard to the best effect quite imaginable. So I bet he had a big smile on his face when
Tailbot's just sitting there playing Nilfgaard, singing, "Everything you can do, I can do better," right? Like, yeah. This is insane.
And there was something else really interesting going on in this round 2, Shin, and it was all to do with the invocation, the threat of invocation, and the Melusine in the hand of Akela here.
Yeah, it's really tricky to play Melusine against Nilfgaard because if you build it up, it's normally a carryover card for you, but if you build up the strength of it, it can get invocated late in the round, and then all of a sudden Nilfgaard has like a 15, 20 strength Melusine for a short round 3. So you can see Akela is going to play it safe here, and he's going to play the Melusine a little bit later than usual and only play it on 1 unit. So it's strengthening by 1 per turn instead of 2 per turn.
Yeah, and also it's very important where he decides to place this. He places it next to the Hermit, which is a cultist. That does mean that Melusine, when she clicks her order and damages the cultist to the side of her, she's going to get her order back. Her order being able to spawn more rain, which of course, in a Rage of the Sea deck with Messengers of the Sea, the more rain, the better. And what's really interesting as well is eventually this Invo, in fact, isn't even used on Melusine because Akela was able to make his Melusine small enough that Tailbot was tempted not to get it, but also big enough that he would still get a lot of points from rezzing it in round 3.
It's that sweet spot, really, finding the balance to make it good enough for yourself, but not too good for your opponent. And Tailbot instead elects to invocate this Messenger of the Sea, which is an interesting decision because like this rain deck is really focusing on messengers as a win condition, right? And you've got 2 of them, but Akela also plays Fukusha and 2 Freya's Blessings, which means that he has a lot of different ways to resurrect these Messengers of the Sea. So by using Yen's Invo on one of them, it makes it so that Akela only gets to play 1, no matter how many resurrections he has in round 3. And I think if I remember correctly, that 1 messenger went up to like 27, 29 points. So imagine there being 2 of those. So I think it is actually a pretty good call on Tailbot's part to take this messenger.
Yeah, and here was where the Invo came in, and if we just fast forward a little bit further into round 2, Tailbot does eventually get a pass. He waits for Akela to play the Folmar here, which is quite a big commitment, while still having a pass. And Tailbot did have the option before passing here to use his leader ability and try and push for the 2-0, but he knew with Folmar down on the board, with a messenger down on the board, this was his best opportunity to pass. He managed to save his leader, he managed to also save his Mushy Truffle carryover and give himself a little bit of a chance in round 3. But Shinmiri, when Ryogan is left in the graveyard and there's still only 1 messenger, it's going to be really difficult to contend with this rain deck in round 3. And there was the absolute finisher of dreams with this Bride of the Sea replaying Sig Driffer onto this Ryogan for just a massive point swing to round out this game number 2.
Oh my god, yeah, with like, what is it? I think there were 10 turns or something like 10 turns of rain on the board. He gets 2 more from the leader here, right? And then 2 more from the little Hofru. And Sigdrifa's Right is replayed by Bride of the Sea into Ryogan. This is what makes this card so powerful and which is the reason why Ryogan has like resurrected, literally, the Rain archetype from the graveyard of the meta. And guys, you got to try out Rain. This is really, really fun, really strong. 28-point messenger, huge point swing on his last turn, and Akela taking game number 2.
Absolutely, and there is just one other key thing we wanted to highlight from this last game. Obviously, with the game just ending, haven't had a bunch of time to compile the perfect clip for it, but the key moment in this game, surely Shinmiri, we were very surprised, I know Tia and Lionheart were, at Tailbot's decision here. He passed in round 1, and then Akela is threatening to bleed with his Ethne. And what Tailbot decides to do on 10 cards, the first card he plays in this round, number 2, he goes for his Gedineth, which is a huge commitment, but it's not just his Gedineth, Shin. He also commits his leader ability, and it seemed like a very strange line at the time, and he just came up short in round 3 without this leader and without the Gedineth.
So the reason for committing the leader is to take that Preacher out of rebuke range. There's no tall punish in Akela's Devotion Symbiosis list, so I can understand this because Tailbot is basically really respecting this push by Akela, by Symbiosis, that if Akela wants to and goes really deep in round 2, Tailbot feels like maybe he needs all the points that he can get. But yeah, it's a lot of resources, a lot of carryover resources going to waste here. And this is the power of the soft push. The kind of gray area when Akela is at more than 7 cards, he can threaten to push, and if Tailbot doesn't respect it, then he can just go all the way for potentially really deep push or a 2-0. If Tailbot is respecting it and commits something like getting it, commits something like leader, Akela still has the option to pass when he gets to 7 cards, not lose his card advantage and just take the long round 3 after Tailbot commits more than him.
Absolutely, Akela, he could have taken just the straight up pass, got himself a few extra mulligans, but instead commits a big gold card, really just puts a lot of pressure on Tailbot and says, look, if you don't respect this, I am going to go for it and you are not going to catch up anytime soon. Tailbot respecting it almost too much though, and we were discussing maybe this is just one of those lines that Tailbot in scrims, of course the players did get access to each other's decks the last day, maybe this is just a line that he had tested and found to be a successful way to win this matchup. I remember Life Coach doing like a really strange play in Gwent Masters #1 earlier on in the year, but it worked out for him, and maybe it was just a line Tailbot had tested, was confident in it, but something just went wrong in that round 3, and Akela ended up taking it 3-0.
It was a 1-point game, Spessy. So, I mean, and Tailbot bricked, I think, a skirmisher, right? So maybe if that skirmisher is something else, maybe his normal practice and his lines were right. He would have won that game if he had not had that brick. So, very, very tough match. Well played by Akela. He takes it 3-0.
Yeah, and definitely looking forward then to seeing the first semi-final, which is going to be taking place tomorrow, which is going to be Aluha or Big Cuckoo against Akela. Looking forward to that one for sure. But we've got more Gwent today, halfway through the action, and we are going to be sending you now back to Tia and Lionheart to show you the updated bracket.
Very and Shinmiri, and you can see Big Cuckoo Rosina, Akela, they have absolutely no interest in anybody else's divination challenge but their own, and they have made it through to the semi-finals, Tia.
Yes, and these two players are also from the same area as well. It's going to be a little bit of a friendly match, I think. And Akela having beat Tailbot 3-0, that makes him the new Tailbot, I think. That's how the rules work, at least. He should be feared now. I look so much forward to seeing these semi-finals tomorrow. And yes, again, well played. Having 3-0 a player, that's a hefty sum of the prize pool Akela will be taking home. And how about we take a look at that? I'm very curious to see what that amount is going to be.
Yeah, the prize pools are coming together, and even though you're going home, you're not going home with nothing. As you can see, Tailbot won 0 games there, but still takes $1,775. But you will notice Akela sitting on a big chunk of money because each game takes a percentage of the match stake. And Akela has just taken the entire match stake there, so he will already be feeling very wealthy. He can upgrade himself to Akela 115 now.
Yeah, that's $6,035. Who say crime doesn't pay? Yeah, Akela 115. Yeah, just again, well deserved. Again, Talbot not going home with nothing. It's still a hefty amount of money. And again, thank you to everybody who contributes to these prize pools by supporting Gwent, buying selected content from the shop. Not that there's ever a lack of content to choose from, I must say. Remember to click on that accept button on Twitch if you have reached the 4-hour line as well, so you can get the Gwent Beholder title as well as that beautiful card back that's waiting for you. And I do believe we have to remind them, Lionheart, that it won't be available immediately, the card back. It will only come throughout next week, as I have been told.
Yeah, that is correct. The Beholder title will turn up pretty fast. The card back, when you do earn it, will be available sometime later in the week. But I believe that is us for the first quarterfinal we're casting. There are still 2 more to go though. The next one that's going to be with Flake and Shinmiri, it's Shaggy versus Lord Trist here.
I mean, I know these players normally tend to take very spicy lists to these sort of tournaments, so I'm very curious to see the next quarterfinals. So that will be it from us for now. We'll see you again for the last quarterfinals of the day. Thank you for watching, and we'll send you over to Flake and Shinmiri now. Shake.
Shake or Flinmiri. Thanks, guys.
The next contestant needs no introduction, all would know. He has been the first champion of Gwent Open 4 years ago. So Shaggy once again shall aspire to take his ground. Will he succeed? Well, we shall see in the upcoming round.
Hello there everyone, I am Shaggy, the Shaggy Nuts. I'm one of the Gwent OGs, having played the game since closed beta and being part of the very first Gwent Open in 2017, still my best achievement in Gwent, having won Gwent Open #1, the very first one. A few years ago, and yeah, like my results this year have been quite consistent in terms of qualifiers, in terms of just qualifying to the tournaments, but in the end I haven't managed to get past the quarterfinals in any of the 3 opens I took part in this year, so I'm hoping the curse will be finally broken in this Masters, and it's a tournament that I've been working for this entire year basically to qualify to, and yeah, now is the big day and I hope I can perform. Alright, Lord Triss. Amazing nickname by the way, like I don't know what is the origin of that name, but if we're just picking like Witcher Universe waifus, I would be renaming myself into Lord Dijkstra. I think that would be a great username as well. Anyways, yeah, Lord Triss is kind of a rookie to the Gwent scene, right? He has kind of only shown up like maybe half a year ago on like qualifiers and stuff, but I've been pretty impressed with his gameplay and his results, so I'm definitely not gonna go easy on Lord Triss just because like he's a rookie and just because he's not like an established name. But yeah, I mean, I have 4 years of Gwent experience behind my back while he only has like maybe 1 or something, so I definitely got the edge there, right? Right, everyone? But yeah, what can I say? I do respect Lord Triss as a player, so it's definitely gonna be a hard-fought match. I'm not gonna have the easiest time. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be hard, but it's not gonna be easy to beat him either, so yeah. I'll probably have to use about 50% of my power level, maybe 55, and yeah, that should be good, honestly. So yeah, good luck and have fun to my opponent, and yeah, may the best player win.
It seems that Lord Triss makes the entrance on the stage, declared himself an ally to one gorgeous ginger mage. Thus he had won the Open, the 4th one back then. Many may just wonder why not embraced him yet.
Hi everyone, I'm Lord Triss, an engineering student and Gwent player from China. This year I successfully managed to participate in 2 open tournaments and became champion of the 4th Open. Now I'm one of the Masters finale participants and I hope you will support me. I'm pretty familiar with most of the players taking part in this tournament, except for Cybers, who I don't know well.
因为他们都是已
All
经
of
老
them
选手。
are old veterans,
然
even
后在
though
我
I
没
haven't
有
played
在
against
打
some
击
of them
之
yet.
前，他们就是
They're all famous and they have a
很有
great
声名的。
reputation in the community.
然后很可惜的一点就是我
One
非
thing
常
I'm pretty
尊
sad
重的
about
选
is
手
that
完
the
没
player
有
I respect
是
a
被
lot
取消
wasn't
了比
able
赛
to
资格，
participate in
这
the
个
Masters. And of
是
course, I mean
我
Wang.
是比较
He didn't
是
receive the
是
invitation
比较
to
心痛
participate in
的。
World Masters
很
Season
希望
3,
他在
and it makes
他
me
在
feel
国际赛
heartbroken.
场上能够
I hope that at
继续
some
翱翔，
point
然
we'll
后
be
也
able
失
to
去了
play
一次。
together on the
不知
international
道以后
arena
还有没
again,
有机会
but I'm not sure
在国际
there
赛
will be
场
such
上和
opportunity
完
in the future.
一较高下。那对手是沙迪，这个沙迪
My opponent in the first
是
round
名
is
选
Shaq.
手，也已经
He's
是
definitely a really famous player,
成
and
名
we
已久。
both participated
然
in
后
the
我
fourth
和沙
Grand
迪
Open.
上一次有遇见的是在
Unfortunately, I did not meet him in the semis, but I've seen his high-level plays, and I know he's a strong and
但是
skillful
也
player.
见识过他的高超的打牌技巧，也是一个非常
I
强硬的
hope I'll
选
be
手。
able to defeat him
我
and
希望
enter the
能在
next
他
round.
上能够晋级下一个。
All right, well, here we go. We're back at it. As you saw there, it was Lord Triss and Shaggy. Lord Triss had his buddy in the background, like swiping Tinder while he's doing his interview, which is pretty sweet. But yeah, big words from both players. Again, Shaggy coming in with some confidence, saying, "Hey, I ain't gonna take it easy on you, rookie. I've been here since the beginning."
It is really an interesting storyline. We've got Shaggy, winner of the very first Gwent Open back in 2017, versus Lord Triss, winner of the most recent Gwent Open number 4 just a month and a half ago.
Yeah, it was such a fascinating little bookend to this tournament series, season and seasons, plural here, as like you said. But things have changed in 2017, if I may say so. You know, I've been there since the beginning as well. Shaggy, obviously the first Open winner ever. And the fact that there's some longevity there, the fact that he's remained relevant up until now is quite, you know, impressive. And like he said, though, he's not going to take Lord Triss lightly. He's going to go in and make sure that he could get to day 2, something that he has failed to do quite often in his recent tournament history.
Yeah, that's true. He's got a bit of a quarterfinal curse in Season 3 of World Masters, but let's see if he can break it here at the big one. And what do you guys think? It's going to be hard to call a favorite here between Shaggy and Lord Triss, but you guys are taking the new school over the old school, 73% in favor of a Lord Triss, and the head-to-head kind of matches up with that. Lord Triss with an 80-20 win rate versus Shaggy on the pro rank this year.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you can't teach an old dog new tricks. In this case, Lord Triss is all the fancy new tricks up his sleeve. Is really Shaggy's just trying to catch up at this point. But again, the fact that Shaggy has been here, is in the tournament himself, is just testament to the fact that, you know, you can remain relevant and competitive for so long. The question is can you, you know, get to the top of the hill again? And this is the big of his medal, and well, we'll figure it out because you got at least 3 games to play in this best of 5 series. Let's see what either player are bringing in terms of decks to the party. We've had some very fascinating lists and choices that we've already got to cast and see, you know, from the first set to second set. So let's go take a look at both players' decks here with Shaggy starting us off, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it is. And what we see here is Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Battle Trance. But hey-oh, the Orange faction makes a nice appearance. Maybe a little homage to Lord Triss, you know, being, you know, she's a redhead, so we're going to bring the Orange faction to maybe counteract the orange hair.
Yeah, let's dive into this jackpot list a little bit. It is a control bounty list with things like Witchfinder, Graydon, Professor, Horson Jr., Horson's Freak Show, one Witch Hunter Executioner, and what's this? A Tunnel Drill? I thought this card was dead.
I thought this card was garbage. Well, you know what? Sometimes things get nerfed or changed, and it maybe takes them, you know, out of the cosmos, out of the stratosphere in terms of power level, and just brings them back down to earth a bit here. But Tunnel Drill can still get the job done. You don't need a pocket for this card anymore. What you just need to do is play a crime in order to up the damage. So if this can stick to the board, then you're in a good place. And with Jackpot, if you're already rolling a bank of 9 coins and drop the Tunnel Drill, that profit is going to turn into a boost. So you might have a 7-point unit on the board that isn't row locked, isn't locked between 2 units. You boost, you pocket this, or you pair this up with a crime in order to increase the damage by 3, and suddenly you're just going full pew pew, and it's gonna feel real nice.
Yeah, Tunnel Drill might still go brrr after all. And with Jackpot Leader.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to Tia saying that, and the fact that you just literally just whipped it out of your pocket. You're like, I was not expecting that at all.
And so Jackpot is great at protecting your threats, and there's so many threats in this deck. You've got Tunnel Drill, you've got Freak Show, you've got Executioner. Like you said, the Prophet can make them very beefy, 6-7 strength even, very difficult to remove, and the Jackpot can also boost to protect them. So there's gonna, like, if you're facing off against this Jackpot list, you're gonna have to have a lot of high damage sources or hard removal.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely take some effort. It might be a situation where like something like Selkirk is gonna have to go ahead and eat that up. But how about this Battle Trance list? And again, Battle Trance, Getty Neth. There's so many different ways that Skellige can play and create points. But one of the important ways here is just being able to drop the Getty Neth, having your Crow Clan Preachers, your CCPs, your drop some CCPs. And again, Mushy Truffle is such a great card in conjunction with this, because it's not just the fact that you're going to get a second bonded unit, but you're also going to get the benefit of the alchemy spell that comes out of it, the Golden Froth. So this is why Dwimvedra is so important, and why Shaggy's packing is bringing the 2-pack of the Dwimvedra.
Yeah, Dwimvedra is got 2 targets in this deck. One is Mushy Truffle, which gets you another Golden Froth. That would play for a 10-point play for 5 provisions. But not only just that, it's also an extra alchemy card. So potentially 1 to maybe even like 6 more points on your Preachers. So potentially even like a 16 for 5. That's absurd. And then your other option would be to target Getty Nith after you've already played 2 Druids, fully proc the scenario. You can play Dwimvedra melee row to put your Getty Nith back to the final chapter to get another Mardrome after you play a 3rd Druid. A little bit of a backup option. I think the main option is with the Truffle, but there are 2 of these in this Battle Trance list, as opposed to, I think Tailbot was only running 1. So Tailbot couldn't find a win with the Alchemy list. Let's see if Shaggy can do better.
Yeah, this Dwimvedra, I just want to make a quick note, is that here you are, you just spent, years in mage school, and what is the first thing you decide to use your powers on? Shear a bunch of lambs and sheep. Like, that's basic. You can conjure all kinds of cool stuff, but you've decided that, hey, animal husbandry and farming is what I want to use my magical powers on. All right, that's Shaggy Nuts and some of, notable cards out of Shaggy's list. Let's move on to Lord Triss. The most recent open winner, Lord Triss, bringing Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, and Nature's Gift. I don't think there's any surprises in terms of what these are. A lot of the players have basically settled on what the 2 best lists are, Northern Realms and Nilfgaard, and it's that 3rd and 4th faction that they have to sort of figure out. So what are we seeing right here, Shinmiri?
Yeah, so Lord Triss actually brought basically his exact same lineup that he used to win Open number 4. Maybe just saying, hey, the meta hasn't really changed that much. I'm not going to fix what's not broken, right? And this won me the last tournament, so let's just do it again. Part 2.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, lean on it, right? If this is what worked last time, if you suspect that this is still good enough, I mean, why are you gonna, like you said, this isn't Specimen's microphone. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this is what's gonna happen. In this case, is the fact that, well, Double Cross is just great. Inspired Zeal, also amazing, but there's some pretty fascinating choices here, and one of them is from the Skellige list, and I want to talk really quickly about Whale Harpooner. There's a 1-of Whale Harpooner. Deploy. It's a 2-body for 4, so you're already in Wolfpack territory kind of stuff, but frankly, the move an enemy unit to the other row and damage it by the number of units on that row. This is another piece that just decimates those row-locked mages. It doesn't just move them to turn off their order, but it can also get the kill shot in it as well.
Yeah, really good against something like Letitia as well, that's row-locked, right? If there was a Kelly matchup, this would be very clutch as well. So, interesting little tech there. I think, if I remember correctly, Lord Triss had this tech in his Gwent Open 4 list as well. So, yeah, exactly. Like, taking what worked for him and just tweaking it to fit the new provision nerfs or changes. And then Nature's Gift, as we saw a lot of the Chinese players liked in Gwent Open number 4, Lord Triss has a Sheldon Skaggs in his Nature's Gift list. and this is in place of the Fauve, so a little bit less consistency, but Sheldon Skaggs can be very powerful if you manage to draw him into your hand, so that you can put a bunch of hand buff on him through Bountiful Harvest, through Dunka, and have him as an additional removal tool later down the road.
Yeah, a dangerous game, though. Again, you got to rely on the fact that this is in your opening hand. I know that whenever I play this card, it is just tearing my hair out, frustrating in order to get this in the opening hand. It's so important to have this, free and clear. This is not a card that wants to be tutored. This is a card that wants to live and grow in your hand and collect all those buffs. So Sheldon Skaggs, a great finishing card, a great, point click kind of get rid of a nasty threat. It's very scalable, and it just doubles up on the value of what those boosts that you're putting in your hand with the Bountiful Harvest. Sheldon Skaggs, again, a choice that he made in a previous tournament that managed to pay off, and in this case can again put you over the top if necessary.
All right, so there we have it. Yeah, those are Lord Triss's list. These are the decks that Shaggy and Triss are bringing to battle. We are going to get started with game number 1 in a sec here, but we have to first look at their bans. What decks are they scared of, and what do they not want their opponent to play?
Yeah, and that's always factors in here, again, with the strategy of what you're going through here. Shaggy opting to just get rid of Nilfgaard, and in this case, Lord Triss is, you see just the pure reach that those mage lists have, their resilience in terms of how they can seemingly develop points like out of nowhere, and Lord Triss has opted to just not have to deal with any of those mages in this case. So we're going to see Nilfgaard, we're going to see basically every faction is going to be represented. We're going to see some Syndicate in the tournament, which is fascinating, because a faction that was so prominent, was just a ban magnet for so long, kind of fell out of favor for a while, and I don't know if it's all because of the fact that the drill just got nerfed and that was where all of the eggs were sitting, like in that basket, but suddenly we're seeing some more Syndicate, and I know that Shaggy was kind of discussing what is my fourth faction, and coming in with Syndicate this time is a little unorthodox, but we might see some surprise in the new age, the newfound, way of playing drill. Is it still viable? We're going to see it here in this tournament.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be interested in it, because I know quite a few fans of the game really liked playing that Syndicate Line Pockets Crimes list and liked seeing that tunnel drill clear your opponent's entire board. This might be a new way you could do it. If this deck does end up working, I expect a lot of people to try it out on ladder too.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little safer now. Again, with closed deck lists, open deck lists, you'll know when it's safe to play without any kind of boost or help. So I think that it's actually a very smart move to bring such a devastating tool like the drill. Now, the drill, again, the same power level is there. It's still going to be able to clean up the board. In fact, it's a little bit free and clear. It's a little bit more, a lot less setup for it to be placed on the board. You don't need to drop your Cleaver and create a pocket. You don't need your Novigradian Justice into all of those connecting pieces. So you have a little bit more latitude and freedom to liberally play this card, knowing full well if your opponent can have an answer for it. So if you could just toss it out there and then maybe drop a crime and just clean up your opponent's board, that can be really, really gross to deal with.
Yeah, and it's not just the drill, right? Like we said, it's the freak show, it's the executioner, it's the witch finder. There's just too many things to answer in that deck for most opponents to deal with. So you got to really pick and choose. What are the biggest threats? What are my priorities to answer? And maybe you use like a round 2 push to bleed some of those out, because you won't be able to answer all of them.
Yeah, there's a lot to handle there. We've seen Syndicate really just run the table for so long, kind of fallen out of favor, like we mentioned, but this could be a resurgence. Sometimes it just takes one person to innovate and try something new. Much like that Count Caldwell list. When that first Count Caldwell has been around for quite a while. It's just the introduction of a new card like Witch's Sabbath just changes the dynamic of how cards are played, and maybe it's going to take Shaggy here to show us just how important a tunnel drill can still be in the game. But that's for a later game, because for right now, Shaggy's going to be on blue coin playing Battle Trance versus Lord Triss on red with mages. And mages typically is your blue coin choice. So I'm wondering, what the thought process here for Lord Triss. But Shaggy is going to be going first here and looking for an option to start off. And it's, again, when you have the Sunset Wanderers in the hand, you're always looking to play to the left of the Sunset Wanderers, give it as much, runway as possible. But in this case, when you have something like Coral and Burnabrand, you're going to be able to draw, cycle, and give a lot more latitude for that Sunset Wanderers to continue to scale up.
Exactly. Sunset Wanderers is great synergy with the discard package in Skellige. Shaggy's going to take that opening play that we've seen other players do, the Darren into discarding Crow Mother, setting up the Crow Mother in your graveyard so that she will come back with the first alchemy card you play. And you'll get to use the Crow Mother in all 3 rounds, despite not having drawn into her in round 1. What makes Darren so flexible is that he can be used on Crow Mother or Morkvarg, or even just played in the front row for 8 big points.
Rafard's Vengeance is the first order of business here for Lord Triss, setting it up with a leader charge, giving it Zeal. There's the first student hitting the books. Class is in session, friends, as the first order of patience is on the board. It's not going to be an easy out here for Shaggy. You do have the option to hit the Coral with a double discard. If you hit this 50-50 twice, you clean it up real nice.
All right, each of these is 50-50, so you can control them, right, Flake? First one is good.
My superpower coming through. Can he complete it? Shaggy, come on. It's just a 50-50, buddy. We can't lose, said Shinmiri once or 1,000 times.
Yes, okay. All right, first he has to make the decision of which one of these cards he wants to discard. It's going to be the Scout. Oh, but Shaggy misses the second 50-50, and that is huge.
That is huge, but he's going to have a second wheel on this. You do also have the Mardrum to kill that, I believe. It's kind of a little bit of a... It's a slower play. I think what you do here is you just roll the dice on the Burna and see if you can't, you can't clutch it out anyways. It's completely
possible. If this
possible.
Coral lives? Yeah, if this Coral lives, absolutely. But Berna Bran she has no good discard targets right now. You're missing your second Skirmisher, you're missing your Morkvarg. So if you do not draw either of them, you've already discarded your Scald. You might end up having like 2 bricks in your deck later if you play the Birna now. But it's looking really juicy to just take the Birna, but Shaggy decides to, preserve that discarder for when he does draw into those discard targets. Just take one of these 2 Mardrums here. Gets to play to the left of Sunset Wanderers anyways, but it is a very slow play. The Crow Mother comes out and helps out a little bit, but Shaggy currently still ahead because Lord Triss is still trying to develop these students. Plays the Aretusa student on the melee row just to get that extra 2 points of damage, saying, I'm never going to click this anyways.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. I mean, you just want that thing to grow and grow and grow as much as possible. Really, the value of that target is in the patience growing. You want those to basically feed your alumni. The alumni are complete plagiarists in the school. They want to copy all the work of the other students, so they had to put the time in. It's the Banart student, it's the Aretusa student, and those damn plagiarist alumni have to come through and just steal all the thunder. But that's a round 3 problem for Lord Triss, possibly round 2.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty significant here. Is that
play?
Is that a patience gonna be patience 4 now? I'm not entirely sure, but that is a very significant play on red coin nonetheless. This could be a situation where Lord Triss says, let's just get this going. Maybe I win this on red, bleed out all your threats, and have my alumni carry the weight in round 3.
It's currently only patience 3. On the Banard student and boost 1 on the Aretusa student. Both were played in this turn because the Aretusa student was played from the Rafard's Vengeance, and then the actual card played from hand this turn was Shawnee. So Shaggy now looking at a really tough situation, down 5 points on even cards, and then there's like 4 threats going right now. Shawnee's not really a threat, but
no. There's a very outside chance here that this Burna discards and one of the corals hits that unit. Then you could use your leader ability to create a Mardrum to kill it. Oh, and he gets it! Is he going to use the leader ability to kill it? No, he's going to let it live. I thought
That's
that
really expensive. Yeah, using
is
the leader
very expensive, but I mean,
But
if
it
you're-
would have prevented it from getting to 4 damage, though.
Exactly. That's what the thought process I was going down there. That was kind of again, exceptionally expensive. But if you're dead set on preventing Zeal on those alumni, that would have been the out necessary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, if like the horseshoe is lodged directly up your butt, then the coral would have double sniped the Banard student. But you know, no one's that lucky these days.
And Shaggy does play the Birna, doesn't draw either of the discard targets, so we're looking at a Morkvarg and a Skirmisher in his deck somewhere that have no way to discard them unless he does like Fukusha into a Birna.
It does take the Marjoram. That's just a 3-point play. 2 plus the heal. That's not really that much, frankly. It looks like Lord Triss's gamble here on the Shawnee early is really paying off here, as he's going to be likely taking this round on even and has all the gusto necessary for those alumni to really carry some weight. And why not? The Rafard's Vengeance, again, 2 points of extra sauce on that. Shaggy's got a lot to digest here. This is an important decision here, because I don't know how much more you could potentially commit without giving up, basically, without giving up the Sunset Wanderers as well.
Yeah, this might be the time to pass, because if you play into this round, you start playing really big golds, you might have to end up committing your Sunset, and your opponent's just getting more and more carryover. It's so difficult to contest with this Rafard's Vengeance that in a few turns is going to get another card for free, basically, to play for tempo. And right now, if you pass now, we're going to have 4 damage students and 4 boost students. So the alumni are already online, but at least the numbers aren't out of control yet.
And Lord Triss's commitment to this round now is coming at very cheap. He's already played his big pieces, right? If he just drops a Meditating Mage, it's the Mage plus the extra charge on the Centurion.
Spellweaver, yeah.
Spellweaver, yeah. And the 2 damage from the Rafards. So you're just getting exceptional amounts of value purely from that 1 Meditating Mage. You're not going to get the carryover necessarily, but I don't think that matters. I think that just dropping a Meditating Mage for fun here, it's 3 plus 2 plus 1. Like, that's 6, and some directed damage if necessary. It's getting pretty nasty.
Yeah, so now Shaggy decided not to pass play this Truffle first. Gets a Hofru set up, and maybe with the Sunset Wanderer tempo, he can get his card back, potentially, because Lord Triss isn't able to activate his Rafard's Vengeance just quite yet. Was Shaggy going to click the second use of the Mushy Truffle here? I think he's doing the math. He's up by 8 right now. If he clicks again, he's going to get another 7. He'll be up by 15.
Right.
But the Sunset Wanderer is going to come out.
Right. So the question is if you're holding on to the leader, to the location, are you anticipating that Triss passes, you win the round, and are you bleeding next round? But the card that Shaggy picked up here is immense. It's a cheap card that is going to connect well if this goes any deeper.
It's a really good top deck, probably the best top deck if you ask me, because you can use it with Mushy Truffle now. You don't really want to use it with Begettingeth later, because this deck doesn't really have that many druids. But Triss doesn't seem like he is going anywhere either. He's going to play Practice Makes Perfect on one of the Aretusa students and gets a fresh Banard student out. So no patience on that just yet.
Yeah, this is going the distance here. In the graveyard for Lord Triss, I'm wondering if there's anything that he can resurrect, or if he's just done for this, for the rest of this.
I don't think there's anything left for Shawnee at this point. And Shaggy sees that he gets the pass. He's going to take it. And he's going to give up the round. There's a lot of patience on this Aretusa student, but at least Shaggy doesn't lose the round on even. Oh. Top deck's the Mushy Truffle. He could play that to get another Meditating Mage and now click the first Meditating Mage for a little bit of carryover himself. Maybe Lord Triss will be the one doing the pushing.
And if you want to, you can even use your Zeal ability to have them both carry over.
That's true.
Not necessary. I mean, it's not 100% necessary, but if you want to save the zeal, save the zeal. But that was definitely an option as well. But so you've got 2 zeals left. One's likely for Selkirk. I'm just trying to wonder what the second one could be all about. I suppose if you're going to be rezzing out of the graveyard, you're going to, if you're bringing back one of those Aretusa students, you're going to need zeal for it. If you want, unless you suspect it might die. But this is going to be a crucial round here. As
second zeal, I think, is going to go on Chapter of Wizards because of you want the Chapter of Wizards order to play another alumni, but that one, because it's spawning from the Chapter of Wizards, doesn't have zeal, doesn't get the deploy effect. So that's usually you're going to be your last zeal target.
Lord Triss here, making final adjustments to the hand, picking up a Selkirk. That's a nice little wheel there. That Selkirk is a great piece of control. The round does go to Lord Triss.
We have a patience update for you guys. Since we know you can't see it on the observer, Specimen, who's got access to the spectator client, being very helpful here, letting us know that currently Lord Triss's alumni have 4 damage and 7 boost on them. So they are zeal activated. The boost is better with 7 boost. And I think the Banner student in the graveyard only has 3 damage if he wants to resurrect that.
Chris, you're wondering if it's worth it again to just continue to push here. You have the second Meditating Mage in hand if necessary, but are you giving up that card advantage if you do so? But again, what do you want to take a look at? What's more important? Are you fishing for any particular pieces here? Is there anything that you're content with to fish out of Shaggy's hand? He's thinking about it, opts for the pass here.
Yeah, despite having extra 3 carryover in this round, decides that he's just going to go for the short. Oh! This is an issue. It's the Golden Froth your opponent to get Crow Mother out of the graveyard. That is brilliant.
Yeah, it's a naughty little play. That's just kind of saying, it's like patting the Meditating Mage on the head and saying, yeah, I remember when you were relevant, buddy. Here's a little, it's like tossing him a bone. Shaggy now here.
Remember when you used to be a little taller?
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. Wish I had a girl and a phone I would call her. All right, Shaggy. Shaggy's got to decide here. This is just the Dwimvandra. It looks like it. Just go ahead, turn it on. Why not? Don't even press the button.
Dwimvandra potentially could have been better, but Shaggy did mulligan his Gettynith in round 2 in case Lord Triss would push deep into the round. So he doesn't know necessarily if he's going to draw the Gettynith back, and if he misses the Gettynith, then the Dwimvandra also becomes a brick. But he does get the Gettynith back, which is a great sign for him. Morkvarg, not so great unless he decides that he wants to resurrect Birna, and he's going to keep the Morkvarg.
It's a fascinating choice again, like you mentioned. That the fact that he's keeping Morkvarg means that the resurrection target could just be Coral. I mean, it could be Birna looking for better options.
Yeah, I mean, if you take Coral, it's really risky because Shaggy's only got 3 cards left in his deck. One of them is a Skirmisher. So if you only res Coral and you top deck the Skirmisher, then you're going to be stuck with that 4-point brick again.
Lots of Druids. Again, the CCPs, the Crow Clan Preachers in the hand, a 2-pack of them. So what Druid are we opening up with? Is it time to drop Rain on the parade? I think we're just going to go ahead and throw some Crows. Again, no bonded ability yet. The first Crow Clan Preacher. Dear goodness gracious me. I'm a professional. Come on. Wake up.
It's a tongue twister.
It is. It's like, it seems like there have been such more risky things to say in this game in terms of card names, and this is the one that gives me trouble. I don't know. All right, Chapter of Wizards it's a great part of the book. Rune Word is the spell we're picking up, and we do have another Meditating Mage. We also have another Aretusa student. Why not? So let's just go and pick up another nasty piece. Put that in the back row. And keep in mind, Shinmiri, again, the Chapter of Wizards is going to clone the last bronze mage that was played. So you could likely suspect that it's just going to be, an alumni if you could pick it out of the deck? Just double up on those? Those are probably the best value you're going to get, right?
Yeah, looking for alumni mostly from Chapter of Wizards. That's why he placed it on the range row, because he has more boost than damage on those alumni and thinks that Yeah, these Crow Clan Preachers are gonna get out of hand anyways with the double Mardrum. One from Getting It and one from Leader. They are definitely out of damage reach for Alumni, but maybe not so for Selkirk.
Yeah, Selkirk's going to need some help, though. I think that Selkirk is going to have to pair up with one of these alumni, if possible, in order to actually take out one of these. The other option here is you slam down Gerhardt, and on 5, you're getting some pretty nasty stuff. You're either getting a casting contest or even an artifact compression, Shinmeri, which could really shut down these super tall units. So I think that you're pretty safe with the Gerhardt as long as you can stick to the board, get that one extra tick of patience, and you'll be able to answer one of these Crow Clan Preachers that way, be it with a boosted up Selkirk or just the artifact compression. I think both are very good options.
Yeah, and I think that's why Shaggy's probably thinking the same line and holding this heat wave so that Lord Triss doesn't greed Gerhardt, or at least has a punish for that line of play.
Yeah, and I like the protection that Shaggy offered these Crow Clan Preachers, with the first being the Mardrum off of the 3rd chapter of the scenario, the second being from the Leader ability. Get these out of range. There's no Baron in Lord Triss's list. We don't have to worry about that. But we have to worry about is Selkirk. And Selkirk can kill something that's in pretty decent range. Anything that's like 10 or below, Selkirk's going to be able to answer. So put those out of range. And now Shaggy's just basically depositing all of his pieces there. There goes the heat wave, though. This opens up the door for Gerhardt.
It does. That I'm surprised to see that heat wave on the Aretuza student. Oh, but I think that was the big one. That Aretuza student had extra patience because it was practice makes perfect. It was sent into the deck with practice makes perfect earlier in round 1, so it started with 3 patience already. So that might be why Shaggy took the heat wave on that. So how much patience is this one? Oh my god, I can't keep track.
Yeah,
this one is
so much going on. They have been studying real hard. That one is in fact duty. Yes.
That one has 7 patience on it. That was the big one from round 1. That's the 7 patience now at 8 patience, I would guess. Right? So that's the big one, and no answer for it.
Well, now you have a nice little complement to that Selkirk move. Selkirk now has a little bit of extra jam when it comes to throwing hands, baby. It's literally going to be Merry Christmas, here's some hands for Christmas, and it's going to literally be a super tall Selkirk that's just going to go full joust mode and try to crush one of these Crow Clan
there's
Preachers.
a skirmisher. That's what you like to see as a Shaggy fan. 3 points for the Virna, and that's why you don't take Coral, because then you get punished. But nice rain. Also, maybe giving Shaggy the option to go for, I guess, no, there's no Decoction 6 provision, so you can't get that with Bride of the Sea. And here's the Selkirk now. Selkirk is going to take maybe a big buff. 8-point buff from the smaller Aretuza student. Now sitting at a 13 Zeal will put it to 15. It's 30-point differential right now, but this Selkirk is going to play for a huge duel. And depending on what Gerhardt gets...
Oh, wait. Did he misclick? Or is he protecting a unit?
He's thinking that, okay, you can't damage this Selkirk anyways. And instead, I'm going to protect my Spellweaver from a Mardrome? Is maybe what he's thinking here. Interesting play.
Yeah, I mean, gauging the facial expressions here, it doesn't seem like Lord Triss maybe have done that, accidentally. That Spellweaver.
He's not giving anything away. Let's be real here. Lord Triss is a statue right now.
Yeah, he's given the big poker face move here, saying, "No, that's by design, mofo. I did that on purpose." Oh
yeah,
boy.
Shaggy just deciding what alchemy to take with Bride of the Sea right now. I would be careful about boosting my units any taller, because this Selkirk could still get more boosts, right? There's still another Aretuza student on the board with a couple of patience herself. Okay, so just decides to go wide with the Rhizome, and the lead is up to 44 points now. But Gerhardt is going to come down soon, potentially resetting and locking one of these Preachers. Okay, and Shaggy's only got a 6-point follow-up.
So the best thing that can happen here is that Gerhardt yields a artifact compression, and then you use the casting contest on the student, reboost your Selkirk, and both of those Crow Clan Preachers are going to be dust. Let's see what he picks up, what he yields. There's the first boost. Crush one.
There's the duel. We're at an 18-point lead only now. Casting contest, going to play for 5 boosts and another 8 boosts. That's 13, 14, 15. This is Lord Triss's game. He doesn't even need to find the artifact compression. It's going to be enough. Another casting contest. So much value from this 8 patience Eratu's student, getting like 3 or 4 uses out of her. And yeah, Lord Triss wins game number 1 quite comfortably with his NR mages. What is this? It's NR undefeated in this tournament so far?
Until there's an NR mirror, I would suspect that NR is likely going to go relatively undefeated, even against a lineup that seems to be hunting for mages. It's so resilient against all of the control options here. Lord Triss is a 1-0 lead here against Shaggy, and Shaggy again, no slouch when it comes to, you know, digging a hole and climbing out of it. We've seen Shaggy come so close yet so far at the same time, but that is a mage list that is so strong right now that it is out of the picture now. Shaggy, however, does not have access to his own mage list, as we see here, so he's gonna have to rely on Nilfgaard, on that battle trance list, and this this Dark Horse Syndicate list with a rejuvenated Tunnel Drill perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see. Game number 2 coming up soon. I think the players are taking a quick bathroom break, but we'll have Shaggy on red coin and Lord Triss on blue coin. So I would expect, I think most people would expect, Lord Triss would bring his Symbiosis list on blue and save his Reckless Flurry control for red. And Shaggy's going to know that. So what do you think Shaggy will want to match up against the Symbiosis list?
Against the Symbiosis, I always feel like Nilfgaard could be a good option because there's so much value that you can get off of the Sorcery, the Seers. There's a lot that you can copy off their side that becomes very, very snowbally. It's not just the fact that you're copying a Sorceress, it's the fact that that Sorceress will have ways to be boosted, be it by emissaries or other options, and then every spell that they develop afterwards that they generate will be further triggers for your assimilate. So again, the best leader for Symbiosis is actually Double Cross. Like it's like Nilfgaard is the best at doing everything better than you can. It's just nasty the way it goes. However, I have played matchups in this regard where I have been Nilfgaard, feeling so comfortable in this matchup. However, my opponent has very cleverly just not given me targets to drop Spy Tag on, so my Arto was not as devastating as it could be. But eventually, you're going to be given a Simlas that gets coup de grace. You're going to be given, targets for your Brothans and your Duchess Informants, etc. You're going to get more Sorceresses than your opponent may. Not to mention, I'm not sure if he's running Experimental Remedy, but just pick up some of the stuff out of his garbage and use it, One person's garbage is another man's treasure. In this case, Nilfgaard is the absolute treasure hunter faction.
I agree that Double Cross, especially Shaggy's version, is going to have a good time against Symbiosis. Shaggy's got the Sunset Wanderer, which has no Tall Punish or Reset from Lord Triss's Scoia'tael list, and he's got that double Experimental Remedy, which gives him access to a great copy on Simlas. And not to mention the fact that Lord Triss has Gezra in his deck, which is a great invocation target or even a copy target for Double Cross. But here, Shaggy's going to decide to go with the Jackpot list on red coin instead against Nature's Gift.
I like this, and the reason why I like this is the fact that you're going against Devotion. Devotion will not have those big tall removal pieces. So if you time this correctly, if you get that drill to 6 or 7, you're pretty safe against your opponent's damaging elements here, unless they can chain together something like with a sorceress on board to pair that sorceress spell with another removal spell. That drill can potentially reign supreme here. The difference though, is, can you protect it? Can you get it on the board? And another main piece here is the fact that you do have the clown show, the Horse's Freak Show. The whole circus is in town to deal with this nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the first poison by Shaggy. Could just be a little bit of a bait and saying, hey, you wanna purify this?
And apparently he just doesn't care. He just does not care. So it seems like Lord Trist is saying, all right, I'll call your bluff. Do you got it? Do you not have it? Fascinating choice here, because he does have the Dryad's Caress to just clean that up. And the Dryad's Caress wants to be hitting that Hamadryad anyway. So I'm wondering if, Shaggy in this case is also saying, okay, he doesn't have the Purify. It's a fascinating, little step here. But Triss said, Shaggy said, Shaggy raised the bet, and Lord Triss was like, I call your bluff, clown. No problem.
I re-raise you. There's definitely some mind games going on here. And Shaggy just slowing down here, getting the tax collector to build up some coins so that he can get to 9 coins so that he can start playing this tunnel drill or freak show or something at more than 5 power, and that way they can't be rebuked. Because normally Lord Trist's Squid-tailed list only has the potential to do 5 damage, and now Lord Trist is like, okay, you're gonna give me 2 for 1, purify the poison and the bounty at the same time. All right, that is an offer I cannot refuse. And there goes the first Dryad's Caress.
Black Friday was last week, but he's getting such a sick deal on that, so one might as well take it. Not to mention, Lord Triss here does still have something like Call of the Forest if he wants to use it to really direct some of that boost, be it on the Gezrus, let's say, or something else. But yeah, I mean, the control elements that Shaggy's holding on to, still having Drill, Clown Show, Professor, Horson Jr., as well as a graded. Everything in that deck is meant to just lay waste to what Lord Triss is going to be presenting here. So I think that it's okay that he got away from this round. He didn't necessarily have to worry about too much. Again, it is a little unfortunate that Shaggy didn't have the second poison in this case, as he kind of tried to bait out a Purify out of Lord Triss, but Lord Triss called the bluff and was rewarded for it.
Lord Triss keeps mulliganing those rebukes, which I think is really smart, because he wants to save those for the Simless. He knows that he's going to need a way to deal more than 5 damage in 1 turn, so he wants to go double rebuke to answer something like a buffed up Freak Show or a buffed up Tunnel Drill, and have that as what maybe double rebuke for the Tunnel Drill, and then maybe a movement from a sorceress that creates a Making a Bomb for something like Freak Show.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Typically, you see Simlas and you're trying to throw away the bountiful harvests. That's the target that you typically want. But that is assuming that there's no gigantic looming perpetual removal threats like Tunnel Drill, like Clown Show. So what you're doing in this case is you need to double dip. And like we said, it's going to take some, it's going to take two cards to remove some of those major threats, and Simlas is the only way really to do it without a sorceress to sort of back you up. But those sorcerai are gonna get just chewed up. I feel like if Shaggy, Shaggy's options here are relatively limited. There's a lot of power value in that hand. So the question here is, do you use the Professor? Do you, is that an option for Freak Show? For Horson Jr.? But in this case, it's just going to be a quick cleanup and a full pocket here of coins for the Professor. And Lord Triss here needs to start counting those removal threats. That's one, but there are still so many to worry about.
Yeah, and Professor had to over-profit too there on the bounty to kill that sorceress, but threat was worth it to answer at the cost of 2 extra coins. And now Lord Triss is at that crucial 7-card position in his hand. Does he want to keep pushing, or does he want to make sure that he doesn't lose his card advantage, doesn't lose his last say? And I think if I were in his position, I would probably keep pushing, because you still want to thin with your Simless. You still want to bleed out some of these big threats because you have a limited number of answers. So here's the Ice Moon's Council. Gets a sorceress, chooses not to take the Ethne, even though he could have. So probably looking to save Ethne for round 3.
Yeah, that's an option for sure. You do have the Call of the Forest still in hand if you want to go pick that up. Obviously, you're kind of hedging your bets here that you're either going to draw Ethne and Gord. Those are two major pieces that you want. But I think the objective now is just to, one way to remove threats is to bleed them out and just move on to the next round. And that's the benefit and the luxury that Lord Triss has here, having won round 1. And the cards that he's playing here are fairly significant. But, Shaggy has his own arsenal of nastiness. And there's the first... the first perpetual removal threat, one that lives on the board and can be nasty to deal with. And that one is particularly gross because, again, it's going to take 2 cards to deal with it.
Yeah, and answering the Sorceress on the turn, he plays the Freak Show. Makes a lot of sense. Gets rid of any source of making a bomb. And now that... but at the same time, Freak Show, I think, is the biggest threat in this entire deck. Because it is kind of like unconditional removal, whereas something like Executioner needs a bounty to remove stuff, and Tunnel Drill needs crimes to really do much.
So using a tempering there, I believe, to just boost up one of those trees again. Not really developing any major threats here. It's just a matter of staying relevant in this round. And every nature card that's played, the Symbiosis is going to spit out one of the Ents of Fangorn there. And here comes the Witchfinder, and suddenly that is going to be an ongoing threat in itself. Now, giving up the Gezris here on a board that has a full bank and a clown show, that's a big ask.
Yeah. With no hesitation, too. Just slamming that Gezra like he just don't care. With only 2 units on the range row, one of them that's probably going to die to Graydon anyways. This is a bit of a surprising move to me, but I think Lord Triss just wants to go to the short round 3 now. And knows that, okay, Gezra is not going to be that good of a card in a short round 3 because... Okay, takes the Slander so that he can... kill the Gezra and get coins back from the Gezra, and then Witchfinder puts bounty back onto the Hamadryad anyways for Graydon in the next turn.
Let's just take a second here to just appreciate how that accounting was done there with not a coin to, wasted, as the Clown Show was just kind of peppering some damage all around, and in the back, the Executioner was the one who got the final kill, not overspending and getting that 5 coins of bounty in the pocket to bring you back up to 9. That was just very, very calculated.
I personally think that maybe the Graydon should have been played there because your Witchfinder is gone, and now one of your Slanders is gone as well. The Graydon is going to be potentially a liability in round 3 because first of all, you need to find a bounty giver, and you need your opponent not to play a Dryad's Caress, either from hand or from the Forest Protector. So I think it's risky to hold the Graydon now. And he's mulliganing the Graydon anyway, so why not play the Graydon in round 2 and save the Slander as a crime for your Tunnel Drill in round 3? I think that could have been potentially a better play for Shaggy.
Yeah, I think that you're correct there. Again, given the fact that Graydon needs to connect on bounty, that is so clutch here, in that round 2, where the Witchfinder was basically going to go ahead and slam bounty on a unit at the end of every turn. It didn't seem like that Witchfinder was even a concern to Lord Triss. He wasn't going to waste resources to get rid of it. There are more pressing concerns to deal with, and in this case, Lord Triss is there's the Call of the Forest. It's going to be an F name, he thinks, as it's another. She's in full Venusaur mode. She's spawning the 2 other little, the other little Dryads there. Everyone has Symbiosis. Symbiosis 4 now means that you're getting a little boost off of every nature card that's played, and that is significant. This requires a cleanup, and I think that Shaggy has the option here with the
Orson Jr. Yeah, he's the janitor today. He's clean up in aisle 3. Horson Jr. is going to come in, potentially kill all 3 of the Symbiosis units on Lord Triss's board if he wants to pair with a leader charge, but maybe he just ends up killing 2 of them, leaves the Ethne, could be.
Yeah, leaving the Ethne in this case, quite fascinating again, but again, it's
he doesn't want to commit the leader yet.
Yeah,
yeah.
You have to protect. I think you need a leader to protect the drill potentially.
There's still double rebuke. Oh, not anymore. gonna take the rebukes now to kill Junior and the tax collector, leaving the tunnel drill open now.
Look how sad that poor Sheldon is, though. That can be problematic. There might be a situation here, perhaps, where if that drill comes out as a 5, I think it's basically Protector into Rebuke, clean it up, and then it's a point race. Otherwise, I think that Protector might have to double up on the Bountiful Harvest and hope that Sheldon gets value. That's potentially a concern.
I see Force Protector and the Bountiful Harvest take the left option, and then second Bountiful Harvest take the left option again.
That's fine. Take the left option. Yeah, the left option here is actually not bad. But okay, going for the 50-50 and doesn't have the same powers that I may have in this case. But hey, that's a way too. Why not? Let's go for it here. You're 2 turns away from potentially another Bountiful Harvest. That's not bad.
Yeah, and you can play, like, actually, you know, having the Graydon in deck is pretty nice because it's like an optional Graydon from your bank. You could play the Kurt to threaten, and if your opponent doesn't have the Dryad's Caress, then you could take a Graydon. If they do, then you just take something else, like a Crime for your drill. But this is tough here. We'd really like to have a Slander in my hand right now if I were Shaggy, because this drill, even though it looks like it's probably going to live, well, I don't know if it's going to live because
it might not live.
Sorceress on the board. But
yeah,
like,
Sorceress, this is nasty.
The main problem is, like, you don't have a spender to use your drill. You don't have a crime to use your drill. Your drill is not really a threat because there is no crime, and there's still a lot of good cards you want to play from your deck with this bank. Not just a measly crime, but also like a Caesar Bilzen on this Siggy. Caesar's also a spender, although two for 2 instead of 3 for 2.
Well, at this rate, this drill is actually the drill's going to come down as a 7, and that's going to be, well, mind you, if the drill comes down as 7, your Sheldon is going to do 2 damage, and if your Sorceress yields a Nature's Rebuke, that is a nice 1-2 punch.
Yeah, that's true. I would like to see Shaggy play the Kurt here, just to maybe force or make Lord Triss think about taking a Purify, which we know wouldn't be that useful.
Oh, so this might, I don't want to say this was that's a great option there. And look at the value from those Whisperers. 2 points of damage. That's Sheldon again. We talked about how this card... Lead. But like, look at this Sheldon. The Sheldon in round 1 could have yielded so much more value here. That's going to come through as 7. There's not much that can be done. But take a look at this. This is where this is going to get really nasty, Shinmiri, as you have a full bank, your leader ability, and a drill that's going to go untouched. Lord Triss has a 41 point. Yeah, we're going to see how this shapes up. Shaggy's got some math to do, but he's got the tools to do it. We're going to see how this one just shakes out. Got to spend a little bit here to maximize value.
Yeah, so he doesn't over-profit on this bank. Gonna leave 5 coins? Gonna bank and see what do we get. Do we get a crime? Do we get Caesar? I think it's got to be one of those two. Crime or Caesar. He goes for the crime. That's closer to the top. Gets back up to 9 coins. Gonna start spending at 3 damage for every 2 coins. Uses full leader. Gets another 8-9 coins. And here comes the drill going. Brrr. It's not quite enough. By 10 points, Lord Triss extends his lead to the 2-0.
I'm so sorry.
I can just muted there, cracking up.
I'm so sorry. I can't. When you do it, it's so different. Oh my god. Yes.
Because that one had a little bit of my voice cracking too.
I know, well, because when Tia does it, it's like, and the drill goes brrr. When you do it, you have this upward inflection. It's like the drill goes brrr. I can't. Oh, all right. 2-0 for Triss. Let's get back to reality here, friends. The Shaggy Nuts is in quite the hole, but we've seen reverse sweeps. If you're playing some Gwent Masters bingo, courtesy of Ellis, well, you may have seen that there's a square there that says reverse sweep. This could be it, Shinmiri.
Yeah, I know. I practiced with Shaggy a little bit over the past week, and he said that, you know, Skellige Flurry was one of the lists that he thinks his decks or his lineup is favored against. So potentially, there definitely is a possibility for a reverse sweep here against Lord Triss's Flurry control list.
And we'll see how that one goes. It's going to be Lord Triss on red coin with that flurry. That is a scary, scary spot to be in for Shaggy. That is one hell of an uphill climb because there's going to be all kinds of looming threats. There's going to be a Sunset Wanderer. There's going to be the fact that you might lose on even in round one, and that is tough to get through. So we're going to see, you know, what I wonder what Shaggy's going to be taken to the party here. He still has all three decks at his disposal. He will be on blue, and there will be no mages to bail him out in his list. It has been banned.
Yeah, so he's got Jackpot, Syndicate, he's got Alchemy, Skellige, and Double Cross Assimilate. He's going to be blue coin against Reckless Flurry on red. I think maybe Alchemy would be a good option.
I don't mind it. I think it's a deck that doesn't mind going first. I think that's a perfectly okay option. And if you could protect, I mean, you could protect the you could protect the Crow Clan Preachers, right? It's possible, but I believe there's a Morkvarg. I don't know if is Trista running Morkvarg. What tall removal he has to potentially punish that, but I think that might be a viable option. I think you're correct about that. And yeah, I just catching my breath here, baby. It's been quite the tournament. All these matchups have been fantastic, and we've seen some 1-point heartbreakers, and oh boy. Is this potentially the, if Shaggy's gonna win and come out of a quarterfinals, I think that this is probably, setting the table for quite the narrative that he finally does it against last Opens champ and reverse sweeps him to get into the semifinals. Don't count Shaggy out yet, but I will say this: I am 0 for 2 on my divination challenge. I do not want to be 0 for 3, so.
All right, well, let's see if he can survive this first game. It is going to be double crossed instead, and I think this is fine for Shaggy as well. I think just anything but Jackpot on blue coin versus Reckless Flurry on red, that would be disastrous, as Jackpot, Syndicate usually has a pretty slow start, having to build up the coins and not necessarily having the spenders in round one that they want to get the tempo. So double cross is gonna have maybe Blight Makers to tempo out a little bit, but you don't like to see all these resurrection cards, graveyard interaction cards in hand for Shaggy. He has 2 illusionists, the Mushy Truffle that's an illusionist, and then also that Remedy that he had to mulligan earlier. So
all right, so here's the danger about bringing Nilfgaard on blue. They are so bad at being on blue, at making those first plays, because you're not playing Brothans. You're losing value on that Blight Maker. You're not playing a Joaquin. Your Artaud is useless. Your Illusionists do nothing. Your Mushy Truffle is bad. Your Duchess is garbage. So there's so many pitfalls when you're playing Nilfgaard on blue. You need an out and an emissary onto a magic lamp. That's why that stratagem is in this list, is for proactivity and being able to connect with an emissary with a tourney joust, for example. It's just not very easy to be proactive on Nilfgaard. That's why I was a little bit caught off guard when he decided to choose Nilfgaard, but again, it is your strongest list, so you're going to go with your best list when your back's against the wall.
Yeah, and Lord Triss opening right away with the Mushy Truffle, showing that he might actually try to win this round on even with this hand. He's got Berna Brand in a double discard, Mushy Truffle for the little Hofru, as well as setting up the order ability to get him that Golden Froth for extra points. And so Shaggy's got to be a little bit worried here.
All right. As the Sunset Wanderer mosey its way to the right of the hand, options are opening up, like that Tourney Joust, for example. After this, it's Mushy Truffle. So what went to the graveyard there? What did he just kill?
It was a little Hofru. 6 strength.
All right.
Little Hofru.
All right. Well,
So
that's a great thing. So that little Hofru is in the graveyard, which means Illusionist now an option, Mushy Truffle now an option. So they're opening up a little bit of avenues here for Shaggy to make plays, as the Illusionists want to connect with something in Lord Triss's graveyard.
Yeah, and you can see here Lord Triss taking the Berna Brand, extending his tempo. And he might click. We're gonna see. Yeah, he does click here to get ahead, and that's why the Mushy Truffle was committed earlier, to get this ready, to get this play ready. And now Lord Triss says, I'm 4 points ahead of you on even, putting the pressure on. What are you gonna do?
I don't think that this is terrible here. You can go Mushy Truffle if you want to. Go ahead, play the Illusionist for, you know, you can go ahead get the Half-Roo. The Half-Roo is going to come down only as 1, but that's not where the value is. You could use the Order ability off the Half-Roo for 4 points. So you're rescuing a little bit of that value that you're losing off of the Illusionist without the bonded ability. And in this case, if you want to, if they do follow up with a Half-Roo, you could copy the Half-Roo and get the benefit of the additional bonded ability of that with your Duchess.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. So no leader charge from Lord Triss to try to snipe this little Half-Roo, because clicking the little Half-Roo now is worth 3 extra points. You get two turns of rain, and you're only damaging yourself by 1 because it's overkilling. So we'll see. He does do it. This Bear Witcher might tank some of this and eventually heal back up, but at most it's only a 2-point loss. So there's still positive value for clicking that little Half-Roo. And now Shaggy has a full power 6 strength Half-Roo on his board for that informant.
Yeah, Shaggy's saying I'm passing next. My Sunset Wanderer is going to fall off a cliff next turn, so I want to get as much. I want to get as much, you know, ahead of you as possible here. As basically, when my Sunset Wanderer gets all the way to the right, I got to hit the pass button, and I need as much of a lead as possible, so you can't come on, you know, get on top of me here. The Heat Wave makes it close.
Heat Wave plus leader.
Oh, but off the
wait.
The pass, off the pass.
Oh, it's enough. It's enough.
It's gonna be enough because off the pass the rain's gonna tick, but that the fish effer.
Fish flapper.
Yes.
Yeah.
I use another term on stream. Nonetheless, it's gonna get some of the job done here. That's a fairly weak Duchess because again, without any assimilate value, it wasn't really doing a whole lot. And again, that, like you mentioned, Fishy Boy over there tanking a lot of that rain damage. I mean, he's already in the stream, so I don't think he minds getting wet.
Exactly. He's gonna eventually heal back up to 7 if nothing bad happens to him. So that rain damage might end up getting healed over time. Lord Triss needs 11 points here, but he's got a 7-point Wanderer coming down if he so wants to keep up the pressure. But he could also elect to take the pass and save his Wanderer value for the future, whereas Shaggy's Wanderer has already been bled out.
That's not a bad option, but I think that you gotta go for the throat here. You're already on red. There's no reason why you should kind of relent here. We've seen it in previous tournaments, Shinmiri, the importance of being able to push round 2 against a double cross opponent and forcing them to use their leader ability because they feel threatened that they're going to get no value out of it. If you start, you know, getting to 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card, eventually your opponent might panic, press the button on it, get low value, or they might hold on to it, get no value at all, and you could 2-0. And I think that's what Lord Triss is doing here. Wants to win round 1 so that he could put Shaggy in a position to make a bad decision about his leader ability.
This looks so scary for Shaggy. He's got a brick in his hand with the Mage Assassin. He's got Terra Nova that's got no setup because haven't put spying on anything yet. And then a Joachim that you don't know what he's going to play. He could play the Blightmaker with no Mage Assassin in the deck. He could play a Fur Cart that has no special to use. So really, Brothen's is your only playable card. Brothen's going to play for a lot here because you're going to get Informant and that bonded little Half-Roo. But if you're going to be forced to play one of your last 3 cards, things could go very, very wrong.
Keep in mind that just tell me the name of the card, the one with the fish. I don't even know what it's called in real life anymore.
Bear Witcher. It's just Bear Witcher Adept. No, Bear Witcher Adept. Yeah,
it's the Adept. There we go. Yeah, the Bear Witcher Adept has, you know, I think that 8-2 instances of rain. So that card's already worth 9 points for you, which is great because if this does go the distance, it's going to heal up to 7 plus the 2 that it already tanked. So it did its job. And here's Morkvarg, and Morkvarg usually wants to go ahead and eat up that Sunset Wanderer, but typically the Sunset Wanderer that it chews up is usually in like the 11, 12, 13 point range. But still, it's enough to get you ahead, and that's where you want to be if you're Lord Triss.
Your only option as Shaggy here is to either pass or roll the Joachim.
Roll it, baby. I mean, you could get a Mage Torturer
Maybe we can take a look into Shaggy's deck right now, if we can, to see what the options for the Joachim are. I know that Fur card is bad. Blightmaker is pretty bad because, you know, you don't have the Mage Assassin in the deck.
Vigo. There's Vigo.
Oh, here we go.
There's Vigo.
Lydia's
there's Lydia.
good.
Yeah,
There's no
Lydia's
Vigo
good.
in this list. No Vigo in this list, but Lydia is good, Illusionist is good, and Torturers are good. So honestly, there's 6 options. 4 of them are good, 2 of them are bad. So he might just take the odds here and go for it. That is what we're seeing. Oh no, it's a Fur card. Unlucky roll for Shaggy, and this is not what he needed to see here with his tournament life on the line.
Yeah, the best thing that could have happened here is if he was holding onto a coup de grace, that Fur cart into the coup de grace would have been a phenomenal play to just double tap in one turn. But Lord Triss ahead by 2 here. It is just brutal that was the draw that you had. Even a Blightmaker at that point was going to be able to put the Mage on top and spawn the Golem. That's at least a little bit of points. But Shaggy now is down to pretty much 2 worthless cards. I mean, you have 4 points and then 4 points. That's not what you want to see.
He trades the Mage Assassin here, which is we're going to see is a good move here because the Mage Assassin either lets him win the round or it trades for a very good gold like a Bride of the Sea or a Quen. So we're going to see Bride of the Sea with the Rain to kill a little Hawkfruit. I don't know if this was necessary. The Rain is not great here because Shaggy's only getting 1 more turn, but either way, Lord Triss is going to win this round on even, as Shaggy does not want to waste the Terra Nova. And so, yeah, this is a really tough spot. Down 2-0, losing round 1 on even. Shaggy will need all the help he can get to pull this one out.
Yeah, that rolling into that Fur card, like we mentioned, you brought it up. You said that was probably the worst thing that he could have done was pick up that card with no special card in hand to you know, if there was a special card in hand, everything would have been okay because the Fur card would have been able to play the special card, draw a new card, put spying on a unit, and actually give Arto some kind of value.
Something, you know, like, to work. Yeah,
exactly. But at the moment, it's a loss on even for Shaggy and nothing to really do. It did not even pick up the Mage Torturer yet to go ahead and connect with any kind of spying. Like that Arto is shooting blanks here.
Yeah, you're right. Arto is shooting blanks, and Lord Triss is actually playing into round 2. I think that's his maxi that he's looking at right now and wondering if he should do anything about this. He's going to draw into the Coral, but he's also, like, if he plays the Coral, he's going to draw into the Bear Witcher, which is really bad. That's his target for his Quen. But he wants the Coral for the Morkvarg, so maybe if he keeps this order, he will have to play the Quen before the Coral and then draw into the Lemons.
So
is maybe a potential way.
Yeah, so here you can go Blightmaker here, put the Mage Torturer on top, spawn the Golem, that gets you to 7, puts you right ahead, and it allows you to draw the Mage Torturer next turn that you can maybe use in conjunction with your Arto. But what Lord Triss wants to do here is say, all right, do you want to use your leader ability? Because every turn you don't, it's going to get uglier for you. It's going to get uglier for you. And Shaggy's just going to go for it, it seems. He's just going to take the option. And I think that's perfectly fine here because Lord Triss is going to feel okay about this. And this is what we talked about in round 1. We said that Lord Triss wanted to win on even so that he could put Shaggy in a position where it is uncomfortable and untimely for him to use that leader ability with the double cross.
Yeah, exactly. So leader ability into Fukusha, very powerful play. But now Lord Triss is looking at potentially the opportunity to go into round 3 on even cards and leader advantage and last say.
Shaggy evaluating the lead here as the game is in Lord Triss's hands. Lord Triss is, dropping the maxi. That's perfectly fine to play. Again, you want to see what's coming around the bend. You want to plan your round 3, opting in this case to just pass off of that massive play of Shaggy. And again, Lord Triss said, all right, it's all I wanted to see. I wanted to see your leader ability gone. I don't want you to use my cards against me when it matters most. And the cards I'm picking up are going to be fairly significant. As we see here, there's Shaggy. He found the coup de grace a little bit late.
Shaggy needs to draw a Torturer here. he has 2 Torturers left in his deck out of 6 cards. He needs to see one of them so that he can put Spying on something so that he can play Terra Nova and play Coup.
And
That's
this
not
is
a
where
Torturer.
that is not a Torturer, and this is where playing that that Blightmaker. There it is. But had he played that, if he played that Blightmaker in the previous round,
Yeah.
instead of the Diplomacy, that would have guaranteed the Mage on top and would have helped you out. It would have given you the lead by 1 point and given you the Mage Torturer as a guaranteed draw. Shaggy now drawing into some outs here, but look at it. Basically, the hand is as good as it's going to get now. That's as good as you're going to get. You need to hang on to that Mage Torturer because you need to find something, and you know that Fuchsia's in there. So it's going to be a little bit of a game of chicken to a degree here, as Lord Triss doesn't want to commit the Fuchsia too early for a Mage Torturer to potentially connect with it so that Artaud gets value. But at the same time, the longer you hold on to it, the less rain value you get. It's a little catch-22 here, so Triss is going to have to decide what the optimal time is to play that Fuchsia.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know how many Skellige units Shaggy has in his graveyard. Maybe we can check. But potentially what Lord Triss could do is use this Xavier Lemons to banish all the good Skellige Resurrection targets in Shaggy's graveyard before playing the Fuchsia, before giving Shaggy the chance to copy the Fuchsia. We're going to take a look at the graveyard now. There is a Bear Witcher Adept. There is a Little Hofru and another Little Hofru. So 3 more targets. 3 more targets in Shaggy's graveyard for the Fuchsia. So maybe Lord Triss can wait like 2 turns to play the Fuchsia and he'll be good.
This might be the best opportunity for you to use that Invocation. It'll guarantee... There it goes. This now guarantees that when that Fuchsia comes out, you can hit it with the Mage Torturer, and then you could coup de grace it. Those are 2 options for you as well.
Okay, so Lord Triss is going to play the Coral before the Quen because I think he did shuffle with the Maxi to guarantee that the Bear Witcher, the last target for Quen, is at the bottom of his deck. So no worries about thinning. And can save the Quen for last if he wants to. Now, is this what Shaggy wants to copy? He could just say, okay, I'm going to put Spying on the Coral, and we're going to play 2 Corals. Like 1 from Terra Nova, 1 from Coup. Because I don't know how long I can wait here. I have very limited cards that I can play.
I mean, the next best thing you can do here is just basically play the... You play the Lydia, but I think that if you want to maximize your assimilate value, it has to be Artaud is your next play, then Coup de Grace, and then Lydia.
Okay, so Quen for Bear Witcher, hitting that Torture, and we're going to see if we can snipe it with the leader charge. First one whiffs, second one whiffs. So this Torturer is actually going to survive, which is maybe a lot of extra points because there's quite a lot of assimilate still coming. At least 3 more assimilate, I think.
All right, so to quote Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber, so you're telling me there's a chance, and this is the best that you could possibly do.
There is a chance, and these Corals are going to activate each other. The second Coral discard is going to get you 4 extra points for Shaggy. Ooh, was that a Mardrome?
That was a Mardrome onto the shield.
Ooh, okay.
Spicy little choice there.
9-point Mardrome there onto the shield of Geralt Quen.
Coup de Grace, another Coral coming through, double tapping on the damage. Yeah, we don't care about that. Adios, Illusionist.
Exactly. And the big question now is, what can Lydia...
I thought it was going to hit the other... All right, it's getting tight here, friends. Shaggy doing the best as he can over here to go ahead and pick it out again. We mentioned this earlier before this happened. The fact that there are situations where opponents just do not give do not give targets that are worth copying. Those Mage Torturers don't find value. But in this case, Shaggy just never found a Mage Torturer. So it was really a struggle just to get to this point to get a tie game here. Burn a Brand, drawing 2, discarding 2. That Coral's going to do some damage here.
Yeah, Baron of Brand's only going to play for 6 points. Nothing great to discard, but does get the 4 extra damage on the Coral. It's a 14-point game with the rain still ticking. Shaggy has 1 card left with the Lydia and goes for the Golden Froth, but it is not enough. And ladies and gentlemen, we have another 3-0 sweep, this time by Lord Triss over Shaggy.
What a game, and you got to feel for Shaggy again, but hey, the winner is the winner from last Open, and that is Lord Triss continuing his streak of victories at major Gwent tournaments. Again, World Masters is the stage that you want to be winning on, and he makes no doubt about it when it comes to, just taking the old guard to school, saying this is the new hotness, friend, so get used to it. Lord Triss beating Shaggy 3-0.
Yeah, quick series again. We are whipping through these, Flake.
We are absolutely whipping through him. Oh yeah, big time. And yeah, I mean, you got to feel for Shaggy in that case. You just didn't find what you drew. It started with the heartbreak of you had to roll the Joaquin into literally it was 66% chance finding magic, and you just drew absolute rags, and the Furkart comes out, no help at all. You saw the pain in his eyes, and then not finding a Mage Torturer to just go ahead and get a favorable Fukusha at any point. Sorry, a favorable Arto at any point. It was tough, but give credit where credit is due. Lord Triss in round 2, playing until he saw the leader, putting Shaggy in a position where he has to make a choice of lose value on his leader and potentially get 2-0'd, or just roll the dice and get what we get. And he pushed the right buttons and got the I mean, if Shaggy had leader ability in that round 3, whole different ballgame. Completely.
Yeah, that's a Fukusha. That's like 24 points. Right? Yeah. Potentially. Well, maybe not that much, because there's not going to be that many turns for Rain, but it's going to be close to 20 points. And yeah, it's a huge difference, but the round 2 push against Double Cross is a technique that Lord Triss used to his advantage to win Open number 4, and showed again here why that's such an effective technique against one of the strongest leaders in the game right now.
All right, well, the winner keeps winning, so let's see what Pavel Berja has to say as he speaks with the winner of our 3rd quarterfinal match here at Gwent Masters Season 3. Take it away, Mr. Berja.
Nice pronunciation there, Flake. Another 3-0, and a win with style. Lord Triss, man, how you doing?
恭喜你，特老师，你现在感觉怎么样？赢得比较容易。
没什么感觉，就是运气比较好。
Actually, it's hard to say. I would like to say that my luck is pretty good, and that's it.
I think also what Shinmiri just mentioned, I don't think it's only luck, it's also a lot of skill. So congratulations to you. By the way, say hello to your friend from the dorm that was in your interview. Yeah, send our best regards to him.
我们就是要说，请从我们这里向你的宿舍的朋友问好。但是他现在肯定睡觉是吧？
对，他在睡觉，因为现在已经是中国凌晨3点。没办法，太晚。
Yeah, actually, it's really late right now in China, so he's sleeping. It's already 3 a.m.
Well, he can probably read it in the morning in this case. Last but not least, going against Piable or Cybers tomorrow. Like, what's your pick here? Do you know their lineup?
对手就是明天你和谁比赛？帕加还是 Cybers？ 你觉得他们的卡子怎么样？
这两个人。他们的卡组我不是很了解，如果真要打的话，我对帕加波选手印象深一点，因为我之前在 Open 3上输给过他。至于 Cyber， 印象不是很深。
Well, I would definitely would like to play against Paja because his lineup is better, in my opinion. And I lost against him in Open number 3, and I don't really know Cybers actually.
All right, cool. Sounds like a good answer to me. Thank you, Dan, and yeah, good night. Get some rest.
谢谢你啦，你好好休息吧。
拜拜。
All right. But before we go, there's something more, and it's not a new car. It's a new leak, actually. You might recognize this guy, especially back in the beta days when he would turn everything to gold. King Henselt, human soldier, deploy, play a crew unit from your deck. Whenever an adjacent unit's cooldown decreases, boost self by the same amount. Art by Marek Made and Graphic Studio. Beautiful. 13 provision, 3 power, 1 armor. Nice stuff. But yeah, speaking of nice stuff, things, place, and nice people, we have an awesome duet of Spessy and Shinmiri. Guys, take it away.
All right, Spessy, we are back at the analyst desk here. King Henselt, the mighty returns. What you got for us, Spessy?
Oh, I'm so excited to see Henselt back in the game. The finest of Temeria's finest, I think it's fair to say. And similar to Milva, we saw Milva maybe supporting a unsupported leader with the movement. I'm thinking Stockpile is looking like it's got quite a lot of synergy here with King Henselt being a cooldown cut.
Yeah, Stonks might be back up, and Henselt pulls a crew unit from your deck, potentially something even like Rafard's Vengeance could be a really good strong pull. Maybe, what else is there? Like Foltest's Pride?
Yeah.
Right? That's a good one. War Chariot even. Lots of decent options.
Yeah, there's quite a few high-end golds now that synergize with this archetype, and King Henselt just looks like he's that big powerhouse card that you might need. A bit of point slam, a little bit of thinning as well, and then an engine as well. So he's got a little bit of everything, and I think he's going to be a must-have include if you're wanting to play siege engines, and particularly if you're a Stockpile fan, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this card next season.
All right.
So, really quick series, Shin. Lord Triss coming out on top 3-0 against Shaggy. We're going to look at each of the games a little bit because it was such a quick series. Just the first highlight really in this very first game, Shaggy had his Mask of Ouroboros and he had his Coral, and he was hoping to snipe this student. Of course, Coral, if you play her first, she discards a card, is going to damage a random card by 2, and then using the Skellige strategy.
Spessy, are you still
Coral did her job.
I think we had a little bit of hiccup there with the Discord, but yeah, like Coral just narrowly misses with her 2 pings and only hits the student once. And something like that can potentially snowball a lot in this sort of matchup, because not being able to answer the student on this turn, needing to play a Mardrome takes an extra turn, it's slower, and then eventually it maybe ends up being that you don't answer one of the students. And one of the students really got away in this game. I think it ended up getting like 8 boost on their Aretusa student.
Yeah, like there's not a lot of removal at all in this kind of a deck, in this Battle Trance deck. It's not like a Reckless Flurry, which we saw later on in the series. And so if this Coral was able to come through and find that big snipe, it could have made a huge difference, because of course later on in the game these Patience cards really did add up and they stuck. Just wanted to highlight another moment that I personally really enjoyed, and I'm sure a lot of people in the chat would have, when Shaggy on his dry pass, he could have just played it like a normal human being, but the entertainer that he is, I have to highlight this moment, Shin, because I was chuckling. He decides, yeah, why not, I'm going to use my Mushy Truffle on my opponent's Meditating Mage just to thin out my, well, not thin her out, but replay my Crow Mother, as the points don't matter here. He just needed to play a card anyway, and I did get a good chuckle from that. I couldn't see his reaction from my point of view, but I bet he had a big smile on his face there, Shin.
Yeah, that's a play I've never seen before, but hey, it works. And it gets the Alchemy into his graveyard potentially for the Bride of the Sea. That might have been the utility reason behind it.
Yeah, and there was one other key play that I wanted to highlight in round 3 from Lord Triss. He did end up winning this game by quite a lot of points, but definitely something to look at if you're playing with the Chapter of Wizards. Lord Triss deciding to use his Chapter of Wizards in combination with his Cintrian Spellweaver, and he's built his deck to get so much value from the Cintrian Spellweaver by playing 2 of these on the board at once. Shaggy's only able to answer one of them with his Decoction, and they are synergizing so well with Necromancy, which is a spell which plays a mage, Gerhardt as well, playing he's a mage and plays a spell. So this double Spellweaver instead of an Alumni, which you often see, fantastic play from Lord Triss there. And in the end, it didn't matter too much in this game because there was quite a large point difference, but definitely something to look out for when he's playing in the semi-finals.
That's what's making this Northern Realms list so strong right now. They have multiple sources. They have multiple cards that play multiple threats at the same time. Chapter of Wizards, like in that example, but also Shawnee and Rafard's Vengeance are great examples of just putting 2 big threats on the board at the same time, and your opponent usually only being able to answer one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the next game, in game 2, it was Syndicate versus Nature's Gift. Not something I've seen a whole bunch of myself recently, Shin, but historically this has always been a really tough matchup for Nature's Gift. Admittedly, Shaggy's deck with Bounty going to get purified quite easy by Caress, so maybe not the strongest version of Syndicate into this Squirrel deck, but we're at that magic moment here where Lord Triss, he's bleeding into round 2. He has to decide if he wants to give up card advantage. And you said in the comms, if you were him, even though he's in a bit of a sticky situation, you would still continue to bleed. And that is exactly what he did. And I think it was quite masterful how he played this round 2 bleed, even committing Gezra's, which is an engine which can get removed by the control heavy lineup from Shaggy, and instead just kept all his point slam cards like Forest Protector. He had his Simless into Double Rebuke to answer 2 threats, and as well as his Gourd to really shorten that round 3. And despite losing his card, it did prove to be the correct line, as he did just have enough points in that round 3.
Yeah, you have to identify what your opponent's deck is good at and what your opponent's deck is not so good at. So it's really, Shaggy's Jackpot is really good at controlling your stuff, so you don't want to keep anything that can be easily controlled and have low value if it's controlled, like sorceresses, for example, like Gezra, right? So really heads up play by Triss.
Yeah, and there's something that you picked up on as well in commentary that did maybe not prove to be the deciding factor, but Shaggy deciding to play his Slander here, which you would expect that that's a fair play. Save your Graden, who's a 10 provision card instead of this 4 provision card. But as soon as this Slander was played, the Graden became something you mulligan. The Tunnel Draw ended up not being as productive as you might like it to be, and it wasn't that much of a big difference in the game, and the Tunnel Draw was had to be saved to the last play and not be used offensively like you would see it in the past to just shut down any engines early on. It didn't answer the Whisper, for example, because you had to play it and then you have to play the Crime card. So definitely was an interesting decision from Shaggy and something you picked up on during the commentary.
Yeah, the Graden could have been a Slander in round 3, and then he could have banked for something like Caesar Bilzen for a lot more coins as well. I don't know if it makes up the gap, because the gap again was enormous, I think, in round 3, but I think this was a really a potentially better line for Shaggy for that game.
Yeah, by the time the drill did all its damage, I think it was only about 11 or 12 points, so you never know. It definitely looked like it was a tough spot for Shaggy. I think Triss played it so well, but definitely one thing he could have considered. Into the third and final game, and we see Reckless Flurry exactly where it wants to be, Shinmiri. Going second, applying a bunch of pressure with its leader charges. This is exactly why Reckless Flurry is such a popular deck in tournaments.
Yes, it's just so powerful on that red coin, putting pressure, using exactly enough leader charges to stay ahead of your opponent, not giving them the pass, not like forcing the Sunset Wanderer out when it's only 7 strength, and then forcing suboptimal plays when you get down to it. A lot of decks have cards that they don't really want to play in round 1, and if you can force them to stay in the round, either at the cost of losing on even or having to commit cards you're just not comfortable with playing, then you can get these situations where they can just miss, and they can have to play like a 4-point Mage Assassin that's bricked, or a Yoakim into a bricked Fur Cart, like what ended up happening.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I wanted to highlight. This draw of the Mage Assassin, the top 2 cards after Shaggy's mulligans was a Mage Assassin and a Fur Cart, which, of course, with the Yoakim and with the Sunset Wanderers, they were the 2 cards he had access to. If maybe he was able to find something like the Mage, which gives Spying, he then could have played one of his Terra Nova to thin, maybe into Burner, and fix his hand a little bit, and maybe been able to resist the bleed. There was just one last thing that I really wanted to point out, though, in this game that I thought was a really great play from Lord Triss. And again, just seeing the use of this soft round 2 bleed, he won on even, but instead of just passing and deciding to take his extra card advantage, he just decided to play Maxi, looked at the order of the deck. I do believe he shuffled it a little bit as well. And what Shaggy therefore does is he's a little bit worried that if I don't use my leader here, my leader could be a little bit terrible. I'm going to end up committing quite a lot of cards. So Shaggy ends up committing his leader to resist this bleed in round 2, and then in round 3 there was no worry for Lord Triss of a leader into Fukushia, which is just such a powerful play that this double cross deck can do against Skellige.
It's masterful use of the soft bleed in round 2, just really highlighting the weakness of double cross and forcing Shaggy into all sorts of uncomfortable positions. Really, really well played.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations to Lord Triss. He is going to be going through to the semi-final. Commiserations to Shaggy. And we do have one final game coming up in a little bit, the final quarterfinal, and it's going to be a TLG Civil War. Two great friends. They began prepping together and they were drawn against each other. So it's going to be a really exciting one. We've got Cybers versus Payable coming up next. But before that, Flake and Shin, they're going to take us through the updated bracket.
All right, thank you very much, Spessy. Flake, let's see what we have here. 3 out of 4 quarterfinals are done. We have Big Cuckoo, Rosina, Akella, and Lord Triss moving on so far today.
Oh, and another riveting episode of Curly and Fang. It's just, that is the kind of drama that I want to plug into every single day. And speaking of drama, how about TLG on TLG Crime here? Cybers, Payable, they are the last matchup for the evening here, friends, in the quarterfinals of Season 3 of GWENT Masters. That is one hell of a matchup, to say the least. I know there's fans on both sides here, but I'm thinking that that's going to be another one of those fan favorite. I think that a lot more people know of Payable. Payable has a lot of a bigger pedigree when it comes to winning tournaments and such. But still, the fact that when you know your enemy, the way that these two players will know each other, it is going to make for very riveting gameplay.
Yes, exactly. These two players prepped most of the way together, and then only found out on like the last day before their deck lists were needed to be submitted that they would be facing off against each other in the first round. And then it makes a very interesting, maybe awkward situation for them, because I think they had more intimate knowledge of what each other's plans were going to be going into this tournament.
Yeah, there's a rule out there that I think can be applied to this too, is that there are no friends when you're playing Monopoly, and probably no friends when you're in the quarterfinals of GWENT Masters as well. So let's take a look at the prize pool really quickly here to see what all the fresh totals look like, as everyone's coming away with bags of cash here, as the most recent one being that Lord Triss goes full dumpster city on Lord Shaggy Nuts there, and $6,000 and change is what he's carrying in those thick pockets moving forward. Shaggy, again, nice consolation prize, $17.75. That'll buy you a lot of ice cream to bury your sorrows into. But again, TLG Cybers and TLG Payable, that's one hell of a matchup to end the day on, I'll tell you what.
Exactly, and we've got that coming up for you very shortly. Tia and Lionheart will be casting the 4th and final quarterfinal of today, but Flake and I will be back tomorrow for the semifinals as well as the finals. So, yeah, I think this is a good time to send you guys off to Bart the Bard.
The entrant which amazes so many, to be fair. His first time in big tournaments, yet finals, that's so rare. I've heard that he had studied the arts of medicine. The name is Cybers, and I wonder if Shani is his friend.
Hello, my name is TLG Cybers, also known as Spivey in the community, or also known as XXX Dark Kevin XXXD. You might remember this guy from like early this year. Yeah, this is my first time in a big tournament, and unfortunately also my last time. But nonetheless, I'm hyped to be in this one. It's been a very long year. Been grinding a lot, and also the finish, I had to pull myself together and like had to have top finishes on ladder, which has been pretty taxing, but yeah, I've made it this far, and I hope I can go all the way this time and prove myself in the community, because you haven't seen me very much this year. I mean, what can I say about Payable? He's been one of the first pros that I've had contact with in the GWENT community, which dates way back, like, I mean, probably like 2 years ago, or 1.5 years at least. And ever since I joined TLG, he's just become a good friend, and I would love to give Twitch chat some great banter, but like, well, what can you say about this guy? I mean, I also met him this year in Berlin. Actually, we had a big meetup, and funnily enough, it was also the end of the season. So me and Paya actually played Gwent during one night, and we had a little drinking game. Whoever beats Bart on ladder had to take a couple of shots. So needless to say, we both got absolutely drunk that night, which was a great bonding experience. So yeah, actually nothing but love for the guy, and yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see how this series is gonna turn out.
He is the ruling champion, the Open Event 3 winner. Those who underestimate him, the fools are only thinner. He made his name with uphill battles, quite fancy I would claim. Piable, ladies and gents, shall fight to win the game.
Hello guys, my name is Piable. I'm a Polish Gwent player for Team Leviathan Gaming. And you may know me as a guy who always says he's gonna stream more, but then never actually streams. I've won a bunch of tournaments in the past, but my biggest achievement in Gwent is probably having 200% win rate on ladder with Enslave 7. I was actually considering very strongly bringing that deck to Masters, but I decided to keep it as my secret weapon for future tournaments. And my next opponent is Cybers, aka Spivey, aka XXX Dark Kevin XXXD. We are both very close friends, but I'm a bit surprised to see him as my opponent, as one man once said that he will never make it to Masters. So now I'm a bit confused. But maybe it has something to do with the drinking game we had the other night. And I just want to wish Spivey good luck for our future match. Hopefully the best person wins.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final quarterfinal series of the day. We have had some rapid fire series so far, but we may just have saved the best for last. It is two very good friends from TLG facing off against each other. It's Cybers v Piable. But it's very important that before we do that, Tia, I need you to rectify that awful tunnel drill impression from Shinmiri.
Okay, well, if tunnel drill is played correctly, it normally does go brr, not burr, but I do hope I can educate future generations on his behalf. But as you said, we are at the final quarterfinals of the day, and it is going to be, unfortunately and fortunately for our entertainment, an all-out TLG civil brawl. We have Cybers in his first official Gwent tournament facing off against Piable, who already has the title of Gwent Masters. Will he get another one? That is the question.
Well, he is more than capable. If anyone can do it, it is Piable. Definitely one of the favourites going into these tournaments. But any tournament, to be completely honest, renowned among the very best, if not the best, in Gwent for sure.
I mean, that is certain, and I think it's safe to say we can take a look at the divination results and see whether the underdog is the underdog as we expect.
Whoa.
Yes, that is correct. I mean, it makes sense, right? Piable has all the experience behind his name, but don't take this win for granted. These two prep together, they train together, they're on the same team. It can be anybody's game from here on out.
It can, and you can even see the head-to-head. In terms of games they have played against each other on ladder this season, Cybers has a 57% win rate. I think a lot of this, anyone Piable faces, he's going to be the favourite, and as Cybers mentioned, people don't know him as well. This is his first big tournament, but they know each other so well. The deck-building 4D chess began the second they found out they were facing each other. As has been mentioned, they initially would have been prepping together, so the lists that they will have built would have been teching against lists that maybe they wouldn't. They have so much more knowledge than you normally would about a partner that I am so excited to see this series.
It is. It truly is 4D chess, and hopefully we can walk you through it as we have been talking with both of these players. How about we take a look at their decks and see whether anything has changed from their initial lineup they originally took?
Yes, we can take a start first with Cyber's lists here. He has gone with a double cross Nilfgaard list, gone down the Heatwave route here as well. And we're going to take a quick look at one of the cards in this list, the Illusionist. So in this list, normally you'd see quite a lot of Illusionists in a double cross list, but there's only one here for Cybers, which is interesting. I only see the one, no access to anything else either other than Mushy Truffle, no Vigo, so I'm really curious to see how this list goes. The bonded potential still exists, and obviously Nilfgaard plays your cards rather than theirs. They are our cards now after all, so it'll be very interesting to see how that one goes. But the next list, no great shock, and still I believe with a 100% win record today, the Inspired Zeal list with Raffard's Vengeance and Mages. I don't really think I need to say a great deal more about that list. You have seen its power and ability already. The third list though, this is where it gets interesting. Not the biggest fan of Reckless Flurry Skellige, and then I looked at this list and went, hang on, wait, it's Gedineth. It is a hybrid Gedineth list, so it has got the tool removal options for Karathi Heatwave, Morkvarg, and the damage of the leader, and then all of the power of the Gedineth scenario as well. So I really hope we get to see this, and that this list avoids the Banhammer. But the final list, oh my, it's a list close to my heart. I love Precision Strike, and my two favourite Precision Strike lists have been Madoc and Alza, and they are both present here in this list. And I need to take a quick look at Alza because it is just such a unique card design. One that when it first existed didn't see too much play, but with the invention of the Orb of Insight in this list in particular, the ability to set that up and then trigger Alza in one turn has become much, much more prevalent here, and it's something that you will see. Now, one of the issues, of course, means you have to trigger Alza a lot as soon as you play him, so often you will want to tutor him. But this list has the ability to not need to do that if he ends up in your hand. Both the Sorceress of Dol Blathanna and the Order ability for Mushy Truffle have the ability to proc him when you play him from hand, because those abilities are on board and create special cards. So a really, really good list. I mean, when you put your faith in Alza, you are definitely hoping the RNG gods favour you, and I think he will view that list as his weakest. But I am very, very excited to see how it does, and I can't wait to watch it. But Cybers has brought amazing lists. Tia, do you think Paja's lists will deliver? Let's take a look at those.
Oh, Lionheart, I can guarantee you that they deliver, and I'm going to need everybody not to focus on the Syndicate list while we first give the first three lists their due attention. Firstly, we start off with a very similar Assimilate list here coming from Payable Double Cross. We can see he actually brought one Illusionist as well, and also just the Mushy Truffle. Pretty much the same there as his teammates list. Secondly, we see Inspired Zeal. Now, I want to point out the fact that both of these players actually brought the Baron, and in the current meta, the Baron will always find some significant value. I mean, in many matchups, you will encounter cards like Sunset Wanderers and Gourd, or you can just force your opponent to fight harder for that round one in order to get last say, which is often pretty crucial. So I'm a big fan of Bloody Baron instead of another dueling card. Thirdly, we go over to Battle Trance Skellige. We've got our typical discard package here. Payable, I know, was not a fan of Reckless Flurry. He thought Battle Trance is vastly superior and decided to go for that instead. Now, we will yet see if this is in fact the case, as like we said, these players really did think twice before they included any cards in their decks in order to take against their teammates. Now, finally, this is a list that we have seen many metas ago, a very famous self-poisoned jackpot list. We see both of the Blainheim brothers there helping each other gain coins for every time a card is poisoned. We have the Salamandra hideout to help with that poison synergy. It's just a beautiful list, one I sure hope we get to see. And even Imka is included in this list, a very powerful engine, a costly one at that, that will give you 2 coins every turn, just in case you decided you want to run out of them. Of course, if she overprofits, that's not a problem. Our jackpot leader makes sure that every coin that overprofits will instead boost our engine, maybe taking her out of removal range. We also have the option of paying for a shield for 3 coins. It might even be necessary given the current control meta. But yes, a beautiful card that is, and I'm just so excited to see the Syndicate list in action. I really hope we do. Apparently, Pireball has very high hopes for this list. He thinks it can counter about any list in the meta. Easily so, that is. At least that's his words, not mine. So let's see if he can put his coins where his mouth is.
Indeed. Now, I mean, I was really surprised when we initially saw the lists and when we was chatting with him about the jackpot list. He, as you said, he felt that it wasn't a struggle to find a 4th list at all, and in fact, it was such a powerful list, it was a no-brainer. Interestingly, I think the Reckless Flurry list from Kamza is in expectation of that. Most people, myself included, were not expecting Syndicate to make that many appearances here, but because they initially prepped together and he knows how much that Paya rates Syndicate this season, he was expecting him to bring it, and there were lists that both players initially intended to bring and then changed their minds because they thought the other would take a counter. So it is really 4D chess at every level here.
I mean, for sure, and I mean, we did talk to both of these players in detail, I know you did, and Cybers did say the reason he made sure that his Reckless Flurry list is a bit of a hybrid list, it's specifically to queue into something like Pireball's Syndicate list, maybe playing Reckless Flurry on blue against Syndicate on red. A lot of thought has gone into this. I'm very curious to see what these players end up banning, as I do know that some hard target Northern Realms, while others fear Nilfgaard a little bit more. And that is about what we expected here. We see Cybers going for Pireball's Nilfgaard list and Pireball going for the Northern Realms.
We do. So Pireball deciding no to Northern Realms, and when we chatted to him, it was what he said. He feels that trying to target it may not have ended up being the best strategy for the lists he wanted to bring. And while a lot of people seem to be fearing Nilfgaard, he really didn't, and was quite confident of taking out the Nilfgaard list here on the other side. But as you say, Pireball not getting the Northern Realms ban, so we will see if Alumni can go 100% in this series, which should be really interesting. We won't get to see the Nilfgaard mirror. Both players actually have identical decks, even though neither of them prepped with each other with that deck from the conversation I had with them. They both ended up on an identical version, and it wasn't the one they initially tested, so shows quite how well these guys really do know each other.
It's like they say, all teammates think alike to a certain degree, and these are top players, even though they come from different places, different backgrounds. I feel like this will perhaps be a very tight one. I know everybody's sitting on the edge of their seats, especially in Team Leviathan Gaming. May the best player win. Like I said, these players respect each other quite a bit, and we respect them too. They really do deserve to be here today, and I think when it comes to coins, perhaps, Blue Coin is now on Cyber's end. He has more lists that are targeted to be played on Blue Coin for that reason. I can see him playing something like Precision Strike perhaps on Blue Coin, or maybe even something like Reckless Flurry. Perhaps he keeps that as a more flexible option for later though.
Yeah, he may well do. He may try and save the Reckless Flurry. It has so much power into red coin, but it is a little bit more versatile. The one thing he will want to avoid, he really doesn't want his double cross list to grab that Syndicate matchup. Whenever he scrimmed it, he said it was something he really, really didn't find as a positive for him, particularly if Syndicate was on red. So I don't expect him to take it that way. And we will see what happens. Oh, we are going into an SK v SK here. One of the things these two guys will do knowing each other, they both told me they would attempt to counter Q. So I am making 0 guesses. I am going to let them make the 5-head plays.
So we do see Cybers going for his Skellige list on blue and Pireball going for his Skellige list on red. I mean, this is the, well, quote-unquote mirror match, faction mirror match, if you will, that we really want to see, as both these players have differing opinions about what is a good Skellige list. Pireball stands behind the belief that all-out alchemy druids lists are vastly superior above that of Reckless Flurry. So let's see what the difference makes between Point Slam and a little bit of extra control here on Cybers' end.
Yeah, I mean, this hybrid list from Cybers is something that I don't think, apart from the very brief time he will have had to prep against it when the deck lists were available to them, he won't have expected something like this because it is quite a hybrid. And you can see, I mean, the hand stake for both players, not terrible, both miss Coral. some discard availability there for both players as well. Cyber's here on blue coin now, just jamming away to himself, slowly but surely going through his game plan here. Has the opportunity to start with something like a Crow Mother if he wants to just get that out there. Could also be one of his discard targets, but instead just takes a nice slow play so far and drops the little Hafru. Much littler Hafru than we have seen so far today.
Yes, indeed, it is actually a little Hafru that's being dropped on the board right now, and we can see that Payable actually has Sunset Wanderers in his list. It definitely will make a huge difference here, as it provides a lot of tempo here if Payable needs to take the round. Also, it can give Cybers an idea of when to push and when to pass. He might be able to force Payable into an earlier pass when that Sunset Wanderer reaches the right side of his hand. This definitely looks very similar, but there are small tech cards that will be making all the difference in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I really like the Sunset Wanderer version of this, actually, because it allows you to resist bleeds, albeit on red coin. It also allows you to potentially threaten that rapid tempo. The synergy with the discard package works really well anyway, and if you do choose to give up round one, you can just jump straight in and use it to defend the bleed going into the second round. So really nice here, and we see him just play, get no real commitment from either player yet. He drops a Maxi Van Decker there, now with a bit of hand knowledge, unless he did decide to rotate his deck. But that's something we will find out very shortly when we start seeing some discards. Does put that Sunset Wanderer all the way back to the far side of his list again.
Yes, and I mean, there was a lot of time being spent on that Maxi, those are for sure. So he definitely took a long and hard look at the cards and whether he wanted to keep those or not. We'll be able to update that in just a few seconds. We also see another little Hafru being dropped on Cyber's side of the board now at 8 points base power. So building up some steam here, not yet having used the Mask of Ouroboros, not really having any cards in hand you necessarily want to discard, but that Crow Mother is a last resort option, though. It's definitely something you want to play from hand instead.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the options. You can see neither player interested in committing their hand too early yet, and Paria just there, dropping a Mardrome. It plays there just for 6 points, but it is more than enough. He's on red coin, so he isn't overly worried right now, and is just staying with the Sunset Wanderer to the far left. Neither of them want to play too much. In theory, popping that in the graveyard does give him the option of it later again from Bride of the Sea. And it's going to be really interesting to see which way they go here in this early round, because overcommitting here can be really dangerous. As long as Cybers doesn't lose on even, I think he'll be content. And the Crow Mother here acts effectively as just a little bit more carryover.
Yes, Payable being very careful to play cards on the left of the Sunset Wanderers. Of course, you want to have that in hand as long as possible. Now, though, he can't exactly force Fukushia out. It's hardly worth it. So he does go for the Heime Scald. And he does shuffle into he draws a very nice card, not necessarily something you want to have in round one, the Bride of the Sea. It is rather something you'd have later on in combination with something like Fukushia perhaps, but Payable taking his time, going through every decision that he can make, having to discard a card here from hand.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the option of the discard unit, so he's just using the time to make decisions. Now that we see he did draw that Bride of the Sea, I can tell you he definitely did shuffle from Maxi, because that is not what he was drawing. Based on the bottom two cards from the Maxi there, which I'm told reliably were Morkvarg and one of the discard skirmishers, it was pretty guaranteed to be a bit of a shuffle, but we now know that's what he's done. And yeah, you can see there Payable taking every second of time that he can get just to get that extra bit of information. Ooh. Not the best there in terms of pulls, because he doesn't have a direct discard target himself. So nothing going to jump out onto the board tempo-wise for him here.
Yeah, it's very telling as well that he didn't actually draw into Karl, something Payable will take note of. We see the Bride of the Sea coming into Cyber's hand here as well. And Maxi giving him a nice idea of what is lying in his deck. But now you have the awkward decision of having to discard a card you might actually want to play later on. I suspect it might be something like Doom Viandra or the Giga Scorpion Decoction, but really neither of these cards you actually want to discard. They play for a hefty sum of points if played correctly.
Yeah, I mean, he felt he needed to use the stratagem there to get those extra 4 points on board, try and create a little bit more of a gap so he doesn't end up in the awkward position of being forced to stay in this round longer than he wants there, but didn't have an ideal target, as you say. Values the Dwim Viandra in Graveyard over the Maxi, though. So far, his draws haven't been ideal in terms of the discards, so perhaps valuing the information here over the potential points of Dwim Viandra later.
And Payable does take the pass on 7 cards. I'm pretty sure Cybers is happy he can get out here. Both players' hands are less than ideal for round 1. Neither really got all discard packages ready to go, to push, to temper through the round and gain round control. Hopefully it looks a little bit better from here on out. At least Payable got to peek at his deck. He might have shuffled it, and he did draw into Getty. That is a very strong looking hand there for Payable.
Yeah, it is. The Getty has been found, and also that Sunset Wanderer there. That's the risk of the bleed here. If you bleed and don't get the Wanderer out, you are just giving a lot of points. But on the other side, if you don't, it exists through into the next round. We can as well. You can see that Getty has been drawn, but one of the things that about the SK list from Cybers, it does not run many druids. It needs Mushy Truffle to find them. In fact, the only druid in hand right now for Cybers is Bride of the Sea, which is not something you want to commit to proc there. And we see his draw order here. He now knows exactly where everything is. Unlikely to be a shuffle, I would say, but knowing he's missing Coral and a lot of his discard targets, he may have to make a decision to do that here. And we will try to, well, obviously we'll find out as soon as he discards anything. Guaranteeing that he will get Fukusha and also Coral. He may decide this is a hand to keep here if he uses his burner this round.
I mean, it's not at all a horrible hand, but these players know things we do not. They know exactly what they want, in what order they want them, but having a guaranteed Fukusha can never be a bad thing, right? So we see that Maxi being slammed on the board. We'll later see whether he indeed shuffled or not. And like you said, Cybers actually just has 1 druid in hand. That is less than ideal. The problem here is that Payable has far more than he does. There you see the Crow Clan Preacher, and if Payable stacks those up and he plays Getty, he will quickly outpoint Cybers in a long round, unless we can make use of our leader ability and quickly get rid of the Crow Clan Preachers on Payable's side of the board.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue here, and as soon as they start being set up, it can be a little scary. Obviously, for Cyber's side, in theory, he can double Decoction using some rain value if he can spawn some, but he doesn't really have access to any. So, aside from, of course, the little Halfroos, which he may have to pair to do this, doesn't play the burner here, instead just pulling out a decent amount of value and seeing if he can get Paya to respect this bleed and commit a little bit more here.
Yes, Cybers is now on 7 cards, so if he does want to go into a long round 3, which I doubt you really want, then this is where he passes. Payable now having some nice carryover on the board in the form of Mushy Truffle. He did go for the Crow Clan Preacher, perhaps anticipating a longer round 2. Already you have a nice alchemy engine, and he does actually commit another one. Now, that is actually a lot of commitment here, because these cards really stack up points for every alchemy card you use. You also have the bonded ability now going off. Cybers might be looking at this thinking it's almost enough commitment to pass. Perhaps not. We might see what Payable has left, but as you said, there's more druids there on that side of the board, and therefore Payable can still play Getty quite comfortably in a round 3.
Interesting to see him click Truffle there as well. Obviously, we know there's Dwim Viandra in hand, and Cybers knows it's in deck, but missing some of the value on it in order to get the extra value because of the bonded units, saying, you know what, I don't want you to be able to remove these too easily. If you're going to Giga Scorpion and Leader, you're not guaranteed to remove one of them, and the bonded value of them is so scary. We know, of course, Cybers is teched. He has got a Morkvarg, so one of those going super tall, no problem. Also does have the heat wave for the Getty, so he will not mind being in a longer round, and in fact, he takes the ping first to guarantee it. And there you go, bonded value gone, and Cybers is going in here. I like this line from Cybers.
I also like it. Okay, now there's a lot of consideration going here from Payable's end. He can't just play any card here. Almost every card is commitment because they have to be played in a certain order to get you the maximum amount of points from the Sunset Wanderer, as well as all of your alchemy engines. He decides to go with Dwim Viandra, resetting the Mushi Truffle. Already, that is going to give him a significant amount of points, and Cyber's quickly clicking on that half-row, triggering the rain. I think his goal here is to get rid of that engine as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I really like this. Now, both of them are gone here. Paja does run a single Freya's Blessing, but we know he doesn't have access to it. The only downside of this line, he is up, and he's up by 14 points here, but he now has a Gedeneth in hand that has no druids at all to proc it. He knows he will do that in the next round, and I'm assuming his mindset here is get as much out as possible, go into that shorter round, hope maybe Gedi v Gedi, knowing he can remove it. But of course, Paya can on the other side as well, so I don't think they're going to find too much value.
You know what I find really funny? Both of these players have Heatwave in hand, so Gedi is never surviving. That Gedeneth is going to be Heatwave the moment it touches the board. So having druids is not even necessarily that big a deal. If these players keep their Heatwave for Gedeneth, then those druids will do little to none than being just another alchemy engine.
And that's the thing, albeit if you can get your opponent to commit their Gedeneth and then pass without having to use your Heatwave, you are in a very, very good spot, which is what these players are trying to do here. Now, Cybers, of course, didn't shuffle. We can see that. He knew he was drawing into one of those discard cards and a Pella, so wouldn't be surprised to see those two cards being the ones that get discarded, and that is exactly what happens. Looks like Cybers really wants to see the Sunset Wanderer here, but will Piebol allow it, or will he also now burner himself to try and delay that a little? Because the cards to the left, not really anything you want to discard here.
Ooh, another bit of commitment here coming from Piebol. We see another Crow Clan Preacher being dropped on the board, and that Sunset Wanderer finally comes out at 10 points. Now, he is finally ahead here, and he is a card up. Cybers now have the option of perhaps committing his Morkvarg onto the Sunset Wanderer. He can also play Darren so long and get rid of that Morkvarg in his deck. It will pop onto the melee row, playing for an extra 5 points, which provides some nice thinning as well as tempo.
Yeah, it will do. The Morkvarg is a card he's not going to draw into naturally, but would have drawn into later with the Coral. In fact, he will draw into it with the Coral. So, interesting to see if he chooses to take this line now to just keep himself ahead, or he decides to commit the Morkvarg, as you've said, to fight this round just a little bit more here.
And we do see Darren being dropped onto the board. A very nice card, really. I regret not seeing him earlier in the season. He's very synergistic, and normally he does find his target. So we see Morkvarg coming out onto the board as well as Darren. Again, we are ahead. Piebol now having to commit Burnout Brand, though he does have some very nice cards he can discard, and man, that's going to give him some significant, well-needed tempo in this round.
Yeah, and the tempo there, absolutely massive. Manages to play both of those discard units. Thins his deck really nicely here. So even though he shuffled, he will now be studying the remaining cards that he has, trying to see what he has the chance of drawing. He'll see 5 of 8 of them, which is pretty good going, I would say.
Yes, this is rather difficult now. We can get ahead by committing something like Morkvarg. Question is whether we want to do that so far, as we will get other targets later on if Gedi is still an option down the line. Cyber's now thinking long and hard whether he actually does end up committing more cards here. Will he be able to bleed out value from Piebol's end that's worth trading for at this point?
Yeah, this is the risk here, and this is always the risk of bleeding the Sunset Wanderer list, as I said, because once the Wanderer comes down, that tempo that you can find is terrifying. But he's got a way up. Is losing the Morkvarg here effectively a 15-point swing, going to trade for something decent? He decides no, probably would have only given the Freya's Blessing, which would have felt very underwhelming. And I think Paya is probably the happier of the two with that round 2 there. It's going to come down to the draws for Piebol, but it's going to be pretty tight here, I would say, as well. We know full well here what is going to be drawn by each player.
I mean, Cyber's hand looks absolutely perfect. I wouldn't mulligan a single card. He has access to 2 Druids, so he does mulligan a single card. He knows he gets Carl instead. Carl could give him some extra tempo. He knows what he'll be drawing into. Piable, on the other hand, also has access to Fukusha, Gedeneth, Heatwave for some Gedi removal himself. He only now draws into his Crow Mother, though it will still play for quite a bit of points. I think Piable is definitely the happier of the two, but this is where skill comes in, and perhaps playing in a certain order and preventing some cards from ticking a little bit longer with your leader ability can make or break in this matchup.
Yeah, I actually quite like that mulligan. Obviously, he knew that he was drawing into Coral, and unless the Druid goes back onto the top, he is getting the final discard Skirmisher there. But keeping something for value for Gedeneth when you're expecting it to disappear doesn't really help you. He's basically kept Gedeneth in hand, knowing that he only has access to a single Druid from the Mushy Truffle, can always play another from Fukusha if he wants to go in on that method instead, of course. But that may well be the decision he's taken here. It's not necessarily going to find the value he wants. There is enough removal kicking around on Piable's list to say, you know what, I don't think my Gedi survives here, so let's see what happens. He may, as a result, decide to just play it here and see if it sticks or not.
And that is exactly what he does. Now, I don't imagine this survives for a mere second. I must say I like the fact that Piable actually played his Duumviandra first, meaning that Cyber's random leader pings will not necessarily remove a Crow Clan Preacher when it needs to. It will likely be hitting some Duumviandra instead, making it more difficult to remove the other targets. Cyber is here having 1 Crow Clan Preacher on board. I don't imagine that survives very long either, if I'm going to be honest, especially with something like a Giga Scorpion Decoction then Piable's hand for some swift removal.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to gain too much in the way of value here. Different leader ability, so not going to gain a prop from that. Would have gained a single from the Mushy Truffle. But yeah, it probably does end up being the removal target. Although it could stick and Coral could end up taking the Giga Scorpion. It's going to be interesting to see, because if Coral does stick on the board, there may be no more discard targets, but he does have the option of taking that and then using Fukusha to bring back something else instead. Perhaps could Fukusha into Burn a Brand, for instance, and get even more value from that Coral engine. So very interested, keeping his options open here, Cybers, as to which way he goes at this. They will have scrimmed so many matches against each other. There will be 100 things going through their minds right now, and you can see the focus from both of them.
That's very true. I very much doubt they're merely going through all the plays that is possible right now. They're thinking about what they actually practice with, what each player told the other one. You know, the moves your teammate normally makes. That is something you can actually study and learn and play around. So these guys are thinking 3 to 4 steps ahead every single turn. Hence the reason they are roping out so often. Piable now having to decide what he wants to do here. He does seem to go for that Giga Scorpion Decoction. Maybe holding on to Gedi and wanting to see whether Cybers might commit some cards he doesn't want to and holds onto that Heatwave unnecessarily long. There's a lot of options here at their disposal, and he does seem to go for Carl, get a Skirmisher out as well, playing for 12 points altogether. Not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. I think as much as losing the bonded card will have hurt, knowing it was only going to play for a single tick of bonded anyway, he will be much, much happier knowing that now Coral can potentially survive. Fukusha grabbing a smaller unit doesn't really help him here. So I can see the logic. I can see the logic from him. And while Pyre has no Druids in hand, having just dropped the Crow Mother, both of the other units, of course, can grab him Druids should he want to full proc his Gedeneth. So he's still in a decent spot, but this is right on a knife edge here.
Yeah, the problem here is that Morkvark might very well have played for more points here in round 2. Right now, Heatwave and Morkvark are both not playing for a lot. Cybers has the awkward decision of having to commit Fukusha now already, and he has to decide what he's going to draw into rather sooner than later. We can see him now going through his graveyard, deciding what to pick. He could go for Burner Brand like you said, but no, instead he does go for Bride of the Sea, has the option of going for a potential Giga Scorpion. He doesn't do that. Instead, he is going to go for the Crow Clan Preacher, again having bonded, and he will be getting those buffs the moment he plays Golden Froth. A very nice turn, I think. That's a lot of points right there on his side of the board.
It is indeed, and I think that the random damage from Coral doesn't necessarily help him. Will be something that was going through his mind there, because as you mentioned, the Morkvarg, not amazing, and now he has something to consider. Pyre drops now the Gedineth. He will be Cybers is now looking, thinking, can you proc this? Is this my heat wave? I would be very surprised if it isn't his heat wave in the end, but only he knows here.
I mean, you certainly can't commit Morkvarg yet. That's just not an option. So we'll be seeing Heatwave, I suspect, on Geddy. But there are other options. You could even go for the Mushi Truffle if you really wanted to. But that's never what you're going for, right? You're going to go for Geddy because there are 2 cards left in Piable's hand, indicating he has the option to play 2 Druids, taking that scenario twice.
Yeah, now I can see there's a chance here he wants to play the Fukusha for the rain value that he's going to get, which looks like that's what he's going to do. May well end up taking another bonded unit as well to try and get 3 of them before committing the Truffle. Instead, goes for the Bride of the Sea into a Giga Scorpion himself. I would imagine great value there.
I see both players opted to go for the Bride of the Sea, definitely something they practice together. It gives you a lot of points, doesn't it? It gives you another alchemy card as well as a 4-point unit onto the board. And a little bit of rain, that is. Cyber's in a pretty good position here, I'm not going to lie, though there are some points there on Piables, and this is rather closer than I thought it would be.
Oh, those damage pings are huge because there's so much value here in the alchemy cards you're about to see. Because I believe the Freya's Blessing onto the bonded unit here, when it plays, will actually give them value. He will also, of course, get the Marjoram value here for the heal synergy. This is so close, and he doesn't play a point! My lord! 5 points!
So close! That's unbelievably close with 1 point.
We have seen so many games today come down to a single point. I honestly thought Cybers had game 1 there. That was so close. That was so tight. And the sheer additional value of grabbing all of the points from the alchemy cards, not just the alchemy cards themselves, but then the heal synergy that he had from Battle Trance, but that Cybers didn't have from Reckless Flurry, came down to be the difference there. Because if Pyre had taken Flurry, the 2 points of heal that he gained from the 2 alchemy cards wouldn't have been there. He would have lost 37 to 38, not 139 to 38.
I mean, that's very true, like you said. And even if one of those leader pings just maybe took away that 1 Crow Clan Preacher, that would have made all the difference in the world. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have enough RNG on his side this time around. Exceptionally close game. Definitely worth the time. Going through all of those potential moves there. Wow. Yeah, very close. Now we have Cyber's coin, Pyable on blue. What is Pyable taking on blue? I wonder if it's ever Syndicate. I do not think so.
Well,
it could be
that's
though.
the thing, right? He will know how good it is against Nilfgaard, and I expect now the Nilfgaard play from Cybers, but he will also be expecting the Nilfgaard play right now from Cybers, so there's a good chance that Cybers decides not to do it just in case. He won't feel as bad if he is red coin in that matchup though. He won't want to face it when he's blue, but he won't be as pained by it on red coin, but there's going to be so much going through the players' minds right now. They will be thinking, oh my lord, which do I take? It's going to be a little bit of time in this. I mean, Pyre now he's got 2 options. He can take his jackpot list, he can take his, which list has Pyre got? He can take his Nilfgaard.
And no, Pyable's Nilfgaard list is a band, I think.
It is, you're right.
Yeah,
oh,
so
boy.
He's got Inspired Zeal and Jackpot. Now, I think we can't guess what they're going to be taking, because the one player thinks the other player is taking the obvious option. Then that player wants to snipe it with the less obvious option. But the first player is anticipating that is going to go for the opposite option. So I think we just have to decide what's better. Inspired Zeal and Blue Coin is the option that most players are actually going for, it seems. What does Jackpot here have on red coin? Does it have any abuse potential? Is the stratagem going to give them extra coins in the blue coin matchup here that Piable might want to abuse later on?
Maybe. I mean, it does run the tiger's eye. I think Pyre will want to take Jackpot probably on red coin, because while those coins obviously are useful, they aren't guaranteed points without finding a spender. Can be a little bit awkward if he were to take that on the blue coin. So wouldn't be surprised to see Inspired Zeal here, and more traditionally, I guess that is exactly what you would take. On Cyber's side, he could go straight in and say, okay, I'm on red coin. Flurry is great into either coin. I feel like I could take this and try and force this through here. I don't see him taking his Precision Strike, but he could use his he could try and snipe a certain matchup with the Precision Strike. So it's going to be really, really close here. One thing I am curious about from the last series, whenever something is as close as that, usually there is a line that you could have taken. So I'd be very interested to see what the analysts think at the end of this. But here, okay, we know what we now know what they're taking. Pasha does indeed decide to say, I'm going to bring Alumni, and Cybers brings his Nilfgaard through. Now, this is a list that Pasha felt reasonably confident against, but it's also in its ideal situation here. It's red coin, and it is the typical play your cards for you faction.
Now, I must say, I have to point out that Mage Infiltrator Cybers has in God deck. Now, you did speak to these players, and they anticipated a possible Syndicate matchup, and they were afraid that a little defender might prove problematic. So they included the Mage Infiltrator specifically for that matchup, which is quite funny, as that's exactly what Pyable has ended up taking.
Yes, it was in fact an Azar Javed tech, expecting to see it. I was surprised we didn't see Phalobombs in the Precision Strike list, or Dancing Stars. It's definitely a Phalobomb as well, for that exact reason, but it's not a matchup he wanted. So interesting to see there. It does, of course, give you the extra versatility from the Brathans and can be good into any matchup. But opening lists here, Pasha looking at his hand, and he has got a decent number of students, has got access to Raffards, also got access to Amphibious Assault as well, so we'll be pretty happy here with the state of his hand.
Yeah, again, taking his time here, going through everything that is necessary. You also don't want to overcommit here. You have to decide whether you can comfortably get out of this round and keep all of the threats on your side of the board. That's the only problem with Northern Realms. You do need patience to work at the end of the day, or else your alumni are just not as good. But with this leader ability, Zeal isn't always a necessary factor. You can just give it with a swift leader charge. Then again, Nilfgaard can just steal all of your mages, steal their patience, and replicate your alumni, make more than you had to begin with, and just take it from there. So this is actually going to be a very five-head matchup, I think. It's not going to be an easy one for either player.
No, definitely not. It's a difficult matchup. You can see instantly Cyber says, okay, I know you don't have that much removal either, so I feel like I need to set my patience up early. Of course, if you steal an alumni with something like a Yen, to play it yourself, it goes from your patience values, not your opponent's. So it is vitally important that the Nilfgaard player starts establishing his Northern Realms patience unit in this matchup, but doesn't have too much in the way of removal. So he has to find a way to either get out of this round quickly or stop this. And oh, there's the Letitia. It's full greed mode here.
This is a very, very vulnerable Letitia. Not only can she be replicated with something like Arto Terra Nova, she can be stolen with Yennefer. Right now, Cybers doesn't actually have anything in his hand that can give Letitia spying status, but he could potentially try and do that by playing Furkart and letting him do the work from there on out. But either way, Letitia is not remaining on this board for very long. She will just give your mages so much more spying. It will just be astronomically large. And Cybers does go for that Yennefer, stealing the Letitia. I feel that was far too easy. It's almost like Pyable was anticipating it.
Yeah, Cybers will ideally not have wanted to grab that. There are so many amazing targets that you can take. The Raffard's Vengeance is phenomenal. Shani is fantastic. Of all the options, he can't leave it there. He kind of has to take it. But because he doesn't have a better option himself, he basically has to do that and now try and play it himself this round, so that, as you say, he has bigger patient students than the NR player here, which is basically the line he's having to go down.
That's very true, and he did end up going for Furkart. Furkart now giving a spying status out to a random unit every time he plays a special card. Piable now having to decide what he wants to play. He already has a mage on the melee as well as on the range row. This is of course ideal, as you want your alumni to have at least 4 mage points from the melee as well as range row in order to gain zeal. Right now this is going very well. Neither player is really interacting with those mages, taking away the threats from the board, instead allowing their own mages to grow. Cyber's now committing Letitia. That is extremely dangerous, as his mages will end up having more points than that of Piables.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Piable considering this to be a pass here. He is ahead, and his students right now, I believe one of the offensive students is already at 4, and as a result, he will guarantee the front end that he needs. The boosting student on the back row, I think, would get to 4 in enough time by the end of this, if my maths is correct on the patient students there. So it's a real consideration for him here to say, I can't let Letitia build, and I can't risk getting locked into this round and losing on even either, because that would be deadly. I can see him saying, you know what, I'm out here.
Oh, he instead decides to just kill Letitia. Definitely always an option, allowing those men to do what they're meant to do and just commit the damage. Cybers does the same, deciding he now has enough of his own patience to just use the order ability immediately. And he decides to go for Experimental Remedy, immediately stealing it from Piable, taking the patience himself, transferring it to his own alumni eventually. Pretty nice, as Piable now does not have access to that mage and cannot retrieve it with Shani later down the line.
No, he can't. I mean, the Experimental Remedy, he is only running 1, and ideally, perhaps, would have wanted to grab something like an Alumni later to deny, but ultimately, all of those Patience cards are just so valuable to be able to grab and steal here that he will feel okay with that. Paya, of course, previous turn decided to turn off one of his students and double use it there. The power of casting contest in play had to deny the Letitia himself as well.
And interestingly enough, Piable has not yet committed his Raphar's Vengeance, perhaps keeping it for a later round. I mean, it's an exceptionally strong card, and there we go. He decides to play it a little bit later into round 1, definitely taking away some of the tempo it would have given him with those 2-point damage pings. But it's never too late, right? We do need round control here, and Piable isn't simply going to give up the round in exchange for a better card later on.
No, he's pretty happy to push in here. Raphar's Vengeance as an engine, of course, is absolutely terrifying, but also, just as a thinning engine, he has the ability here to now see what he's drawing and improve his draws going through with the Cintrian Envoy. And Cyber's just going so much tempo there. The 11 points played from the Blightmaker, also that little bit of thinning, showing he can catch up pretty nicely. Has another one as well, which he will be more than content to play.
That is for sure. So Alumni already being a pick here from Piable's end. He can of course get 2 points of damage here with Raphar's Vengeance. He does get some 2 points of damage. Now, he doesn't yet have Zeal. He's gonna have to give it with his leader, which is a lot of commitment early on. He only has 1 leader charge left to give Zeal to a unit down the line.
He does, and it's interesting. There was a great little choice from Cybers there. We couldn't see the amount of patience at the time, but when he chose to destroy the Aretusa student and then steal it, it was just before Pasha could develop the alumni zeal, whereas he has it himself. So he's going to feel pretty great about that, to be completely honest. The 1 remaining leader charge at the moment for Pasha would go to Selkirk, but his alumni do not have what they need. So actually, really nice timing there.
Yeah, very well timed. And Cybers goes for the Blightmaker, thinning his deck there with Mage Assassin. It's not enough though. Cybers isn't ahead. It's quite a few points here to catch up, 9 at least. Now, Piable, having 3 of his best cards in hand, actually decides to go further into the round. What is he prepared to throw away? Baron won't be playing for anything. Shani might give him some extra potential here. And we have Garat, which is just astronomical commitment in round 1. Not something you want to give over to something like Arto Terranova either.
No, I mean, he could just back row the Baron here. The value coming from, as you say, from the Gerhardt's massive. Practice makes perfect as an availability is huge. It actually decides to do it right now. I'm assuming that's the card he's going to take here. No. Oh. Oh, okay. Paya is now the Nilfgaard player. This is the most mirror I have ever seen. Takes the blight look at Cyber's face, that cheeky little smile of, okay, I respect it, and takes the pass. Pasha has used a blight maker here to set the top card up for himself as a mage. I've seen Nilfgaard play NR's cards, but I have never seen NR play Nilfgaard's cards, and that is one of the reasons I love watching Paya Vol.
There is a first time for everything, and if any player play a card as isn't intended, it's going to be playable, and it's going to be spectacular. No, his hand is looking exceptional at this point. He could really go for a push here if he wanted to do so. Cyber is also having a great hand. He does have that Mage Torturer ready to pick off a target for Arte Terra Nova later down the line. Honestly, both players here having exceptional cards in hand. Just golds all the way.
It's a bit of a risk here for the bleed for Paya, because he doesn't have anything for the alumni yet. Probably needs to. Not ideal. The Spellweaver's there, but it's a bit late into the round, but is what he's going to have to grab. And he's pushing here with second AA, not first AA. So not going to be the best option for him here. Having to use it, won't want to if he can get away with it, but that's quite low tempo right now. So Cybers will be looking at this thinking, I'm reasonably content with my choices here.
I think the assumption has to be that the Nilfgaard player hasn't necessarily drawn all their cards like the Northern Realm player has. Cybers here also having the Centurion Spellweaver option at his disposal, already having 9 points on his side of the board. Payable could perhaps click on his Chapter of Wizards to get another Spellweaver on the board, which would double his initial tempo from the first one, and play for quite a bit, as we do have a few options to play mages right now. It's not an ideal place for Payable. I don't think he would have gone for the bleed if he knew the cards that Cybers had in hand. But then again, you don't want to give Nilfgaard Assimilate a long round either. It's almost more deadly with more engines on the board.
Yeah, for sure. One of the great things about the potential push here, whether it is a patented Shinmiri soft push or not, the leader ability double cross can be a little bit awkward. Because if you don't commit it in the bleed, you get to a point where perhaps it's useless to you. So it's that I'm going to try and force you to commit it to not lose and to overcommit here, even if I lose my card. And it's really nice from Payable going down this line here.
And we see Payable going for the commitment. He plays Shani on the board. And what is he going to go for? He goes directly for the Alumni. Doesn't yet click on his Chapter of Wizards and uses his last leader charge to get rid of the Spellweaver on Cyber's end of the board.
Now that is interesting. That is very, very interesting. And rapid as well. Cyber's here, I believe, in like rapid speed here, has leaded and also given Shani Spying to give him a better Terra Nova. Only 3 cards left in Paya's hand, so now Cybers has all the information. He knows exactly what's there. He knows he has Selkirk with no Zeal charges. He knows there's a Baron and an AA which is useless. He's shaking his head right now.
Yes, it's a rather difficult situation, isn't it? I mean, you don't actually want most of these cards right now. He's going to have to pick carefully. I would go for Selkirk in all honesty, but the thing is, it doesn't survive, does it? You do need that inspired Zeal charge to help it out a little bit, or else it ends up being slow. Perhaps he gets some commitment from Payable in order to remove. He is ahead by 1 point, which is good for him, as Payable can't simply get out. But now Cybers has an accurate read of Payable. He knows exactly what to expect as well, which is one of the best parts of this leader ability, in my opinion, is just getting that, getting your eye on the cards while it's in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see here now there is one Selkirk that is active and one that isn't. He doesn't have to worry, in theory, about the Alumni being replayed right now, and probably has to use this duel on the Selkirk, otherwise he is effectively allowing his engine to disappear as well. So we have seen, obviously, the resilience still on the Chapter of Wizards, and right now that will spawn Paja another alumni, but that won't have Zeal, and he can't give it Zeal. He is relying entirely on there being no removal coming through from Cybers, and I mean, his list does run Jousts, so he does have some answers, he just hasn't drawn them yet.
And we see one Selkirk removing the other. Now, TLG Cybers having to decide what he's going to commit from here on out. His hand is pretty strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Mushy Truffle perhaps coming down, as it does have some nice carryover. The Illusionist, on the other hand, simply going to be giving him the benefit of 1 and not 2. He doesn't have more than that in hand, at least. And what is he going for? Another Mage. Now, that Mage starts off at 0, but it will build up patience, and eventually it will garner quite a few points if necessary. Oh, and we see a pass. We see a pass from Piable.
We do, and I think Cybers will be a lot happier with this. Gets the full leader out, albeit commits his own. Keeps his card here, and gets some carryover himself as well. So we'll be not too unhappy. Still missing some useful pieces of the puzzles. Not seen a Joachim yet for him, and I don't believe he's... Never mind, to take it back. There he is. Now, usually the Joust would probably vanish, but in this matchup, knowing there are no Zeal charges, that Joust could be worth so many points. Does he decide to keep it here, or does he say, you know what, I've got Joachim and Ku, so I can effectively double play? Oh, I've just seen on the other side, Paja has the answer to Joachim though.
Oh, I see. Now, that is quite powerful. The Cursed Knight, of course, can turn that Joachim into a Cursed Knight as well, rendering the coup de grace rather useless if it doesn't find an appropriate target. Quite a nice little inclusion there on Piable's end. A very well thought out one, and I hope we get to see it as intended.
And that is a huge student coming back. It's only got the 4 damage for the one that he has picked here, but nonetheless, it is an engine that is going to sit there with not too many ways of answering it, to be completely honest.
We also don't see that Golden Froth coming through right away to protect any of the engines. We see Pajable committing a Range Row Mage and not yet clicking on the Chapter of Wizards, so holding out on that for now. Now, is this merely bait for something like a Tawny Joust? Is that potentially what Piable is going for here? Because if he decides to go for an Alumni later on, that Chapter of Wizards will spawn another one, but it won't have Zeal, so that will be the ideal target for something like Tawny Joust, and right now Cybers has to make the decision if it's worth it. Personally, I like to see that Illusionist coming out, as it's not going to play for much more later down the line. Right now, it can get another Mage, and that makes patience and play for a bit of points.
Yeah, and he does take the Illusionist option here, decides the student isn't as much of a threat because its patience isn't high enough to give Zeal just yet, you can see, so it won't be an immediate threat, but boosted out of removal range, it might just be. I would say Paja is trying to get to the position where he can use that student, keep it alive long enough so that when he spawns alumni, they carry for him and have Zeal here. Would not be surprised to see a Joust and perhaps one of the taller of the students used here in combination to deny that now from Cybers. It depends on how much he values it.
I mean, to be fair, if he wanted to remove it, he certainly could have, and he decided not to, so it could be that he simply does not value it as much. He might be holding out on that Alumni, though, and he isn't finding the target. That Brothens doesn't want to copy another Range Row Mage. He rather would like to go for the Alumni, I'd say, especially since he's built up his own patience by now, and it will play for a hefty sum of points. He is hovering over that melee row. The Barnard student deciding whether he needs to attack or not.
Oh, the rope!
Oh, no! Wait.
Okay, he hits it, doesn't use, so he does take the ping there, thinking, you know what? I don't believe you can boost any further. The Aretusa student, by my count, is on 3 patience right now, or will be at the end of this turn. It should be on 2 now, going into 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so he still has 1 more turn to do that, and forcing Pyre here to play the Curse Knight is huge for Cybers. A little nod there. He now knows not only can he remove the student, but his Joachim is surviving. I would say all of a sudden he's going to be feeling quite confident here.
I mean, this game is Cyber's game. Right now, his Joachim is safe. He's going to get another Joachim if he'd like to. That Brothens can be dropped very nicely after the Alumni has been committed to Piables, and we know that Alumni is being committed in the next turn, as it will not have Zeal yet, and therefore he has to wait at least one turn in order to be able to use it. Right now, it's not looking good for Piables. Cybers is likely going to be taking this one with a vast amount of points ahead of Piable.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look in Cyber's deck here. There is actually only one unit in his deck. He's missed quite a few things here, so he can't double Joachim. He's already used the Yen, so there will be no extra unit to place in here, which is very interesting. So actually, not the best for him, and it wouldn't surprise me if he ends. Now, you know what, Bayer says, forget it. Let's not worry about the nuance. I am not catching up. No 3-0 this time. It is 1-1, and that was very well played by Cybers there.
Yeah, I told you that game was over, unfortunately, the moment he committed his Curse Knight. Even though he couldn't necessarily get another Joachim target, he would definitely have gotten another Duchess Informant and still gotten that Alumni. So, very well played from Cybers. And is that not the first loss we see from Northern Realms today, or am I mistaken?
It is! It's the first Northern Realms loss. It is indeed. So, we see Inspired Zeal finally handed a loss there, even though in reality, it basically lost a mirror match, because that was so well played. The cheeky little grab from Pasha. I know he loses that particular game in the end, but using, stealing the spy himself was very, very nice to see. So yeah, some really fun lines in that one, but immaculately played by Cybers. Goes in there, defends the bleed really well, uses his leader for great information at the right time, even though it wasn't an ideal card, but put him in a perfect spot to pressure going into that next round.
Drink some tea, Lionheart. Drink some tea.
If only.
Well, I mean, there we have it, folks. The only deck that can beat Northern Realms, in the shape of another deck, that is. So now we have both players on 1 point each. We have Skellige through here from Piable's end, and we have Nilfgaard through from Cyber's end. We're back to Cybers on blue coin now. So he has the option of playing that Ulzer list of his, or he can go for a Reckless Flurry. Now, I personally would like to see Precision Strike on blue coin, and I wonder what Piable will take on red. His Nilfgaard list is banned. He has the option of playing Inspired Zeal again, though I do prefer that list on blue myself. And he has the option of playing Self-Poison Sin. I really hope we get to see something like that happen.
I hope so. Yeah, I think the Zeal list generally, albeit it didn't go too well that time, does prefer blue. The strategy allowing you to protect those students early on, allowing them to stick and gain the value later for the alumni is really good, something that didn't work out for him this time. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see him try and take the Syndicate list here. If he does take the Syndicate list, which is what I think we're expecting, or we should be expecting, Cybers might want to take the option of the list he built to try and face it. So again, they could end up counter-queuing each other, but if he can get Reckless Flurry into that match, Cybers will be reasonably happy, I think, and that's what he's going to be aiming for. So I do expect Cybers to queue Flurry over Precision Strike here.
I mean, you could very well be right. I think one of the bigger topics of debate was how to get through the Defender from Syndicate. And like he said himself, this Skellige list was particularly built as a hybrid list and not all out something like Battletrons, merely because it targets a red coin Syndicate a little bit better. So I would be very curious to see whether this theory actually plays out correctly. I mean, ignoring armor with that Reckless Flurry is quite juicy. It's going to be playing quite nicely into a potential Syndicate Defender. And with the extra bit of control you have in that list, you can also get rid of some pesky engines like that of Imka, or even the Blanheim brothers later down the line.
Yeah, decent amount, but there's good control into both lists. Flurry, as you say, can deal with the defenders in one foul swoop. Lots of options there, the Morkvarg, dealing with one of the taller units from a spender like a Sea Jackal. Precision Strike can deal with it in one turn as well, though, and Pajat decides to subvert the expectations. He says, I think I know what you want me to queue. I'm not going to do that, whether that's at Cybers or us. And we see Zeal on red here against the SK list, and I genuinely believe that is an intentional queue, expecting this SK here from Cybers. He does not fancy the matchup into that.
I do think you are correct. Now, question is whether he stands a better chance with his Northern Realms list, because there are quite a bit of threats in this NR list, and Cybers has quite a bit of control to queue into it though, so it will be interesting to see how this plays out. Now, Piable, if he takes this through, will have to play his Syndicate list on blue coin, and Cybers will have the option of playing something else into it on red coin. But let's see, we start off with the discard package here from Cybers, actually drawing into Karl as well as Burner Brand. That is beautiful to see, along with the Mask of Ouroboros stratagem. And, ooh, look at that hand.
So, he's got the ability here, no stratagem for Paya to defend those students early, and he can Coral, and he can pair the Coral to double hit effectively if there's only a single 4p unit on the board with the stratagem. He knows he's drawing into Crow Mother, which is actually a really nice discard target, but he has no other discard targets in hand. So it's going to be interesting to see, does he keep this? Because from what I can see, he's not going to... He might draw into Fukusha if he discards appropriately here. So it's not the end of the world if he holds this, but he will be doing the maths now exactly on what we see, and we will know very shortly when he plays his next card, I would imagine, if the discard is going to happen or not.
The amount of time they spend on Maxi makes me think that they don't actually take a screenshot, but rather memorize each card, because that's just how skilled these players are. So we see that Range Row Mage coming out there. The other two are Student. Yes, coming out there onto the Range Row. It starts getting its first bit of patience. Also has a nice shield there, which is rather valuable given the fact that you want to keep her alive as long as possible. Piable not passing though, still thinking a bit here.
It's gonna be interesting to see the choice now. You want to remove these students as fast as possible, but that shield is a problem. There is an option to lead a charge first, and then play the Coral, use the stratagem, and try and effectively snipe it. Is it worth doing? You do have the tempo value. He can just go a little bit slower here, though. Doesn't need to do it immediately, but the longer he waits to do something like that, the harder it is to guarantee that that damage here. So whether or not he says, I'm not going to play into this round for very long and just hope you don't play down to 4 cards, is yet to be seen.
Sorry, it seems I did miss the pass. The timing is just so very funny between two, as the one takes very long and the other one goes fast. But Piable does commit his Karak Marine there, doesn't actually click on it. Interestingly enough, perhaps baiting out some removal. Immediately going over to Cybers once again. I think Piable is playing very fast here on purpose. Cybers taking his time here, committing Karl. I do hope he clicks it, and he does, drawing into the Crow Mother. It seems he didn't actually use Maxi to shuffle the deck after all.
No, does hit the shield here. So the shield is now gone, has the double discard, but doesn't get rid of the Crow Mother. Uses the Rain there to get rid of the unused Karak Marine, and doesn't have too much in the way of direct removal in this list, but does have a single Gutting Slash that he hasn't got in hand right now.
That's very true. He uses the Karak Marine this time to protect his patience there going on into the Range Row. Will we now potentially see something like Burner Band Blink played? He actually goes for the Heatwave instead. I do like that. It. And now it can't be accessed from the graveyard anymore. It's some nice commitment there, and I don't think he really had a choice. Pretty strong at this point.
It's a very interesting line he could take here, and I think he wants to win this round, but obviously the big thing isn't just winning the round, it's denying the patience carryover, and this list does it reasonably well. He has flat out denied the existence of that card, albeit I think its patience does still count towards Alumni. I could be wrong there, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if that is the case, but is in a great position now. He is a decent chunk of cards ahead, has Burner in hand knowing he is drawing into at least one of the discard skirmishers as well, so it's scary in terms of reach here for Paja, really.
That is very true, and Piable didn't yet commit Letitia. Problem is, his patience cards keep getting removed, making Letitia rather useless if that is the case. He appears to be going through the options here. You really want to keep these cards on the board long enough, but you also don't want to play them in such a way that you have to end up committing your other golds to pull off the order ability from Letitia and get that patience from the mages. But finally we see her being committed. Now, is Cybers going to go deeper into this round and try to call the bluff, or is he going to opt out and force Piable to play a bit more cards?
Yeah, this is interesting because reach-wise here, Paja needs a decent number of points to get out here and will want to click the Letitia instantly because he goes down to 4 cards. Cyber says no, not having any of that, and drops the truffle, really trying to hammer home here the I'm going to win from this position. And an 8-point little half-through is effectively carryover as well if you do end up grabbing it later for max value from Fukusha or something like that. So still working on his own sort of boosts and development here, while has a real stranglehold over this at the moment.
I mean, it's becoming clearer and clearer that Piable can't exactly get out of this round without a lot of commitment from his end if he wants to take it, that is. So he has to weigh up the options of whether he wants to rather pull off more points for later down the road with his Patience and Letitia, and at what cost he can get away with that while still losing the round down the road. Right now he's lacking quite a bit of points here on his end, and Cybers doesn't appear to be slowing down. He still has quite a few options up his sleeve, especially with something like Burner Bran in hand.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be very unhappy that he's missed the Giga Scorpion here. Obviously, the Giga Scorpion would have been a brilliant answer just to destroy this Letitia, put him in an incredible spot. But now he is in a bit of a problem, really. He can commit the burner, as you say, but that's such a huge commitment if he chooses to do it. Is that what he's going to do? Because if he does, and then double discards the bronze cards that come out here, he may end up having the option of leader charging and removing one of these Patience engines, potentially.
That's the thing, he always has a little bit of reach with that leader ability. It's quite a nice tech in my opinion, I quite like it, and he may use it whenever he do so. But right now there's no need. He can quite comfortably get ahead here with Burner Brand. It will trigger Carl twice, getting him 4 points. It does hit one of the mages. Oh, one of the mages, that's not bad. If it hit it twice, that would have been even better, but we'll take the one hit, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is the stronger of them as well, I believe. It is the one that is higher up. I'm not exactly sure how tall it is right now, but it is definitely the higher of the two, and I think on its own it is already at 4. That Letitia being clickable here at some point will, of course, really boost the offensive side. Paj, though, he's in a bit of a spot here because he's so far behind. He can't afford to play slowly, really, at this stage. He could probably play the student on the back row and now click Letitia to effectively instantly boost his alumni into Zeal range, I think. If my maths is correct here, you can see one of them is at 3 and 1. Letitia plus 3 herself. So, yeah, that would be an option for Piable if he can do so. You can see the alumni right now, both 3 and 3. But if there is a click, and that is what he does. That is what he does. So the Aretusa students now are all where you would want them, and his alumni effectively have Zeal unless we see that student killed now. But there's such a big point gap here. How is Cybers going to deal with this? He's going to want to get rid of it. It's a massive commitment, but he could just call in his leader to try and kill that student. Now, I don't know if that's the right line, but it's definitely a consideration against alumni. It's a huge commitment, but not impossible as an option.
I don't know. It's a line we might see. We all want to see this line. That doesn't mean it's the correct line. He instead goes with the pass. I mean, there's quite a bit of points Piable needs to make up here, and I don't think he simply has it. He's going to have to commit a gold card or pass himself. I don't think he'll ever pass here. Losing on even is not what you want to do, especially not on this sort of tournament setting. So I suspect we'll either have to see Selkirk or Gerard here. Neither is preferable.
No, I mean, he's doing the maths right now. He'll commit the Selkirk over the Gerhardt if he can get away with doing so. And I think but he doesn't want to click the boosting student. If he has to commit the boosting student, she won't gain the patience she needs to give the alumni zeal. So he will, okay, so he plays Baron here.
Wow.
Back goes the, oh my god, he's had to play 2 cards.
Oh dear goodness, that's not good. That is not good, especially since Baron could play for quite a bit of points. Because we are going to be playing against a Getty list at the end of the day. It might not be all out Gedoneth Battletrons, but it certainly is Gedoneth, and those Crow Clan Preachers will get boosted at some point. Oof,
Now,
we see Salzburg come down.
I'm going to trust his maths here, and I'm sure he's right. Yeah, it looks like he did need to play both cards, because he needed that student. He is valued, that's how crazy strong the alumni is. He's valued the better alumni here over the cards, and we are going into a longer round now, one would imagine, and he is saying, you know what, give me the alumni, show me the alumni, and he's effectively found access to 2 of them already. Oh boy. Okay, will the greed line for alumni pay off for him here? Because they are now zealed and they are strong.
I mean, yeah, it will pay off. Question is, will it pay off enough? Because right now Payabo isn't in a position to lead here exactly. Though it isn't unlike Paya to do something like that.
Yeah,
We will now see if Payable decides to go for the dry pass. He does have access to a first-time amphibious assault. He can garner quite a bit of points, but no, he does take the pass. He is going to remain a card down here, however, which is less than ideal given the circumstances. But he does survive into a longer round 3, so hopefully those alumni pay off here. And Cyber's now having the option of potentially playing a discard card here with Skirmisher. Certainly doesn't want to overcommit here, but it is some nice thinning if he decides to go for it.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if that isn't the line he goes down. Just gives him even more consistency. It will thin another card through his deck, and he will see 5 of 7 of the remaining things there then, and should be able to do everything he wants to do. What it's going to come down to is, do the alumni demolish all of his Crow Clan Preachers rapidly and deny his engine value? Which is a real risk now that they are zealed, with I think 7 or 8 damage and at 6 boost. It's a lot of points. He decides to not go down that route. He holds the discard unit here. Now, the only reason I could think he would do that is because he intends to Fukusha something like a Coral back to get the value from it again, which is a line we may now see him take if he doesn't mulligan that unit out of his hand here.
I mean, it's a brilliant line, honestly. He's already seen the order of the cards in his deck, so he knows exactly what he can and cannot risk. Yeah, playing that on the melee row, of course, means the Heime Scald won't actually discard a card, so that was purposely done on Cyber's end. Yeah, this is quite interesting. I mean, if he does decide to go for something like Coral, it will play for an extra 4 points now because of the Skirmisher already being in hand, ready to be discarded. I assume that is the play, or else keeping the Skirmisher is never the correct move here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it probably will end up being what he goes for. He knows Paj's list, open deck list, there is no heat wave, so he can just open the Geddy. He can just say, you know what, come on, deal with me, let's deal with my engines immediately.
That's very true, and we aren't actually running anything in this list that can get rid of Gedoneth, so it's safe to say that's going to remain on the board. Do we now potentially see something like Rafart's Vengeance coming onto the board? That's exactly what we see. I suspect that's going to get a quick leader ping, giving it zeal, and it's going to draw out that alumni right off the bat. Is that going to kill a Crow Clan Preacher? I suspect it will.
Yes, instantly. Does get a really poor card into his hand, though. If this doesn't get removed, and I would be stunned here if it didn't get removed, immediately the Rafart's Vengeance, because of the risk of Winch. But he could just go down the Fukusha line right now and try and double snipe, or use his leader to clean up here. Has missed Shani, I believe, Paja. So he's going to hope that it sticks and that he doesn't end up being punished here by missing it.
And we do see Fukusha coming out onto the board. You were correct. Coral going onto the board, grading another Crow Clan Preacher, which is very valuable. And that Skirmisher coming out for 4 extra points. Oh, he's going to try and snipe. Beautifully done. Beautiful.
Yeah, looks like RNG is on his side. the beginning here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a boost now having to go onto that. We see a chapter of Wizards. Is that going to give him an alumni? We're going to find out it does not.
Not this time, not this time. So instead we're going to see that Banart student being placed next to Raffard's Vengeance to get that crew ability going. Of course, 2 points every now and then isn't going to hurt anybody. Cybers now getting to proc his Gedeneth. Question is, does he want to do that yet? Is there anything else he could play now except a Druid? I don't think so. I think you want to put those engines on the board now and get them ticking.
I could see a Giga Scorpion, I've got to be honest. Yeah, he takes the Giga Scorpion here, although, I love it, yes, and there's the leader ability and clears the board.
Nicely
Both
done.
of those needed to die, because if he doesn't, the winch then would have reactivated Raffard's Vengeance in this next turn. Pasha's hand all of a sudden not looking like the one here at all. Although he does have a Practice Makes Perfect in hand for whatever he spawns from his Chapter of Wizards, and there is an alumni still available to him. It's going to be interesting to see if he finds it or not, because of course it's effectively a 1 in 3 with the number of cards left in his deck.
I'm just looking at Cyber's facial expressions because I saw him grin there for a moment, and then he was surprised. The Banner student coming out, so it's quite a roller coaster here on our side. But yeah, that was a perfectly sniped Giggle Scorpion, along with the leader ability getting rid of Raffard's Vengeance perfectly. Now we are deciding on this end what we want to resurrect from the graveyard. A nice 8-point little Harfer certainly doesn't hurt. Also gives us more rain potential if we want to snipe another card. I won't be surprised if that is what happens.
No, not at all. He had the option to do it. We see a winch drop down here and just play for boost. Paja now saying, you know what? I know you can't outright kill this, and I am in a situation where I need to greed spells as much as I can. At the moment, it's at 6, I believe, for the Gerhardt, so he is trying his very best to find whatever he can higher up, and now, I mean, Cybers is in a fantastic spot here. He has toll removal, he has access to a fully proccable Geddy as well. Nothing other than, oh yeah, this is going to be close, but I think, actually no, I don't think it is. I would say Cybers is looking pretty happy here.
I must agree with you, Lionheart. I think Cybers is running points. Even though Alumni is incredibly strong, I don't think Kapalajabo is taking this one. We see another sneaky snipe there with the leader ability. Cybers shaking his head, maybe not happy with it. I think we would have liked to kill that melee Barnard student, and if we only had a ping or two, would have been less ideal, but we see that rain going off the half-row as expected, and now we're going to go for the Bride of the Sea, getting a Giga Scorpion, very nicely done.
He wanted the leader to hit it once so he could offensively use the Mardrome and kill it instead, I think, which is why he shook his head. But I think this should be game, set, and match here. There are no good... Can put the alumni on the top of the deck here. Is it going to matter, though? He has no way of actually finding value from that, I don't think. But he is still playing in here, so he must have a line that he feels is effective, because when he felt like he was out the previous one, he had passed with 2 cards left. There's an astronomical... Oh, and there's the Shani. So he does see the Shani.
Yeah, that's rather sad. You can see, but you can't actually touch. There's nothing you can do about that card. It's not going to get played anytime soon. Oh, and we see Gara there going down. There's Becca's Dark Mirror. We've got Becca's Rock Slide as well. And a very interesting Sabrina's Inferno. Not bad. Playing for quite a bit of points, but I very much doubt it's gonna be enough. Cybers is taking this one. Again, Piable not bringing that in our list through.
Which is quite a surprise considering how good it's been. I think he was aiming for the last wish there at 8. I think he was hoping for the last wish, which is look at the top 2 cards from your deck, play 1 and banish 1. He could there have last wished into Shani, into an alumni, and maybe found the swing, but it didn't happen. It did not happen. So as a result, it is now 2-1 Cybers, and all he has to do is get through the list that he was admittedly most worried about, but oh, what a series so far. You could really tell these guys know each other.
Yeah, and I mean, ironically, Northern Realms just not doing what you'd hope it would, right? But to be fair, Cybers has sort of targeted Northern Realms with his list here. He purposely didn't ban it after all, he banned Nilfgaard instead. So it's clearly paying off here. With an abundancy of control, you can get rid of those threats on the board. They simply don't do what you'd like them to do, and that's the problem, right? If your students fail, so do you as an alumni, and you do not have the bragging rights, if that's the case.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, when I spoke to him regarding bans, he went for the Nilfgaard ban for a couple of reasons. One, he felt the Nilfgaard list was so much better into his Precision Strike, but also he felt like Pasha would expect an NR ban and therefore would prep less for this ban. So interesting to see perhaps the fruits of his play working out for him here. Pasha obviously didn't draw very well into that series. Everything that could have been in his hand, that could have swung it very, very differently if he finds the Shani in hand and grabs those extra points from the alumni. But really, really good plays into round one, forcing Pasha into a position where he has to make an awkward decision and lose that first and last say in round three. And now it comes to, he's going for it again. He's saying, you know what, I will get Zeal through.
Piable is denying us the pleasure of seeing his syndicate list in action. If Cybers takes this, we won't even get to see the self-poison package. Not that I'm rooting here for Piable merely to see. It's certainly not what's happening. We see Piable taking the NR list on blue. Now, I do think it stands the greatest chance on blue, and Cybers would preferably take his Alza list on blue, actually. But yes, I think Piable taking this list on blue and Syndicate on red gives him the biggest chance of making a little sweep here against Cybers. This is a very tense one. If Cybers takes this, he goes through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, Pasha should be really reasonably happy with his opening hand. He does find access to a Dahlia and has one of each student in hand as well. The shield's a little redundant into this matchup, but very cleverly playing a unit onto each row to play around that making a bomb. On the other side though, Cyber's hand, there's a decent chunk of damage in there so he can thin the Maddock, but has got one of his orbs and also one of his harvests in hand, so the Simulus not an option right now for him.
Ooh, and what a beautiful Moondust. Moondust being a bomb that actually purifies and then damages. So we got past the little shield there and just quickly got rid of the card. I must say this is going to be a nice matchup here because, again, this list has a lot of control, and when there are many, the board control is exactly what you need here. Now, that card is being boosted there, the Banner student being a little bit more difficult to kill at this point. Ooh, we see that Whisperer dropping down with a ceiling of 27 points if left unchecked. So with many special cards in hand, if this isn't dealt with, it will garnish Cybers quite a bit of tempo in round one, and it might threaten Piable's round control if that's the case.
Yeah, it might indeed, and I really like this. Has decided to use the Maddock to reduce down the size of that, just to say, you know what, you know it's in my range. I have removal that you know can deal with this because of my leader pings as well. I'm also, I mean, it looks like a huge commitment there for Pasha to commit that and the leader charge, but as you rightly said, Pasha does need to win this round, and unchecked, that is 27 points. He has no real other way of dealing with it other than turning a student off. That he can't turn off here. Alumni is king, and Pasha will know that. So, huge commitment, but now he can just play as Sorceress pretty much unkillably.
Yes, I totally agree with that play, with Salzkirk being the only card that can immediately kill it right off the bat. As, like we said, the Whisperer does play for quite a bit of points if left unchecked. You see Piable going there into Amphibious Assault. Is he going to play Raffard's Vengeance, or is he going to go for another mage? He does go for another mage, setting up those alumni instead, keeping the bit of tempo for later.
He does indeed, and we can see, jumps to the other row, but does find the click, so that is the offensive student not going to find the amount it needs. I believe it died at 3 patients, could have been 2, but definitely was not 4. So Zeal not happening in this round. AA already been and gone. Still decides to commit the Letitia here, saying, you know what, reasonably happy, I think it's worth me doing this.
Now that's rather dangerous, isn't it? As Letitia has a ranged card, is it not? And we have a little bit of movement here on Cyber's end, so I don't see Letitia actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. Also, it's in the same row as Maddox, so there are some random pings that can take it away pretty quickly. I think Piable is aware of this, and keeping her for later isn't going to benefit him at all. If she dies later, she dies now, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the risk is if he does move it, it's very slow tempo-wise. He'll click the Maddox, it'll do 3 damage, which the Maddox will then come back, and you're making a bomb. But making a bomb will move it, but it'll only turn off the engine, and bleed it. It won't actually damage it. He is 17 points behind here, so he is going over now. Is it worth doing this, and does it keep me far enough within range? The fact that he can use his leader ability if he absolutely has to makes the answer to that one for him a pretty easy yes, and decides, you know what, I'm not too worried tempo-wise here. I'm going to keep interrupting the alumni.
Oh no, I absolutely love this play, by the way, because with any other bronze mage here, having patience still ticking on a different row is still great for you. Even if you can't click the order ability, you'll still get it later in the form of an alumni. Letitia, on the other hand, needs to be clicked, or else she's utterly useless. And that's exactly what happened here. Great play from Cybers. I love the bomb being able to do that. It gives you a nice versatile control option there and quickly deals with Letitia.
It does indeed, and that is a very good pass there for Cybers, because he needs to find 13 points, which isn't actually the easiest. He doesn't really want to commit leader here. Often in this list, you want to commit the leader early because those Broccolon Sentinels become bricks. But the risk, of course, is that you then can't have the additional removal you need later when the alumni become a threat. We can see Aratu's student is going to find the 4 that it needs. We didn't, of course, find the value the other side, though, and the offensive students are not tall enough. And that is not... it's more than enough now. And drops the orb here.
The orb is a very interesting play, as you preferably want to play 2 orbs at a time with Simlas and even target a Alvin Seer so you can get 3 ready for Ulzer. Committing 1 now means you're either immediately going to go for other. You're assuming you're going to get orbs through a different method. So that's rather interesting, not going for the Bountiful Harvest here. Yeah, curious to see how Cybers does this one. He could very well be going for another orb right off the bat.
It could do. I mean, he's pretty confident that his Elven Seers have a decent chance of surviving. Damage engines and damage itself not huge before the alumni are set up, and as we know, the damage on them is not yet set up. So we'll feel okay about that. Decided instead to take that route. Has also mulliganed away the other Bountiful Harvest. Looks like that is going to be his Simla's target instead here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go down that route right now.
That's certainly true. Yeah, so Simlas does have to go for the Bountiful Harvest at this point, as we already committed an orb. So Cybers having to decide if he's going to commit at this point. I mean, he has all the options to do so if he wishes. Question is, well, he's shaking his head saying no, he does not necessarily want to do that. He isn't sure. I'm very curious to see what his line of play is.
Yeah, I mean, he has First and Arrow in hand. He's got the Gourd there that he doesn't want to play, and the Owls that he's happy to commit, but in equal measure, it's risky. He could actually just drop and float an Alza, probably back row, knowing that he's reasonably safe. What's going to kill him at this point? There are no locks. The reason he will take... Oh, he's gone front row. Oh, he's brave. Front row here means a Neuromancy is the spell that will trigger, and he could pull a Keltullus. He could pull a front row Keltullus here.
I absolutely love this. Now, this is where RNG comes into play, but calculated, skilled RNG. It's a bit of a catch-22, really, but if it pays off amazingly well. Piable just doesn't have appropriate removal at this point. Southkirk is gone, and his mages doesn't have enough patience to actually remove the threat immediately. Well, he's gonna try anyway. No, apparently not. He boosts it so it doesn't get killed, but it will get more patience value to remove a threat later on, but I don't think we're gonna get a chance to see that. Instead, we go for a Neuromancy, And what is that going to give us?
Oh, it's just this happened to me the other day. I was in a tournament, and I got the Sunset Wanderer. The look on his face, he knew it was going to happen. But nonetheless, it is what it is. You take the chance when you play it. Albeit, I suppose 1 point from that is better than burning all of your own units with a Keltullus. Maybe, kind of. So, oh boy. And there are still 2 charges there from that, and he will now spawn the orb. Look at the smile. He's so happy with the orb right now. Okay, I mean, that's completely useless to him, but still, this may be the worst Alza in history.
We got an Ancient Foglet and a 1-point Sunset Wanderer. Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
Great double answer there from Black. So I'm having so much fun in this series. Both of these players are such great guys. They are the loveliest people, but watching them play is just a sheer joy. We see Paya there destroy both of the Sorcerers of Dolblathana, which is really nice for him. And again, no Shani in hand again for Piebol. She does not seem to exist in this series for him right now. And again, doesn't get an alumni.
I am pretty confident at this point that Bourgeois just quickly hacked the Gwent client so we can see that South Poison Syndicate list here after, but I'm not making any conclusions. Don't get your tinfoil hats and pitchforks just yet. We still have an extra orb coming out, hopefully. Not necessarily, hopefully. Honestly, actually, I don't think we are getting an orb at this point. We can't actually boost our sorcerers to 6, which is really problematic. And the Alvin Seer, this is actually rather dreadful. I don't think Alzer gets any other spells at this point, and that's about it. 5 points from Alzer.
Yeah, I mean, this is an awkward situation for Cybers here, because he may well decide that it's actually worth passing here. The Heat Wave onto the Chapter of Wizards is an option. It is definitely an option here that he can take. It's a weird one because it plays for no tempo, but he has a pass right now against alumni that aren't in the best situation, but are set up. So this is, yeah, he takes the pass, so he doesn't lose that final save from his Gord. He knows into this series, of course, that there is a serious risk of Baron, so can't really afford to do that.
Yeah, I see Cybers is laughing on that end. It is truly tragically funny because Ulzer normally gives you almost 30 points. It can give you so much tempo. It can win you the game, and if you set it up correctly, normally pays off. But as we saw here, it simply didn't, and it might very well cost Cybers the game. He does still have some of his win conditions, that being Gord, and he has a Neuromancy, so he can get into his deck. Piable, on the other hand, still hasn't drawn Shani.
No, he hasn't, and does have Raffard's Vengeance in hand as well as AA here. Be interesting to see if he has enough units that he can take. So be interesting to get a quick look into his deck to see what's there and what he can still grab.
We see Piable here. He does have a bit of carryover there with Chapter of Wizards, still has the order ability ready to go when necessary. He just has to decide when he wants to, and he gets the Centurion Spellweaver right next to Raffard's Vengeance, almost has crew set up at this point, uses a Swift Leader Charge to gain Zeal, and he draws out Karak Marine and boosts into the Centurion Spellweaver. Very nice. 18 points in one turn.
Yeah, does, however, manage to grab the Winch there instead. For him, Deckless there. No, what am I talking? He hasn't missed the Shani. He played the Shani. Honestly, I just expect him not to have it. It's the Baron that he missed. It's the Baron that he missed this time. He played the Shani into the last round, of course, when I was busy being excited about Alza. But that Baron not existing, I mean, he doesn't have last save for the Gord, so it's not the end of the world, but it would have found some real value. He would definitely have liked to grab that there.
In your defense, I think that slip-up came from the fact that this is the third time we see Piable try to bring Northern Realms through, so we still are thinking of previous games here on this end. Now, Piable here having quite a few options at his disposal, quite a few. He could go for Amphibious Assault right now, but it would be rather wasteful to do so if we don't yet want to commit Alumni. Depending on where we want to play it, in all honesty, whether it's the melee row or the range row makes all the difference in the world. Instead, we see Winch coming down there, reducing the Raffard's Vengeance cooldown by 3 points. So that is likely going to get us 1 extra tick, and we'll be able to grab another bronze card.
Yeah, should be able to play something else, draw yet another card here, and hopefully for him he will find Baron, as it's probably the best option he's got. Amphibious Assault can already guarantee him the Alumni, of course. Cyber's now thinking, okay, what do I do? Because he can't deal with that card directly. Could drop something, just start grabbing the boost from something like a Dunker. Is very, very possible that he wants to go down that line, just to start developing. If he can grab some boosts onto the Sorceress, would be really nice. Getting that to 6 would be ideal for him.
I think Cybers here is deciding what he wants to put on the board, as it can likely be killed with something like Alumni. He goes for the Mushy Truffle, and that gives him access to the Order ability to help boost something later down the line. I can see the Golden Froth going down onto the Alvin Seer later down the line, as it does give you an extra 1, which plays for an extra 6 points. Definitely something that we would like in a short round 3.
Yeah, very much so, and you can see it's the Cursed Knight that ends up jumping into Pasha's hand. Really not the card he was looking for into this matchup in particular, so it is really just going to play 4-6 points here for him, but that is one of the things that can happen. It still has access to a lot of points, realistically. PMP could play for a decent number of points, as of course could the option to replay an Order ability. The Alumni for him are both only at 4 damage, 4 boost, so they are Zealed, but they're not excessive in size.
And we see Garrett coming down there, interestingly enough. He doesn't actually click on it, building it up again. Is he going to let it climb very high and go for another high snipe special card, perhaps? I have a feeling. Are there any threats that can actually take out Garrett at this point?
Paired threats potentially, yes, but not in a single turn, I don't think, from Cybers. So he knows it will survive right now. There is a risk that if he manages to get the Sorceress on the board and the Dunker on the board, then it could potentially die. But that's a couple of turns away for now, and he can, as a result, just float this for as long as he wants. Now that he does have the Alumni out, though, he may decide just to click and play the casting contest. It's a decent number of points onto an Alumni. Could be the line that he decides to go down. After all, he is a ton of points up here.
The only problem is I do believe the Alumni has 4 points of damage, meaning it won't actually take out Dunker unless you use it twice with that casting contest. A bit of a waste, but if you take it into account, Dunker is giving 1 point a turn to a hand. He doesn't get casting contest. Oh, that's very unlucky.
And he's missed Alza's Thunder as well. He's missed the 2 options that would help him. That is, you can see the sigh, and you can see Cyber's little face as well, saying, oh, that's not what you want to see. There are 5 options, of course, there, at 5 provisions for Gerhardt, and he missed both of the ones that would have been useful for him, which is very unfortunate. But he is also 31 points up, so...
Exactly. And in both players' defense, their luck this game has actually been rather horrifying. So I don't think any player really has an unfair advantage at this point. Piable is sitting on 31 points. Cybers needs to decide what he wants to play that can potentially get killed. Now, Sorceress, unless boosted, is not going to survive, I think. We can see that casting contest in the hand of Piable. It does... Yeah, that's exactly what we see. So... rather problematic here. I think Cybers might get the full Mushy Truffle value. He does need to play 3 cards next to each other to pull that off, though. Piable still having access to Practice Makes Perfect is also a little bit scary, as that will play for a significant amount of points, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what it pulls, because there aren't any... I don't think there are decent options left in deck for him, if I'm not mistaken. I have a feeling that in his deck... I don't think there's another Alumni. We'll find out shortly, but he takes the delay here as well, making Cybers make the move before he does it. Now, you would wager we're going to see an Orb, because it's going to be the most value. Oh no, he's going for the double value on this instead. That is delicious, because he can play both of them twice.
Oh, that's very nice. Okay, let's see this happen.
I don't think it's enough, but...
No, I don't think so either. It's definitely not enough. It's going to be 666. Not enough.
Oh, that's so close. But it is not quite enough. And finally, Northern Realms goes through for Piable. It is 2-2, and we come down to a final game. We will see jackpot for Pireball, and it's going to be against this Precision Strike list. Oh boy, this is going to be one heck of a final quarterfinal.
Yeah, this is going to be amazingly fun to watch. I must say, I have been waiting for this specific match in particular for quite some time now, and finally we get to witness it. Cyber's going to bring his Alza list through on blue, which is perfect for him. Pireball's going to bring the Syndicate list through on red, which is also ideal given the circumstances. Now, we're going to witness a South Poison Syndicate list, and again, this is just such a synergistic list. The Blaneham brothers work perfectly with one another. Technically, you end up getting 1 coin every time you boost another card with the one Blaneham brother. They work synergistically together, and I mean, we've seen some wacky stuff with this list previously. We've seen Life Coach, wasn't it, who had Hal V, and then he would end up boosting like 10 units in one turn with the one Blaneham brother. I know I must be talking a different language to most people who weren't there in that meta, but I do hope we get to see that in action now. Hopefully Cybers doesn't just get rid of the threats immediately and grants the viewers a show at least.
Well, I mean, from his side, he will definitely want to deal with those. This jackpot list is one that most people will not have been expecting. I think the only 2 people who were pretty confident this list would appear were Pireball and Cybers. So it's going to be interesting to see, has he managed to tech enough into each of his lists to potentially deal with this? Because Pireball really rates this jackpot list. He feels the amount of engine threat into meta with not that much in the way of hard removal that isn't alumni is actually really good. So he is going in against a pretty control heavy list here, and well, there's not much more to say. It is game 5. It is the final quarterfinal with these two, and I mean, it's not the best opening hand for Cybers here. He has 3 bricks already, but nonetheless, we are going in here for the final game. This is really interesting because from Cybers' point of view, he really wants to win this round, potentially bleed through with the Alza and go into a powerhouse of a short round 3 with something like a Heatwave and a Gord. On the other side for Pyre, effectively the opposite. He also wants that round control here. So I let them take it away.
Yeah, let the show begin. Cybers here on blue coin. Now, there isn't a removal that can take out Dunka right off the bat. We do see the Professor there on Pireball's side. It will give bounty to a unit, but alas, we have Veil here on Dunka, so that isn't really applicable. We also see Horse on Freak Show ready to go. Now, that's a very scary card if you rack up enough coins because it can just remove cards like crazy. Your threats won't remain very long on the board if that card sees play. And we do see the Mutants Maker coming out there, giving him 3 coins to start off with.
Yes, now of course, this list for Pireball, as I say, it's the complete opposite really. While the idea of having round control is nice, this list, if I remember rightly, as I haven't seen it in a little while, it is a 3 cards and pass list. It is very often simply grab as much coin carryover as you can, develop all of that carryover. Because you own red coin, you don't care, and you get straight out of here because you know all the value of those coins make it really difficult to give you an effective bleed going into that next round. You don't mind it at all. So gonna be really interesting. It looks like he is following that pattern right now.
That does look so. If you are correct, he might play another Fist Tech Poison card there on and it will allow him to get 9 coins there, carry over 4 into the next round, and we will see a boat coming out. But no, he first plays the Sea Jackal, getting that Horde ability as well. And, well, this is really fast. Is the plan to play the stick now and get the full
I think so. I would say probably so. But also a really nice threat there. The Sea Jackal, committing the Sea Jackal so early is always scary. But we know how many points that engine can play for, and you have to respect it if you're Cybers. Because if you don't respect the amount of play, the tempo switch available to Paja here is huge, because over-profiting isn't a problem in Jackpot. If he drops something down that gives you coins, it will just boost. So it's a really nice situation right now. He may be down 11, but now it's Cybers saying, well, what card do I play here when he could just pass? If I commit too little, then maybe he completely powers out and takes over. If I commit too much, I committed too much. So very interesting option here.
Yes, of course, he also has the option of just using Dunka and quickly getting rid of the Sea Jackal if he fears that commitment. And like you said, Piable actually does have the option to pass here. Oh, a beautiful bowman. Beautiful bowman. Now, I do think it's very safe for Cybers to pass unless Piable wants to commit something else. Because that Sea Jackal plays for a whopping amount of points, especially when it is within its horde ability, getting 3 points per 2 coins.
Yeah, which was obviously on the cards, but now the Sea Jackal has been and gone. The Bountiful Harvest finds the 3-point removal, and I think playing it into the back row, he will have been a little bit annoyed that he chose to do that, and he says, you know what, I don't want to get out of this round. I don't want to give you the control, and commits a quite hefty card there. Sol de Navarrete, it boosts by 3 per turn when you have got 9 coins, which he does. That's a lot of points, engine-wise.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Piable decides to pass. Cybers bluff actually working there, as we know he doesn't have Sumlas in hand, and he can't use that Alvin here.
That's pretty big for him. Obviously, Pasha does take all of those coins across with him, but loses one of the big engines that benefits from that horde ability. Has drawn into the poison location, though, so as well as Imka, which will start forming a pretty powerful engine. Now, what does Cybers do here? Because if it's interesting, is he going to mulligan this Gourd away or is he going to hold it? He needs the Aneromancy right now to grab something else, because at the moment there is no Mushy Truffle in his hand, there is no Simless in his hand, which isn't ideal for him whatsoever. If he wants to push, the Gourd's got to go, and he finds the Simless in hand. That is a sigh of joy from him. He is very, very pleased with that mulligan.
Now, Cybers and Piable played quite a bit before they knew they were going against each other, and I think Cybers have an idea of how he needs to play against the Syndicate list to get the best chance of taking the game. Now, he does put that Alvin Seer on the board, perhaps just testing Piable's hand here. Are you prepared to commit one of your control cards to get rid of it? Of course, it will have to be something like the Horse and Freak Show to get it right away. Otherwise, it has to be slower, perhaps, or something like Professor, and then building up to a bounty reward.
Yeah, I mean, the
Cybers
Freak Show
definitely
doesn't
tested-
remove it in one. He's only going to gain 2 coins from it. He would have to Leader and Freak Show to kill that, which is such a commitment for him to do when he isn't ideally going to want to do that. He's going to want to use the Jackpot ability onto Azar Javed instead. So Pasha says, you know what, fine. You do you, I'll do me, and he starts the setup for these poison cards. But, Cybers goes as well. He says, you can't do one, you can't do the other. And the beauty is, while this Whisperer is at 4p, there is a Veil there. So, the Professor can remove it, but it will not give him the coins because it cannot apply the bounty, which is really nice for Cybers.
I mean, Cybers is in a perfect position here. If anything, he's putting a little bit of points on the board before killing the Blainheim brother right there. That gives you 2 coins every time you poison a unit. Because right now, Cybers can easily just play Making a Bomb. He can damage that card with 4 points and quickly ping it away. Of course, he's merely waiting so he can get the Whisperer 3-point engine going as well. Piable really has to decide here whether he's going to commit or not, and he does finally go for it. Gets rid of that pesky Whisperer engine.
He does indeed, and also uses his Leader and fully commits it here, Paya. Now, that was interesting. You saw Cybers, in theory, play slightly slow. And the reason he would have done that on that turn is because every single turn that ticks, the spending Blenheim brother that gives poison ticks towards its adrenaline. So now, as soon as it plays, it can only poison and therefore give you coins and boosts once a turn. He was weighing up, okay, Pasha, which one are you going to go for? Are you going to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to value my engines, or are you going to remove yours? In this instance, he went down the removal and has turned off a decent amount of the value there, which feels really nice for him.
And we see the Salamandra hideout location being played with the Salamandra Abomination. Do yourselves a favor, do not get this card premiumed. You will have nightmares for days to come. This is a pretty nice card because every time you poison it, if adrenaline is reached, it will purify itself at the end of a turn, which is obviously very nice and synergistic because the Roland, is it Roland? There are 2 Blainheim brothers.
Yes.
It is the
one
Roland.
on the board. Yeah, the one on the board right now is Roland. The one in hand, I think, is Gello.
You are correct, yes. So the Roland Blaine brother will get 2 coins every single time that Abomination is poisoned, and the Abomination will boost itself while you are practicing that synergistic combo. It's very strong, and Cypress is getting it out of Piable's hand, but there he goes committing one of his win conditions himself. And we see Ulzer on the board. I don't think it's in removal range either.
It isn't, because Making a Bomb has managed to turn off the Horson's Freak Show. It is melee locked as a spender here, and he has no other way of removing it directly. He could remove it over 2 turns, he can poison it, and then he can also use one of the poisons, a self-poison for instance, from Gellert, but that's really slow, by which point it is going to be a little bit too late, I think.
You know what I like is Cybers is now playing Ulzer on the range drone, so I think we've learned our lesson very hard. And
we'll see.
Gellert coming. Oh, we will see.
And that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, of course. That is obviously in removal range now, but Cybers has the option of taking that card 3 times. It's going to trigger with a Neuromancy once, and then we're... Ooh, no wait, a Simulus is actually in hand, which is rather problematic.
Well, he can Simulus right now, and he can just use Simulus Orbs. I love the full leader here because it will remove bricks later, brings him back fighting into tempo range, plus... when he plays these orbs, he now has targets that aren't the Alza, which will inevitably be removed here. What will he find? Oh, Caldwell! Oh, Caldwell, no!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
The ultimate betrayal! Look at his face! Oh, but he finds Johnny. Now, Johnny is a fantastic pick in a longer round if he'd managed to start with it, but Count Caldwell here is about to be... I mean, he's still ahead.
No! You betrayer.
Now, there's a possibility he can actually get it back.
He can, for sure. He just needs to heatwave that Abomination and make sure there's no way for Piable to get more coins. Honestly, a Piable needs to draw something like a Sea Jackal in order to prevent this from happening.
Now, it's really risky for him to do that. Because if he heatwaves, it's such a huge swing, because it's the 11 points, plus then the benefit of the damage, I believe, from Johnny. Hopefully it doesn't hit onto the... oh my lord. It won't ping in that turn, though, actually, because it will... No, it will. If it's even on either side, I believe he flip-flops, and he will have 2 6p units as well. He is trying to work out if it's worth it. This isn't just a scrim between friends. This isn't just do it for the memes. This is literally a deciding game in a quarterfinal. But oh, I want him to click. Oh, I want him to do it.
Do. He has to, though. He has to kill it. Come on, that's a 20-point swing right there with Caldwell. And you get 31 points because of the card.
He takes the gourd!
Oh, it does ping Caldwell, though.
Oh no! Okay, so Caldwell should flip-flop at the end of Pasha's turn now because he can't poison it himself. Unless we see damage go onto the gourd here. Because it will flip each time. And they are currently even.
You know what? Piable can just play his defender if he really wants to keep that 11-point card safe. Though, as you say, Caldwell is likely going to betray sides here pretty quickly. It's a rather tricky card here. He goes with the Professor, pings down the gourd, and he guarantees that he has dominance. We see a Neuromancy coming out there, and not a Neuromancy, sorry, Heatwave coming out along with Orb. So now we have dominance again on Gourds, and that Caldwell is going to come out onto the side of Cybers if we do not quickly retain dominance with something like Sea Jackal. We do have access to it.
He has to take the Jackal, right? He has to take the Sea Jackal here, I think.
He absolutely has to. Is it enough, though?
This is the order, right? Yeah, I think it will be, because the Caldwell won't move. He's got 9 coins right now, so he'll have 8, 7, 6, 5. Ooh. I think it's enough to stop the Caldwell moving, but I could be wrong. He will be doing that math right now. And if not, he has to take something like the Siggy, and that will be really disappointing. The only plus for him, he's used Bank now, and Bank shuffles. Well, based on the 5 cards he would have been drawing, Bank shuffling is actually a blessing for him. So he is right now frantically trying to work out, is there a way, is Sea Jackal enough to prevent this jump and win? He believes so. Okay, Cybers right now, hand on, he's thinking, can it be done? In fact, it's not, because it won't jump back. Oh my lord, look at the world champion, Pireball, is out. And Cybers can't believe that Caldwell ends up. Alza, the new meta, look at it, look at his face. I guarantee the first person he is sending a message to is Pasha right now. Wow, that may be my favourite series of Gwent in a very long time.
Okay, I'm rather speechless at this point. What was that? Was the ordering perhaps a mistake there? Was the idea to first play Sea Jackal and then Alzer? He first had to get more coins, right?
I think the problem is if he played the Azar Javed there first, not tributed, then used bank, but then he would have over profited on the Azar Javed rather than get coins, because ultimately it doesn't allow you to over profit. It's only units that would give you coins. So it's a really awkward one for him. I think he ended up he needed to pull the Siggy, because of course he doesn't jump back when it's not your turn. It is the end of the owner's turn that he will jump back. It's not a card you see that often, Count Caldwell, and looks like Alza has taken it. That was an incredible series. I would say every single way the Dimension Challenges could have gone.
The best way we could have ended this day. Damn. And Cybers taking the win above his teammate Pireball. Pireball, the previous Gwent Masters, he now gives way to Cybers, who might carry on carrying that flag, perhaps taking it all the way to the end. GG to both these players. They played exceptionally well. And yeah, I'm sure we'll hear quite a bit from their end. So let's take it over to Bourgeois with the interview.
And we have a little friend also that's gonna be interviewed. Hello, Cybers, how are you doing, man? You said sorry to Pireball. That was the first thing you said to him after the match. How you feeling?
I mean, I'm obviously happy that I won, but the way it happened and against who it happened, it's
feels bad, man.
It's kind of feels bad, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's well deserved. Does this mean that maybe, just maybe, you might still stay with us with Gwent and, you know, not venture off to other life important stuff? Maybe?
I'm sorry, I'm like after this, I'm out for good, sadly. I can't anymore. I don't have the time, what it takes to be on top of the ladder.
I know how it is. It's taxing, right? It's like you have to be playing all the time, you know, keeping up with everything, practicing all the time, practicing with teammates. And yeah, speaking of teammates, you were going against a really, really good friend. So I know that's a lot of emotions also, like positive and negative at the same time. So it's a mixed bag of tricks in this case. Lord Triss, in the interview he did after his game, said that he would like to go against Pireball and not you. Do you think like your matchup is favored against him or not?
Honestly, no idea right now. I was completely focused on today, and what comes afterwards, I'll look into later.
Awesome. So you'll be prepping for tomorrow, getting stuff ready. I won't keep you any longer because I know it's late. Last question. What's the name of the little kitty?
Little kitty is named Ivy.
Ivy. Beautiful. Is it from Poison Ivy, like from Batman, maybe? Or just Ivy?
Yeah, I just like the name.
All right.
Honestly.
What a cutie. Amazing. All right. Have a good night. And yeah, thank you for the interview.
Likewise. Thank you.
Take care, man. All right, and before we go, I won't sing, don't worry. We have Bart the Bard for that, and yeah, you don't want me singing for sure. But we have a leak for you. Of course we have a leak. Of course we have a leak. Let's see it. Now, I'll need Thea's help later on the pronunciation, but this is Arrakis Queen. You might remember this little lady. Well, she ain't little. She's an insectoid, deploy, consume an allied unit, because she likes to eat. It's an insectoid, spawn and play Arrakis Nest. That will spawn a base copy of the consumed unit in this row. Old art by Bartek Gavel, really incredible. Bartek is also incredible. And yeah, speaking of incredible, our incredible analyst desk is standing by. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Berta, for the warm welcome as always. Especially Arrakis Queen is back.
Yeah,
what is it
Arrakis
doing?
Queen. Shin, I'm very excited to see Arrakis Queen back in a game. It's been a little while, hasn't it? And she's a Death Wish related card, which maybe wasn't exactly what I was necessarily expecting. Obviously, with the Arachnoid leader not really synergizing with Death Wish, but maybe you could use her in a couple of different leaders. On deploy, she's going to be consuming a unit as well, so another high-end consume card for Overwhelming Hunger decks. We've seen Mushy Truffle be really good in those kinds of decks because it is a high-end consume with a Harpy. I think it's just what the deck needs ever since it's had 2 leader charges. But that's not it. If you consume an Insectoid, you also play an Arrakis Nest. But not only is it a consume, Shin, it's also a Death Wish card itself. It's going to trigger Haunt, but what is the Death Wish ability on this one doing?
It's spawning a base copy of the consumed unit. So your ideal target is an Insectoid that also has a Death Wish. And the one that I think of right away is Ruhin. So you can consume Ruhin with Arrakis Queen. Obviously, Ruhin wants to get consumed repeatedly. And then you can consume the Arrakis Queen or like trigger her Death Wish with Abaya, I think is the card. And you could potentially get like 3-4 copies of Ruhin at the same time and then just have like a board full of Slizzards consuming them all. It's probably a meme, but that sounds like a pretty interesting fun deck to me.
As soon as you said that, I've got visions of Redea as well for an Urn of Shadows as well, Shinmiri. And really excited to see this one. Of course, Ruin is also an Insectoid, so you would get those extra 4 points from the Arrakis Nest as well. You don't have to use it on an Insectoid, though. If you want to use it on Detlef High Vampire, for example, that is also going to be an option. You're just not going to get that Arrakis Nest. But Shinmiri, where do we begin with this series? What a topsy-turvy series it was against 2 great friends. I think it's going to be one to go down in Gwent history. The very first game came down to a single point, Shin.
Yeah, it was ridiculously close at some points. I think we're looking at round 3 now of game number 1. Every point mattered in this round, so we're just looking at maybe potential opportunities for Cybers to squeeze out 1 point, maybe?
Yeah,
there's a lot of randomness going on right now too in the meta with cards like Reckless Flurry. So you really have to like kind of evaluate the odds and take your best shot.
Yeah, we were talking as well on Discord when this was happening, and we thought that Cybers was going to use his double leader charge here in an attempt to try and high roll this Preacher. He decided not to, and from watching the replay, I've come to the conclusion that he made the right decision here because there was rain from Fukushia in the back row that he could have harmed that. And then later on, he is able to play his Morkvarg anyway onto this Preacher, setting it down to 3 strength, and then his leader charges. If he just got 1 more leader charge onto this Preacher, he would have won the game. As we'll just watch these last couple turns play out, Payable goes for Bride of the Sea, and then the final card here for Cybers is this Morkvarg, which is going to, of course, reset the Preacher. Again, if he used his leader charges sooner and he didn't kill this Preacher, there's a really good chance he was just losing value on his Morkvarg. Payable holding his leader, holding the Mushy Truffle as well to play around this Morkvarg. Of course, an open deck list knows it's a threat, but keep an eye on the leader charges here, Shin. The first one doesn't hit the Preacher at all. The second one, the first 2 pings hit it, but the final one hits the Bride of the Sea. And as a result, the healing value, of course, on the Bride of the Sea was that 1 point difference, as well as the Preacher getting those 2 or in fact 3 extra points from all the alchemies in play here.
Yeah, so there's 2 more alchemies coming exactly, and then there's going to be 2 Preachers on the board. The difference between having 1 and 2 Preachers is 3 points per alchemy, and with 2 of those, that's a 6 damage or 6 point swing that could have been had if this first Preacher had managed to die. So, I mean, Cybers took his best shot. I think it was well played, just not quite lucky enough for that, but he does go on to win the series. So what else we got?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was in the second game where Cybers was Nilfgaard against Northern Realms, 2 of the factions we've seen being getting banned the most. And it was a really, really interesting game with some amazing lines. The first one here was a key play because Cybers did go on to win this, of course, this game. And then he was also able to beat Northern Realms another time. And in this situation here, Payable's patient student in the back row is just about to tick to patience 4 on his next turn, so it's currently at patience 3. So what Cybers did is he was able to develop his own Banard student on the first turn and then use its patience to kill the student, and in the same turn he is able to resurrect it with this remedy, which not only does that deny Payabol being able to resurrect this with Shani and get Zeal on his alumni, because it would tick to patience 4. If he wants to make any alumni in the future, he will also have that Zeal.
This was such a key play, which prevented Payabol from ever getting Zeal on his alumni for the entire rest of the game. Meanwhile, Cybers, not even the one playing Northern Realms, has the Zeal on the alumni, has the better alumni values. So yeah, this is what really led Cybers to win this game number 2, Nilfgaard versus Northern Realms. And I love that play. And yeah, like you said, just denying that and getting his own Zeal on the same turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the highlight reel play of this particular match, Payabol with 3 cards left in hand, he plays his Gerhardt and picks up the teleportation, which is able to replay a bronze unit. He uses the Informant against Nilfgaard, doing Nilfgaard things against Nilfgaard, and he uses this Blightmaker here, but doesn't decide to put a mage on top or a spell. What did he put on top here, Shin?
It was Chapter of Wizards, something that cannot be tutored, that he wanted to really make sure that he drew into. And he didn't need the extra points from like the 3-point golem for targeting a mage, because he was 21 points up here. And after committing the Gerhardt, is almost very, very likely at least that Payabol would have passed. And it wasn't even a bad thing to necessarily commit the Gerhardt in round 1, because Gerhardt is such a good target for Nilfgaard to copy with the Terra Nova, with the coup, because it procs Assimilate multiple times, that it's not even necessarily a bad thing that he got the Gerhardt out of the way in round 1.
Yep, and we will just be jumping into the final game as well. My apologies, I just need to find where I've left this clip, so please do bear with me, Shinmiri, while I find this final game here, as I just make sure, we've got it, look at that. So this, Shin, was a game I was telling you from the start of the series I was looking forward to, because I was lucky enough to watch Cybers do some scrims, and this match would go either way. I was actually predicting it to be the first match of the series, so the fact it came down to this matchup, there's so many interesting things going on here, and it all started in round 1, where Cybers plays down a Seer here. Like round 1 just playing out, Cybers is just playing a few bad cards. Syndicate always has a bit of a tough time in round 1 recently, where it's playing things like Fistex. It really struggles to get a hold in the round.
Yeah, and normally you'd expect Syndicate to pass on 7 cards, but Payabol actually stuck around for a couple extra turns playing the Sea Jackal and the Sol, which forced like a first Neuromancy use. It forced a Seer out of Cybers as well. These 2 players really having a lot of mind games going on in this match. Okay, we're back in round 1.
Yeah, my mistake. I was fumbling with the clip. So in round 1 here, my apologies. As in round 1, there's a really nice play here from Cybers where he does play down a Seer here. And the fact that there's a Jackal as well on the board for Payabol was applying quite a bit of pressure, threatening that reach with the coin. So if Cybers is able to clean this up, that'll be great. He does end up killing it with a Bountiful Harvest into a Bowman, but that did kind of prove to be quite important, because using your first Neuromancy in this deck, it really limits your options. He wasn't able to go a Neuromancy necessarily for Gord in round 3 if he takes this Neuromancy in round 1. And then what ends up happening here is Payabol then commits his Soul, still threatening to win the round, and Cybers just plays a Seer, and he is threatening here to go Simless into triple Orb, which would then set up 3 Orbs in the graveyard for a huge Alza swing first turn in the next round.
Cybers is threatening a lot of carryover, even though he doesn't have access to it, by playing an orb onto, or even 2 orbs onto the Seer. And did you see how fast he slammed that Seer? I think that was like premeditated. It was kind of a mind game to be like, hey, I'm not worried about, like, I'm not, hesitant about playing this Seer at all. And pretending that he has the plan to, put a buff on it, put an orb on it. And that got Payabol to pass the round, and that was what enabled him to take control of the round without committing any more, keep his hand buff carryovers, and keep his combo intact for the 2-0 eventually.
Absolutely, and also another thing to note is he had a lot of hand buff options, but this Whisperer was in the far right side of his hand the whole round. It avoided hand buffs the whole time. If this card was to get up to 5 points, it would have been much more difficult for Payabol to remove this. Cybers had his Seer and the Whisperer down on the board, and then Payabol was forced here to commit his Freak Show alongside his leader ability, which is a huge commitment. Now, I was sat there thinking, okay, Cybers, he's just going to take it easy. He's going to take his Alza into a short round 3 with Gord, but he had other ideas, Shin Miri.
Yeah, he decided that, hey, you know, with the Freak Show gone, my 10-point Alzer is actually kind of invincible. I might as well just play it now, and maybe you don't have that great of a hand to contest this.
Yep, and of course this was where the magic really started to happen. With Alza on the board, who knows what can happen. Cybers as well, he didn't have access to Mushy Truffle at this moment in time, and he also couldn't go a Neuromancy into Simla, so there was no way for him to trigger all three of his Alza counters at once, so he could only play 2 of them. That could have also proved detrimental, but of course the Simless is played, and don't we just have an exciting moment when that Count Caldwell hits the board. I think both players' reaction was quite a picture.
Yeah, it's a lot about perspective, how you take moments like these. Obviously, a card game is always going to have randomness in it, and if you're Cybers, you could be all reacting all like, woe is me, I got like really bad low roll, because now these points aren't necessarily going to be my points. I could have maybe just played a -20 or -10 on one of my orb rolls. But he found the creative way. He was able to adapt on the fly to ensure that the Caldwell ended up staying on his side and getting the eventual 2-0 by playing Gord in round 2. Normally, I think he wasn't really planning on playing the Gord in round 2 until this Caldwell showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. And with 2 cards left in hand, I'm thinking, okay, what you do here, you heat wave the Abomination, you try and steal Caldwell back, but Cybers had a completely different idea. He goes a Neuromancy into Gord, which was only boosting by, I think, 8 or 9 points at this time, and that meant that the orbs had the 2 orbs in the graveyard had 1 counter and 2 counter. So when he plays the Heat Wave, he was able to use the Orbs of Insight onto Gord, which buffed him by, well, the first one buffed him by 2 and then 1 vitality, and then the second one, of course, 2 more points and more vitality. That gave him the tallest possible Gord to try and steal this Caldwell back, because it became a game within the game, a battle for Count Caldwell.
Yeah, we started today with Count Caldwell. We're ending today with a surprise Count Caldwell. So congratulations again to Cybers for a really well-played series. And he is moving on to the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to him. Of course, bowing out of competitive Gwent. He's a student doctor. He's going to be a busy man. So I think it's quite nice for him to have a nice little swan song after he has not made any competitive tournament appearances so far this year. But commiserations to Payabol. I'm sure he will be back. Shin, it's been an absolute pleasure. We are going to now send you back to the casters to show you the final bracket on day 1 of GWENT Masters Season 3.
And we are back here, and we have got the final bracket for the semi-finals. I am 100% sure there is no divination challenge left for anybody, and we can see that the second semi-final, it is Lord Triss against Cybers here.
I can't wait for tomorrow, Lionheart. This is going to be so fun. I wonder if anybody got the finalists right at this point. We have Big Corn versus Akela, Lord Triss versus Cybers, and almost all of these players have quite spicy lists lined up for us. How about we take a look at the prize pool money accumulated so far?
Yeah, we should be able to in just a second. Kay can update on that, but it is it's just so exciting. Cybers' reaction there, it's just, I defy anybody not to love him. His first thought was how that would have impacted on Payabol, and it was incredible to see. And you can see that 3-2, the first 3-2 of the day, splits the money $4,333 for Cybers to $3,480 for Payabol today.
I mean, yeah, just GG for all of these players. That is quite a bit they're taking home. Lord Triss and Akela taking home $6,035 so far. That's not bad at all, and you can definitely go on a spending spree after this tournament.
You can indeed, but that is what they've earned today. The 4 players progressing, there is even more on show and available to them tomorrow. So that is just their purse so far. They will get a match stake for the semi-finals, and then exactly the same again. There will be money available per game won. That was an absolutely incredible series. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, the bundles for the esports support this year that everyone has so willingly and gratefully purchased to help support it, well, they're available through December 9th in Shoot Store. So if you have missed them, this is your last chance to ever get them. And they are particularly great. So if you have missed any of them, please do go and check that out as well.
Lionheart, I'm just so glad we're getting Aracha's Queen back and hopefully in competitive decks. Fun fact, Arachas is based on the Greek word arachnoid, which is based on the Greek myth arachne, which means spider. So the more you know, I hope everybody start pronouncing this word in the magnificent way it's supposed to be pronounced.
If I could, I would, but I can't, so I won't. I will leave all Arachas-based pronunciation to you in the same way all Tunnel Drill-based brr was also down to you. But this... I'm very excited. A huge day. 5 leaks so far. Incredible series. Amazing deck lists. And it's just day 1. There's even more tomorrow.
Yes, and tomorrow we will also have a little bit of a stream at the end, I believe. Is this public knowledge? I don't know.
Yes, it is. There is, of course, the semi-finals starts again at 4 p.m. CET with Flake and Shin. We will be taking the second semi, and there is a big video in between the semis and the finals that you certainly will not want to miss from what we hear. So I think that is, there's a lot to take there.
Yes, guys, and that has been us for the day. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for all the players who competed, giving us so much entertainment for the day. Thank you to CDPR for hosting the entire thing, as well as Bart the Bard for just sweeping us off our feet. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, and I think that is us for the day.
It will be us indeed, and yes, Bart the Bard has been absolutely fantastic. I think that's one of my favourite additions back in, to have Bart back. I'm very pleased to have him back in with us, to be honest. It was a nice little addition that I don't think many people were expecting, for sure. So yeah, I believe we are going to be throwing you over to Burja for the end of the show now to take you off into the night. So we are going to hand you over. That has been us for the day, guys, and I can't wait for tomorrow, Tia.
Me neither. Bye.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Man, they're taking everything away. Apart from the addition of the linguistics corner with Thea, which I enjoy thoroughly as an English major, of course. But yeah, they leaked already that we have a big pre-final segment tomorrow. I would call it a stream because it's going to be super long. And yeah, and they also used my buy, which leaves me pretty much with nothing much to say. Apart from what an incredible day it was. We saw, like, you know, the best 8 players from this season come in. We had our favorites. We picked our divinations. Mine doesn't even exist. Most of you watching, your divination also probably doesn't exist anymore. So sorry about that. But that is esports, and anything can happen. It was a crazy day. It was an incredible day. And I think the plays we saw today perfectly show like what can happen in a card game. So it was incredible. And more cool stuff coming tomorrow. More leaks coming tomorrow. I'm excited. I hope everyone else who watched today is excited. Thank you for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Same time, same channel. And we'll have more Bart the Bard tomorrow also too. And that's it for me. Signing off. Bye.